Thank you. All right. Good morning. It is Thursday, January 23rd, and this is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Selectmen. In front of you, you have today's very short agenda with a long speaking engagement involved. Any additions or corrections?
That's right. Cover.
Okay, if I could have a motion to approve the agenda.
So
Second.
It's unanimous. Public comments. Members of the public are welcome to provide comments to the Board of Selectmen on agenda topics scheduled for review and or vote. Comments submitted electronically should be sent to the following email, bosdistribution@newcanaanct.gov. Is there anyone wishing to address the public? The board today? Nope. Okay, moving on. Budget review and discussion of the budgets for Public Works, Board of Ed, and General Government. And we have Tiger Man here to present Public Works.
all right, well, thank you very much. We're excited to kind of present our budget for fiscal 26. We'll try to run through everything as quickly as possible for you. If you have any questions, stop at any time. Let us know. So just to start off, our overall budget, we topped the $13 million mark this year at $13,137,345. It's a 1.9%, a 1% increase over last year, $246,000, but it adds one full-time employee at $100,000 for an engineering technician. So if we take that one hire out, we're at 1.31% overall. But that hire in the engineering department would bring us back to our complement from when I started here 20 years ago, which was director, town engineer, a senior engineer, and a field staff, and then our admin. So we've been down since Ben passed away for a number of years, and we'd like to bring that back to full staff at that point.
But Tiger, in that time we added Irwin and stuff, so we added stuff.
That's correct. We've added a lot to the list. Yes, yeah. Let's put it that way. This just gives you an overview of where we are in this bold line. This bold red line is actually the budget for the highway department reflected on inflation. So it basically tells you exactly what inflation has done over the years. So you see that almost every single department has been below the inflation line since 2017, 2015. Highway department is actually trending a little bit below it. So it's a little slow today. I don't know why.
It was tough logging in this morning too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all, do we have Amen? Yeah, why don't we have somebody from systems here? Because
yeah. So if we move on to the first department, we can move on to administration. So what we have for administration is a total change of only $2,673 or 0.76%. There was only a change whereby we reduced outside contractors by $10,000. That was reflective of our actual spend from 22 through 24. And then we added in a line for professional services at $11,000, and that is to take up our weather sentry. Normally we had spread that across the departments. That's our weather service that we utilize. It saves us more than $11,000 on one storm, to be honest with you, as far as calling everyone in and out. But we had it spread across the departments, and it was determined that it should be better served sitting in one department inside administration under professional services. So overall with that, it was kind of a disconnect between the two. So again, a 0.76% increase overall for the year.
so is it, I just have a question because I typically like to spread out and allocate costs to the departments that use the services. So what was the rationale?
It came from the finance department. The rationale was not everyone had a professional services line inside their budget to try to then work through, and this is considered a professional services, to bring it into one aspect. We did this with our HAZCOM compliance as well. Put that all into buildings instead of having it spread over. It was spread over the highway in the parks and across the board.
Are you asking for the percentage breakdown or?
I like, because it's specifically used by DPW and, so it's used by highway and parks.
Highway, parks, emergency services,
Yeah, and
And-
emergency services, which is a
Correct.
different budget.
different
which
budget,
is a
right?
Totally different budget. And so
Does
it's,
police use it?
They only call us for access. We tell them what's going on as far as weather, but they don't actually log on.
Is this the one we talked about?
it's not huge. It's just more of a, like a philosophy on budgeting. It's more of a philosophy on budgeting on, those who use the service should be, just like utilities, we don't have buildings take all utilities, we allocate utilities and phones. So IT doesn't take all of phones.
Mhm.
They allocate their phone expense
Right.
across all the different budget lines. So
Makes sense.
it's not about the dollars, it's about a philosophy of budgeting.
Yeah.
And so, I would prefer to see something that's utilized by multi-departments allocated to the departments that are utilizing the service. Because, so anyway, we can talk about that after today, because it's, but let's just, I would prefer that.
We actually had this at a recent meeting. Is this, we asked about Board of Ed using the same service and they're using a separate.
They have their own
separate
service
Yeah.
that they utilize that, they're comfortable with. We've been utilizing ours for a long time. We're very comfortable with what the data they've been providing.
Yeah.
And, so JFK, Shea, Logan, City Field, they all use this service. So the guys that need to be able to open and at times, so we're very comfortable with it. We don't really want to change. And they haven't really changed their, how much it's been costing us over the years, and a percentage increase.
It's definitely a necessary service.
yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
appreciate every storm I get, Lou and, and Ryan send out updates on what's happening, and I appreciate it because it's important for our residents to understand. So it's a necessary service. So I'm not disputing the cost or the
No, I got you.
necessity. I am definitely not doing that.
No, it's just as to where it's charged.
Right,
Which
exactly.
is which we can take a look at. Any other questions on admin?
Just think if you move it around, your admin budget will go down.
I know.
It will, but everybody else
Also-
goes up. So
Well, it's a consistency too. I like to see consistency across.
it's
Yeah.
So the next week I have engineering up. Usually I go admin to engineering and then go to the bigger departments. This is the overall change is 103,170 or 25.73%. But again, this is adding a staff member, an engineering tech at $100,000. Without that add, the percent change is 0.79% or $3,000 overall.
Hey, Tiger, can you just, so people know, what does an engineering tech do?
So he's going to be our boots on the ground as far as out in the field. We're seeing a lot of construction sometimes that is either in the right of way or that is not necessarily, up to speed for what we want. So we need eyes outside. And then when we have a resident call with a complaint, we can send someone out, take a look versus bringing my time out or Joe's time or Maria's time, which is a little bit more valuable to then go out and see something. So they can go out, take a look, see what's going on.
This is our construction.
This is our construction or also construction from residential, because we're seeing the residents starting to try to build inside our right of way. So we're actually having to then stop them from building inside our right of way. It's much easier to stop them first before they put something in the ground versus trying to get them to take it out after. So it's both. It'll be both town projects and projects that are occurring in the town itself.
Is this somebody you'll be able to find? Is this
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of offers out there for people, and there's a lot of towns that are searching, but no one said that they're having problems finding. Everyone's the state is there's a lot of retirements at the state level, so the state's been hiring a lot, but haven't heard that they're having trouble filling. Any other questions on engineering? Yeah. The next would be highway department, or I'm sorry, buildings. Town buildings itself is up 11.24%, $150,000. what we're seeing is an increase in our outside contractors of $30,000, our cleaning for $60,000, and our service contracts for $49,000. This does include the town hall annex and then includes monies for the new the new PD. Taking into account the police department, we mirrored the police department size off of the town hall, so the dollars. And what it also shows is we're already bid for these numbers, so we know what these numbers are going forward. So we already rebid for our cleaning, we rebid for our service contracts and our outside contractors already. So these are numbers that we put out since the bid itself, the contract was completed, it will be completed by the end of this year. We already went out to bid knowing what we would want for next year. So these are harder numbers. These aren't soft numbers. These are actual numbers that were bid and received.
So just with the police department,
Sure.
so the police, they're bringing on a full-time person to take care of the new building, right?
Yes,
That's in their
take care of that.
budget, and this is
That's in their budget. That's correct.
for this,
But the
I'm sorry,
the cleaning itself, he doesn't clean the building. He might clean certain aspects of the building if there was a problem, say. But the overall cleaning of the building, that comes out of our overall services. And then,
It's that allocation question.
Yeah.
so and then service contracts, same thing. And then the overall, the outside contractor, same thing. We don't anticipate much happening at the police department from outside contractors as far as going in to make any repairs. Should be
Let's
perfect.
hope not.
And plus it'll be under warranty for the first time, but the remaining portions of our buildings are all just 1 more year older. So while we get a brand new one this year, everybody else is 1 year older. So
So in the town buildings, in terms of taking care of the actual buildings, the police department is the only building that has its own dedicated person. Otherwise, it's,
well, Waveney has an individual as well, but that's more to help out with events and setting up and things like that. Yeah. So they do have someone there, but he's spread a little bit thinner because he's got Waveney and Lapham, and he's got a lot of events to set up for and take down on a daily basis. There isn't much else in a change wise overall. Those were the 3 largest changes. And then the rest were on our utility side. We're just looking at an adjustment going back to what our actual spend was and then adding 10%. Because we're looking at a very large increase from what our consultant is telling us across the board for electricity. So we're looking at a 10 to 11% increase. So what we did for every department went back to their actual spend and then added 10% to that, to then kind of correct the budget or the budgets as they stood and then move forward from there. But we'll see exactly what the numbers are as the rates become available.
yeah, because there's a big consideration in the state of what they do with rates.
Right. So right now they're saying it's 10 to 11%. So that's what we're putting in is 10%. We tried to correct back to what the prior usage based upon number of years, 3 years. We look at a 5-year average, take out the low, take out the high, take the 3 average, and then build from there.
I don't know, when are they, do you know when they're going to be, Bill, do you know when they're going to be making the decision on rates for the year, Pura? Do you know when Pura is going to be making the determination? Okay. Okay.
Right.
Every argument's off there, so.
Yeah, no, that's true.
They have to talk about it because part of that, the surcharge, a big
Yeah.
chunk of that was supposed to be amortized over 10 months, which would bring you to like May. So hopefully we'll get a little more insight before then.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, sorry. Anything else on town buildings or? The next would be the highway department. So the highway department overall is at a negative 1.12% or a minus $43,000 year over year. What we did was in our outside contractors line, we took off $32,000. That is if it snows in the winter and we want to remove snow from the downtown area. It costs us about $27,000 to $30,000 to go and do that. Be sometime between Thanksgiving and New Year's to try to open up the downtown for businesses. But considering that that's an emergency, it was determined that if that happens, we'll come to Deanna, ask her to be able to clean this and then come back and ask for the monies. But instead of carrying it in our budget and not spending it, and then just taxing to not spend on something that might happen.
Right.
We would rather budget for the things that we, in essence, know will happen. So-
And that's consistent how we budget for storms, like in
Right, if we-
general,
yeah.
just general storms. I think Board of Finance and Town Council years ago said, don't budget for storms, come to us. And
Correct. They've always asked if we're looking at, if we're trending high on our overtime usage, or other materials, say our salt and liquid, to give them an analysis in January to determine what we would need to come back to June, say to finish the year. So that's been historically what we've done. We haven't budgeted that line at all. It's been pretty tight. And only if we have a bad year do we come back. I do have to say that this past storm was expensive. So-
and why was that? Because I mean, there wasn't a
Because
lot of volume. It
Wasn't a lot of volume, but it was timing. So it comes down to timing and duration. So it was Sunday into Monday. So it was a double time into a holiday. So
So
that's,
since you've opened the door now, Tiger, how are we doing on our, and Lowe's here, I see Lou and Jimmy here, how are we doing on our,
right now we're trending okay, but we're a little thin. That was a $90,000 storm. So to tell you exactly where we are.
what's an
And
average storm? I don't even have any idea what to compare that to.
that's just it. Every storm varies. That's the problem is you can't
You have
really.
to have an average for like your normal budgeting.
Coming to us,
You
remember?
look at, no, I'm sorry, so we're at $217,000 overall for storm fighting for this year. So a couple of call outs were only in the, say, the $10,000 to $20,000 range, $15,000. And then this past storm was $90,000. So you look at right now we're at 8.5 inches of snow. We've had 11 call outs. We average 19 to 20 call outs a year. We average 19 or 20 inches of snow. So we're low on the snow, right on the average of our timing as far as our call outs, except for the fact that it happened to fall on a Sunday and a Monday. The rest of it, they call it.
Too much of that,
A
yeah.
holiday Monday.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's really right. So when you ask the average, it's very difficult because there's so many parameters. It was 3.5 inches, but it was a long duration, 3.5 inches. It took a long time to set up, and then it got really cold, which then affected us on the cleanup side. Cost us a couple of extra hours on the cleanup side because we had some areas that just wouldn't release. The snow in the pack wouldn't release from the road itself. So it cost us a couple of extra hours, 3 hours or so on Monday, where we normally are done first end of flake. We're done by about 8 hours. After that, we were into the 10, 11 hour range to try to clean it up. It just so happens the conditions were what they were.
We're okay on supply. I mean, that was mostly overtime.
Yes, we're
whatever.
okay on usage of salt and liquid. It's just the manpower timing, which is the problem. But then as far as the rest goes, what we also did was we made an adjustment in our road maintenance line to spread the money across what was considered by the finance department better accounts to place the monies in and spend the monies out of. So instead of having it be where we would say buy a shovel out of the road maintenance, we would buy it out of equipment and hand tools. So we had to move monies around a little bit for next year. So we put $40,000 into our supplies, auto and truck, and $34,454 into our general supplies lines, and reduced the road maintenance by $74,454. So it was a net zero, but it will better allocate where our spending should be, or where the lines should be used. And we're going through that process right now this year to iron out all the kinks so that next year when we come forward, we shouldn't have a problem moving forward. And then the only other thing we reduced was $10,000 in stone and gravel. That's based upon prior years' usages. Our averages were, say, up to around $20,000 a year. We had $30,000 in the account, so we dropped it by $10,000. So that's why you see the overall negative 43 grand for the year, or minus 1.12%. Anything else? So the next one is the transfer station. Transfer station itself is at negative 1.21%. we are at minus $23,000. Again, based upon usage and past expenditures for the past couple of years, we are able to reduce our recycling by about $25,000. We reduced our outside contractors by $4,000, and our repairs, machinery, and equipment by $5,000, and repairs mobile equipment by about $1,000, and our groundwater monitoring by $5,000. The groundwater monitoring for the landfill been reduced scope as far as the number of times that we have to monitor, since we're 20 years out from the capping. So we're seeing that we had budgeted $20,000. We're actually in the spend that's around anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 on average. So we were able to drop that by $5,000. So it gave us our overall net of minus $23,000 for the year.
Can we attribute any of that to the swap shop?
No, because that comes into bulky waste and debris. So no, we haven't seen that.
I'm waiting for that. Dollar.
It's
It's a great esprit de corps.
Okay.
It's a very difficult thing to quantify too, because
I know.
Spring cleaning for people, there are other things going on there. And then the fluctuation in garbage. Right now, we've got some haulers that aren't coming to the transfer station, but they might likely come back. We're seeing a consolidation of some of the haulers. So some of the haulers are getting older, so they're selling their businesses off to others. So we're seeing a consolidation in the number of haulers we have.
When you say though, this decrease in recycling, that just means that
It's the volume
the
itself.
volume, yeah.
Yeah, what we were seeing as far as the volume goes, coming to, but again, that's what we have right now is we have one of our haulers is not coming to the transfer station. So he's going elsewhere because it's cheaper for him to go elsewhere, not because of what we're charging, but based upon just hauling as far as where he is, where he's situated, and where he's bringing his material. But that might change. He might turn around and get more clients down in this area and then decide that it's better served to, I have to dump a load here and then go elsewhere. So
You're not required to dump in the community where you receive your,
we require it, but others do not.
okay.
So
well.
that's right. So we're, if it originates in New Canaan, it stays in New Canaan. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So
How do you know?
we check with the haulers, periodically. And
Stuff like that.
then, and you can take a look at their load and see exactly what's happening. We do that periodically throughout the year to see exactly what's winding up on our floor and what address it has. Be surprised what you can see in garbage.
Yeah.
That is not.
Any other questions?
With that, let's move on.
We're done.
That one would go on that one. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry. The next would be the Nature Center. So the Nature Center is at a minus 14% or minus $11,000. What we did here again is the exact same thing. It's all the utility lines. So we adjusted the utility lines back to what we had seen as their consistent spend, and then added 10% on top of that. So
Oh, we're still down.
that reflected a
The solar
change.
taken,
Excuse me?
is that the solar helping their utility go down? I mean, that's
We have one building with solar, so
Right.
it is helping, but
that's the animal building, right?
yes, but overall they're they've got 17 buildings, so you can't say it's one versus the other.
So did their use go down, or did you just reallocate?
We're just I think we were a little bit high, to be honest, in our estimate as far as where the budgeting would go, as far as what the rates would be. So I think that's just compounded over time. So it was good for us to reset and come back. Follow that?
Not really.
If year over year, if I say it was going to go 3% up, and I just go year over year, and I say, well, the budget was 25,000, I had 3% to that 25,000, but I really was only spending 21. Now all of a sudden I got 3% on 25, and I'm starting to get a little fat across the board. So to then go back and take a
Reset.
look, just a reset. Yeah. So
That's a function of looking at your new budget off of your actuals versus going budget to budget
Right.
and sort of doing zero-based budgeting,
last year, each year we try to save. The utility lines are a little bit tougher because if we don't have the money, it's a guess. So those we try not to change too much, but when you start seeing it over time for a number of years, then you say, oh, we need to make an adjustment. So that's what we did this year. The next would be town utilities. It's the percentage change is 3.22% to the increase. This is for our hydrant service and our streetlights and for our sewer use fees. Basically, what we did was we added 5% to the streetlights and we added 3% to the hydrant service. That's pretty much a standard that we've incorporated each year, and it seems to hold us true.
So the streetlights, they're electric, right?
Lights are electric.
All the other electric, you're bumping up by 10%.
Right. Well, these are what this is we lease the lights and they have a different rate associated with the electricity for that comes from Eversource than versus what we are charged, right? There's no real surcharges, no fluctuation in the fact of, say you turn on your washing machine and you've got a little bit of a surge and then they charge you at that surge. For streetlights, they have a different rate. So they set that rate and they set the lease for us. We have a little over 400 lights in town, 408, and they set the lease for us and go from there. So we think that overall a 5% increase has been pretty consistent for what they've been asking.
And the hydrant service, just because it's sort of timely,
Yes.
sort of, can you kind of go through how often they're serviced? What's just,
Fantastic
saying.
question. Yeah, no,
Just
it's,
saying.
yeah. So unfortunately, the Aquarian's service department for hydrants is much reduced. They used to have 5 men working. They have 1 man working for their entire network. So they only service the hydrants when they need to. They'll come through and basically flush them once every 3 years. Used to be annually. They look for our fire department to help and flush each one.
That's what I was gonna say. Most of the hydrant work I've ever seen, I've never seen Aquarian. I've always seen our guys
Yeah.
out there doing the work.
Well, yeah, and only they'll come and look, but they only get through the entire network once every 3 years, maybe more, by their own admission. What we're paying for in this is the actual.
The same amount for less service. Or more every year, we're paying more. We're paying 3% more and we're getting less service.
But the problem that we have is that what this is basically is repaying them for the pipes that they have in the ground and the hydrants themselves. So we pay a certain fee for the hydrant and then we pay a certain per inch foot fee for all the mains that they have. So all the work that they're doing here to increase a main from 6 inches to 8 inches, that helps our fire flow, that helps our fire system, but then we pay for that per inch foot increase for the piping. The only backside is that they pay us taxes on the pipe that they have in the ground. So it goes both ways. So that we're being charged a fee and then we're charging them a fee back.
So, does our fire department flush out the hydrants annually?
That would be a question for the fire department, but yes. I
Albie
think
did
so,
say
yes.
he did in his presentation somewhere.
So we're good.
It was once a year.
Point between the fire department and Aquarian, and the fact that Aquarian, we're paying for the service, to Deanna's point, and we're getting less service. And we have some hydrants that won't flush, meaning that the water won't come out of the column. So therefore we're worried about freezing. So we had a series of hydrants that froze, which is not good for fire service. And we're right now in discussions with Aquarian as to on those hydrants that are in essence failing, that are not releasing water, what's their fix to come back in and make sure that they are. So that's a sticking point right now with the fire department, because you can imagine they go out there and they turn the nozzle and it's frozen. It's a bad day for the fire department.
Yep.
So exactly. Any other questions on utilities? The next is tree service. Again, he's flat for the year. A year ago, we increased to come up so we could do approximately 12 bids a year. And we pretty much hit our number last year with the tree warden itself as far as expenditure. And we spent 536,000 out of the 539,000, so it was very tight. But we'll see exactly how another year goes, and then see whether or not an increase is needed. But
Is it enough? I mean, are we in a beautiful way have a lot of trees, but we have a lot of trees that are dying too from disease. I mean, Judy and I always used to ask this at the Board of Finance.
Right.
Do we have enough? on the tree
Bob
service.
didn't, when I met with Bob, he didn't say he needed more. He didn't see that there was a problem. We have different trees now that are starting to fail. We had an ash problem for a while. Now we got some beeches that are starting to fail, things of that nature, but he didn't say that, that he was stressed.
Okay.
Let's put it that way. So that's why we kept it flat. And like I said, we were perfect last year at 536. So by keeping it at the 539 level.
That's also one of those areas where if we did get a blight or something, you could always come back and
Yeah.
special appropriation or something.
Yeah, and it would have to happen fast, right?
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
it's like a tree doesn't die overnight,
Yeah.
right? So
Or else, to Steve's point, if it came down where we had a storm and, it knocked everything down, that's a whole different story at that point in time to then come back and say, okay, we're in an
Right.
emergency situation.
this
We
is
need to
just the maintenance of,
This is, this is as he's out touring and as he's receiving residential complaints, this is what he's able, this is the volume that he's keeping, and the volume matches the expenditure. So
Okay.
we're okay at present.
yeah, I mean, I'm not looking to spend what we don't. I just want to make sure we have nothing.
Well, you also added $25,000 for tree planting in our budget as well. So that's helping relieve a little bit. So in essence, if you really look at it for the past 2 years, this year, again, we have 25,000 for tree planting, excuse me. So the budget has increased for trees overall by 25,000. The next is the wastewater plant. It's up 1% overall for the sewer itself, or $16,000. We have a couple of drivers there. The outside sludge hauling contract, we're in year 4 of our 5-year contract. Right. So we'll be looking to go out to bid next year and reset that. And every year that contract has a CPI built into it. So that's the increase that you see. And then we're seeing an increase in our chemicals, the cost for our chemicals, to make sure that we continue to meet permit. Our permit will expire January of 26. So we're starting to look through our processes right now with AECom and go through this entire year, tweaking our systems to then get ready for our next permit coming, what'll be due in January 26 or a year from today.
How long
Year
is
from
that
now.
permit good for?
5 years. Yeah.
Okay, wait. So because I'm looking at your numbers and then I'm looking at the budget book and I'm trying to reconcile the expenditures. So page 25, hold on just 1 second, because I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
I might be off.
No,
If I
oh
said
yeah, there
that.
was a change. Okay. This one, no, it's fine.
It
Okay,
matches-
it's good.
matches.
It's good. Never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong line. Okay. Great. Okay.
All right, any questions on?
You know, what, can you just go
Sure.
back one? Why is the tree planting, the 25,000 not in the tree warden's budget?
It's in the capital side.
Okay, that answers the question.
That way we, if we had a larger project to do, we would not lose the money on an operating side. It stays on the capital, it can carry for a year, gives us a little bit more flexibility on the two.
How many trees do you get for
I know, I was
25,000?
gonna say, I'm like.
Okay.
To,
'Cause you guys plant 'em, right?
25,000 for $1,000 item.
I'm sorry.
It's an annual expense for trees. And why are we capitalizing trees? Yes,
I think they should.
it's it's $1,000 item. I don't,
Well, yeah, but
I don't know.
no,
that-
but we don't bond for, we don't.
It's not,
bond.
it's just tax supported capital.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Even
right.
though trees last longer than 30 years, hopefully.
Yeah.
Street trees.
Talk
a
to me
little bit
about
different.
my,
yeah, but we only
my
ever bond to 20.
sugar maple. Yeah. All right.
All right, so capital wise, we're down overall year over year. We never included the PD. We don't include larger buildings, for about $4.6 million from last year ask, or last year's received to this year's ask, or 19%. We can kind of walk you through each one. We'll start with the administration. We have our pavement management program at 3.5 million. Last year, we showed that our numbers now are a little bit different. So over the 5 years, I average what we would need for the 5 years, and it's about 3.5 million. We've got a couple of years, say at 2.5 to 3 million, a couple of years at 4.5 million, depending upon how every road is falling in their age. And then seeing exactly how the materials will go. This past year, on a material standpoint, just from asphalt alone, went up by $20 a ton. So we were at 110, and then we were at 130. So, and then some projects, depending upon their size, for parking lots and things like that, we're up at around $160 a ton. So we saw a very big
Why is it
change.
different asphalt?
It's not a different asphalt. It comes down to production. To try to do a parking lot with the fact of how long it takes to back the paver into the stalls and things like that, comes down to time. So the time is money at that point. Has nothing to do with the material at that point. Just the haul and lay cost went up, was there. So, and that was a change from last year. We don't know what'll happen this coming year. We'll have to see, when the plants open again in April. But we're anticipating about $3.5 million in expenditures for that. We have standard parking lot improvements at 300,000. Our sidewalk improvements we brought down from 750 to 500. This will take care of the second phase of behind the Y. I'll say behind the Y, but that would be Butler Lane, Danvers, Whiffletree. We're looking to do Putnam this spring. So we'll do Putnam Road this spring with the monies that we have in this year's budget, and then the second phase in the next year after that. Then we have $250,000 for our bridges that are under 20 feet. We're going out to take another look at next set of bridges. We're hoping that we just come in with small minor repairs. The last time we went out was the Lakeview Avenue culvert. So the Lakeview Avenue culvert was a complete
Big.
$2 million. Yeah, that's going to be out to bid in hopefully in April, and we'll be looking to put a shovel in the ground in June, July.
I'm trying to get some help on that one.
We're looking, yeah. So that the consultant is looking where there's a bridge program of 50-50, state bridge program of 50-50. So we'll see if we qualify. And then we have various other
Maybe some of the FEMA money too.
maybe some of the FEMA money. That's correct. Thank you. Given the fact that it was damaged, and then they might be able to help us as well as storm hardening, so that they don't have to come back and help us again. So yes. And then we have just the series of other small items that we have: drainage improvements, intersection improvements for engineering. That's our second phase. We have several intersections in town that are their service level is low or lower, and we'd like to see if we can elevate them. The majority of them happen to be on state roads, but we'll at that point in time, the engineering effort will include discussions with the state to see if we can add a turning lane, things of that nature, add a left turn arrow, things like that to try to help the flow. We had a nice meeting with the DOT about the Main and Cherry intersection a couple of weeks ago. They're out there analyzing it right now, and in about a month, they're going to come back and tell us exactly what their determination is for that, specifically on Cherry turning left onto Main, which seems to be the biggest problem that we have.
Known as the slowest traffic light in town.
Yes, it's a very difficult one, and they acknowledge the fact that it is, the service level is low. It's the right of way is a little constrained because we only have a certain amount of width in that area, but they are looking at it, and the good thing was that they were in agreement with us. Now they're just trying to see exactly how we can satisfy it or fix it.
That's out of Main Street, had the pinch point, then we took some of the parking away, and it's still narrower than the Cherry Street side, right? In terms of the width of the road, doesn't that narrow up a little bit, or is that teed exactly the same?
It's pretty close. Yeah.
Once we took the parking away as you drive up to the intersection, there was a couple spaces there years ago, and you took that away, and then.
Right. They're also looking at on the Cherry Street side, they'd like us to remove some parking spaces. We said no.
Yeah.
As you come around the corner past, let's say Club Sandwich, and you come around that, there's a series of parking spaces there. And they said that would help open up the queue length. We're not in favor of doing that. We're trying
Very
to.
busy parking area when there's.
Well, yeah, taking away any park.
Yeah, I know.
That was.
Told them, I said I sweat with one. One is too many. So they understood that. They're looking at what can happen without removing any of the parking. So that was a good meeting. I don't know if you have any questions on any of the,
The sidewalks in behind the Y, that's not just the cuts into the road, but that's
the entire sidewalk. So the curb ramps have already been done.
Yeah.
Because they had to be done back when we resurfaced the road a number of years ago, but the sidewalk.
Where it's
like,
still asphalt.
it's
Will they
still
be
asphalt.
will they be concrete there? or
They'll
is
be
that-
concrete,
yeah.
5 feet wide.
The other question is we just talked about the South Avenue corridor with all the streets coming in. Is that those little ramps in this number too for next year, or is that is that a separate
The
project?
$200,000 for that, that's in this summer. I'm trying to get that done so that when South Avenue is closed for the aquarium work,
Yeah.
we can work inside there and get that work done as well. So there's, reduce hassle for the residents, and I get it done during the summer while the kids aren't walking. So we don't have to worry about any traffic during that time.
Yeah.
So it'd be a little bit of coordination between the two, but we're hoping to get that done at the exact same time. And they need the road. They don't need the sidewalk. We just need the sidewalk, and once we come into the traffic pattern, we should be fine.
So I've got a couple notes this morning about the stakes that are in the middle of the sidewalk and the
Great.
road that just appeared. They're
Trees.
like, no, they're like those are the trees coming, or
Yeah, so they've got
the
a little
orange caps.
They
on
got an
them?
orange cap on them. Yeah. So that's the South Avenue Relief Project. They'll be going out again today at 10 o'clock. A little cold, and try to see if we can drive a stake into the ground
Yeah,
today.
good luck with that.
It'll be a little tough, but
Metal stake, not
right,
a wood
right.
stake.
exactly.
I heard it was going to be like another gas line or something coming down.
Oh.
No, it's literally that's the location of the trees. We put an orange cap on it. So God forbid somebody tripped and fell, they didn't impale themselves. So it's a rebar cap actually for construction. So we put that on it, but also helps delineate it a little bit more so people can see it. But yeah, those are the trees right now that they've staked so far. We've got today and then possibly one more day of staking, and then we'll get the state out to take a look. And then at that
Good
point,
news is there's a lot of stakes, so that means there's a lot of trees.
it's about it's approximately 150 trees. Yeah, so it's a very big project. So at that point in time, once it gets approved through the state level, we'll get Bob to go out to bid for the trees. Then we'll come back at that point for an allocation of monies, because that was an ARPA funded project. So we'll have to come back and ask
That's
for
going to look beautiful.
Amazing. And they have it like designed with different trees in different places. And Tiger, you have to, I think you said the other day, you have to actually chat with every resident, right? Or contact every resident.
Yeah, part of the permit requirement from the state, the encroachment permit, was that we speak to each resident in front of about what's happening in front of their house. Maria and I review the sight line, and then I have to talk to every resident. So we'll be knocking on doors or sending a letter to
I
everyone.
was gonna say, will you send?
Send a letter and then
send a
say,
letter and maybe
go
with a
from there.
phone Call and.
Yeah.
Maybe tick off who's.
Just throwing that out there. Maybe we can give the resident the option to chip in and get a bigger tree.
But
If they
then
want
that'll
to.
mess with the plan. Okay, like as somebody who's a big aesthetic person, if you got somebody wants like a monster tree and then let them.
There can be
just
degrees.
Let,
okay?
let them pick, let them design the trees. And so.
Just think about it. You know?
So tell you, one of the next questions I was going to ask you was, just a quick history on the pavement management program in terms of the dollars we put in. I literally go up to the next slide and there it is, the answer to the question from 2003 to 2025.
Right. So this tells you exactly what we spent over the past 20 some odd years. And we were able to stay at the 2 to 2.5 marker for a long period of time. It's just, we just couldn't anymore. So,
well, we started doing that years ago because every year it would be up and down, and then we kicked it down the road. We took it out of the budget, and finally we got to the point where we said we're committed to this, and the results are there. I mean, the roads in town have been amazing. So, and I think the residents, we did that survey years ago where the residents ranked education #1 and roads #2, and I'll never forget thinking like, wow, people really value good roads. So it's a big deal.
And how do we, when we bond for the pavement, how do we amortize? If we're going to do $3 million bond, I mean, are we doing it 20 years? Or are we doing it 10 or something like 10? So that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, good. All right.
to give you where we are for our PCI right now is just under a 90. We're at an 89 and 89.14. But so you can see, and we're going to hover there pretty much throughout. So, and what happens, just if your average is, if our average is around an 89, means our lowest gets to around about a 78. And the phone starts ringing right around a 78 to a 75. That's when the resident starts calling saying, when are you paving my road? Right at that number, right past the 80, a year past the 80 is when they start calling. So if we can stay in that good range the entire time, then the driver satisfaction will be exactly where we want it to be.
But by definition, everybody's road at some point is going to be their road. They needs to be paved, you know. And
Cycle, that's correct. So,
So-
I've been on a private road for 21 years and we have had to do it twice. And then every year there's some kind of patching. So that seems
it costs money.
10 years. There's your 10-year amortization,
Yeah.
you know?
Yes.
so, any other questions on anything you see?
Nope.
Or we can move to, move to,
Well, we're asked this year.
Yeah.
we'll move to, town buildings. So town buildings, is at, 6,415,500. It is up from last year, but we're looking at a couple of larger, expenditures this year. Predominantly the, Waveney House exterior improvements. That's, working with Hoffman and, Architectural Preservation Studios. They had a very good meeting. We had a very good meeting a week or so ago, and reviewed the plan set and then reviewed our steps forward. And they're going to be finalizing the plan set and then go out to bid very shortly. But this basically takes into account the items of their concern. You know, they had several, 3 separate sets, so this takes into their items. And then we have in there as well, we have $1.3 million for the Irwin House roof and other improvements as well. So, and then Lapham, the exterior improvements that Hoffman had looked at 685,000, same exact thing, looking at what was suggested, what was recommended, and then moving forward from there.
But Terry, I want to back you up on this. So we've talked about the Waveney House exterior and that we need to kind of address it. And we talked about doing some of it this year. So is that including what we talked about doing this year? And because we talked about, it's, we don't have a lot of rain coming
Shoring
down.
up the water.
Yeah, but it talked about spending some significant amount of money this year.
What
Are
we're
we spending any this year?
what we're looking to do is this request, we're looking to come in April to the boards for these monies here, this 2.45,
Mhm.
and expend it then. So our goal is to have in the April timeframe, go to the Board of Selectmen, then the Board of Finance and the Town Council, and ask for the bonding for this. Be a little out of cycle, but everyone will have seen it in the budget, and then we'll just ask for it to be, instead of the May-June timeframe, ask for it in the April timeframe, and we can get the contractor rolling in May.
Okay.
So the thought is that
Because they can't do a lot of this work right now. It's
No, I
too
understand. I
cold,
just want to
so,
make sure we're not
Yeah.
pushing it all back to
our
July.
our goal was to be out to bid in March with this timeframe slated inside the bid document, stating that we'll be ready monetarily and contractually by May 8th, I think it is, which is the next Board of Selectmen meeting, post having the monies available. So we'll have the bid, we'll know what the bid is, we'll ask for the monies, get the monies in April, and then first meeting in May for the selectmen would be that time, and then the contractor would roll from there.
Okay.
So that's going to be spelled out in the contract documents, and then so the contractor understands it. We want to hit the ground running in May, and we'll be ready to hit the ground running.
So as you're presenting this to the Board of Finance, because they've got their February board, that you'll just make that clear.
Exactly. When we go in for budget to the Board of Finance and then the council, and then even through the liaison structure, we'll tell them so that they're aware, so that, to be prepared that this will be coming earlier, be an earlier ask than the June, July,
Good.
or May, June.
So the 2.45 million estimate, it'd be good, I think, as you bring it to the next, as you go through, maybe break out like 6 of, this is what we're
Yeah.
going to tackle. Like just let people know, hey, it's going to be the coping or whatever exactly we're doing.
Yeah, I can give a secondary breakdown, but it basically comes off the report.
Right.
And I believe we've gone to each of the
Yeah.
departments, right?
Th-
So
Those summary sheets that we got from Hoffman.
Hoffman,
Yeah,
They're
that was
helpful.
perfect.
They're very helpful,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
well,
could maybe attach.
we could,
those.
yeah, attach it, I'll disseminate it to them. That's a good idea.
Mhm.
Any,
Yeah, I mean, so there's a big number in here for Irwin House, right? And we had a big discussion about Irwin House and realizing this only does the outside. And then it would cost a lot of money to do the inside. And the question is, what are we using this building for? You know? It's,
Yeah, well, this is the save number, right? The 1.3 saves the building in terms of, because haven't done anything to it. So
Yeah.
by spending this, we're saying to the residents, we're keeping the building. I mean,
and
you
that's
know,
the question,
yeah.
right? Because, and I think you said, it's like, okay, at some point we're at 3 million for fixing a house
Mm.
for undetermined use.
Right.
So, I mean, I just think that's
Well,
that's a tough one.
I think it's a bigger conversation, like you said, because there is a need for space. I mean, I've been approached by multiple, even with like bringing care somewhere else, because they only have 2 people. There's other organizations in this community that cannot find space, and they've approached the real estate group, and they're not for profits that are hugely impactful to this community. And they would pay rent, and they would pay, either they would pay to help offset these costs, or and then also pay rent. But then you look at the question of, is that space? I do believe we may need additional
like swing
space, but do we create swing space in the same spot that is actually more use appropriate than converting a house at a very high cost?
Yeah, with
to
all the ADA issues
Mhm.
in it, it's
Right,
old, it's,
right,
everything's
everything's
old.
right.
I mean, and right now, it's really,
And we
it's a
can't
heck of
really
a lot
get
of space for
this-
nothing,
Yeah,
nobody
well,
else.
and the second floor is unusable because we don't have an elevator in there, and so
Whenever we've had something like this in the past, when you get, you don't want to get into a deep debate about it during budget season, but
Right.
this is a placeholder.
Some point
Obviously,
you
there's a
have to.
lot of work ahead. Everybody's going to vote on this thing going
Right.
forward.
But
so.
in the last budget, we had 120, 150.
150,
Have we spent any of that money?
spent some.
Okay,
No.
so, but so all of a sudden, the thing is, if you keep putting it in the budget,
Yeah.
then you're like, oh, we're gonna spend it, but then you're not making a conscious decision, and that's, at some point, you gotta make the decision. And budget time is kind of sort of the time to do that.
Sure.
And it just seems to me, I'm really happy that we've got a plan on Waveney, because I don't think we ever see Waveney not being part of
Mhm.
the infrastructure of the
Mhm.
town. And that Irwin was kind of one of those goofy things. We bought the park, it was supposed to be torn down, so you have a building, so you kind of sort of use it, but you kind of sort of don't. And
Well, when you consider how much it would cost to flat out build a building of that type in this town, I mean, it's not unusual to think $3 million is, you'd
but
be
then you're going to
spending
get a
that kind of-
building that's built for town purposes,
Yeah.
not a repurposed house. We all know what a struggle it is. I mean, Waveney is a good example of that, right?
Mhm.
We kind of use it, but the ADA issues, it's just hard.
Mhm.
It's just hard. And so, look what we spent on the barn, just to keep the frame of the barn up. And I love the look of it, I'm not saying, but it's like, at some point, you got to decide. And we always say we need more space. And I'm going to quote people who say, if you have a closet, you'll fill it up.
Yeah,
And if anything, in COVID, we
Never said that
realized
to
you
you.
could function without a lot of space. It is true though, man. It's true.
It's true. It's true.
It's true, but,
Yeah.
we have I don't know where we're gonna do a CERT, but we have a lot of space at the police department. Can
Yeah.
they use some of that space? Beautiful space, beautiful space. And I know, I think I'm in a minority in this, but like Waveney, which is like the town's building, we have, a big chunk of that we don't use, or we set it aside. Just, we have a huge room that's for the grooms, huge room for the bride. It's not used a lot. We have a library and a billiards room that we don't use, in that space. I know it's not, it's a house, so it's tricky, but, to me, 1.3 on this, And then the interior kind of came up with probably another 1.3. And then you have to make it ADA accessible, and who's going in there?
Well, I mean, I know Staying Put is looking for space.
Yeah, I mean, but
And
that's
they have very specific needs. They can't, it has to be
level and stuff. Yep.
level. There has to be parking that's
Flat.
immediately
Mhm.
adjacent. They need conference space. Like, I mean, I'm sure all of us have spoken to that organization, and they bring lots of, so they have, different
Mhm.
groups that they bring in, and, there's 20, 30 people in that room for those little speeches. So, and they have looked for, I never want to be in a position of competing with the commercial real estate market
Exactly.
in this
Yeah.
town. Never want to be there. But they have approached that market and cannot find space.
Yeah.
And that organization impacts a large
Yep,
swath
yep.
of this community. And so what they do is important. And so I just, I know they're continuing to look,
Mm-hmm.
they may have some other ideas, but from what I'm hearing, I'm not sure what the other ideas are ideal for them either.
But I think at some point you have to kind of just do
Right.
a financial analysis. Okay, so
Right.
so if this building we
Right.
put in, let's just use a number. I said
Right.
1.3. Let's say 2.5 million.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
maybe that's low. So 2.5, we amortized it over 20 years. Quickly, what the debt service is on that, and then what do you think the operating
Yeah.
expenses are, and what if there is there a capital contribution to offset some of that? I mean, like a 50,000 capital contribution is not much. It
Yeah.
doesn't do much. But then you say, okay, this is what our debt services on the
Right.
building would be, which I could probably do this in a second. And then
Yeah.
we could bring this much in, and then we're okay subsidizing by this much. I think you just have to make a
No, I
decision,
agree.
you
Part
know?
of me is starting to get, I wasn't there 6 months ago, but I'm starting to get to the point where it may be better to build for use,
Yeah.
like with a contribution from
Well, yeah,
organizations
if you
that
could, if you
wanna-
could get financial commitment
Mhm.
from organization
Mhm.
and or more organizations like Staying Put, if they
Mhm.
came in and said, hey, I'm going to give you X amount of money,
Mhm.
or other
And then their
organizations.
rent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then their rent.
Versus putting a
Yeah.
Where they would, we do
square
the
in a round hole.
exterior and maybe they do the interior kind of
Yeah.
thing, or
Yeah.
whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
It's just renovation is
It's
hard
expensive.
and it's expensive,
I
and
just
you're
look at-
renovating for different use.
But I look at the Irwin property that we bought, as a town, and we bought it a couple decades ago, but much like Waveney, where there's the Waveney house and then there's all the outer buildings, I just think like we've never knocked a building down at Waveney. We bought it and we've kind of maintained it. And I look at Irwin a very
Mhm.
similar way where, we did the barn, and obviously Gore's Pavilion's not going anywhere. So that house to me seems like in the natural to just bite the bullet and do it, but
What, to fix it or knock it
to
down?
fix it, yeah. Because it's all part of an original estate.
Yeah, no, but the house is not. That was not the original house. It's different. Okay, it just wasn't the original house. And that's what we run into in town, because if we compare us with like a Darien,
Yeah.
now, of course, they just built the island, so they got a lot of off buildings. But we basically acquired 3 estates. 3 estates that, when they were built, were kind of freestanding
Mhm.
and did everything. So like, at the nature center, we finally took down the laundry building, right? So, that's why we have so many buildings, because they're all in our parks that were estates. And they.
But I
not-
mean, I think the question would be like, which one, like Waveney, for example, which building would you say we didn't properly use? I mean, we have a paddle lodge, we have carriage barn, and when you look around all the different uses that we've incorporated in there, I don't know that we'd change anything. I don't think we would knock one of those down and now and lose out on who was in there. It's just long-term thinking, I think. More than-
Yeah, but I think the Waveney property is a bit different, because the Irwin house is not the original
Yeah.
house, right? The barn is, right? And, the nature center, that's kind of tricky too, because, it was like, we kind of did take down the laundry room,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
again, the nature center, we've made it work. And people have worked within the structure of the main house and the other house to kind of patch together these nursery schools.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to look at something that would really serve town uses,
So are you
have to
saying,
do
or
it- I
would you,
think you have
are
to
you
do a-
saying knock the house down and then rebuild something that's a whole new building there, or?
well, it's really hard to build in this town if it's not on your own land.
That
so-
would be my suggestion
Yeah.
if we were to knock it down, because I do see a need for space and more than closet space.
Yeah.
More than filling closets.
Well,
There's,
that's the analysis then.
I mean,
It's-
look at
you-
the
you know-
libraries already. They've got all those conference rooms, they've got all,
Yeah.
and they're busy. People can't get those rooms. They're so busy. And so like,
Yeah.
we're showing that there is a need for space in this community.
But the question is, what is the
right.
town's expense? What's the town's obligation
Right.
when a nonprofit develops and is very helpful? I'm not, it's
Mhm.
great, right?
Right.
But what becomes a town obligation versus a nonprofit obligation?
Right.
So if you're doing it, I think you'd have to have a long-term memorandum
Right.
of understanding,
Right.
and you'd have to very clearly say, this is what it's going to cost. This is functionally what we as a town are fundamentally underwriting,
Mhm,
and this is how much
mhm,
they're offsetting the cost.
mhm.
And the analysis could be, this is how much it's gonna cost us to keep this house. And then if you knock it down and build a purpose-built building, this is how much it's gonna cost. And then the town can decide, which way to go.
Yeah.
So.
But we just know renovating is hard. I mean, look what happens in the Playhouse, old building. It's hard to
Listen, you're
do.
not gonna get any argument from me there. That's,
just
we've
hard.
tackled some tough projects. so,
Yeah. So again, it's like at some point we have to make a decision on this.
Right.
I'm uncomfortable, you know,
Do we
fixing
want
the
the
exterior.
Do we want the decision that this is probably the conversation really to have? Because we haven't made a full decision. Do we put this as a specifically noted comment to the Board of Finance? Or do we, I mean, are you guys gonna want to cut it out, or do you want to have the discussion at the town council and the Board of Finance level to, really, the Board of Finance would be,
Is
you know?
is appropriate place. And,
Yeah.
and when being on the Board of Finance,
Yep.
we kept saying, like with
Yep.
Waveney,
Yep.
what's the purpose? What's the purpose? And at some point, the purpose of Waveney is Waveney. That's the purpose. We're just gonna
Yeah.
keep it. And,
Yeah.
and we have tried to use it more.
Yeah.
And I think the same view should be with Irwin. And again, because Irwin morphed, it was supposed to go down. It was supposed to be taken down when we built, which things can change. I don't have a problem with that. But, I was just in it yesterday. It's a 1960s building, and it's not that it just wasn't maintained, but like windows are, all that stuff is different. And so we have CERT using it a little bit. We have a town office or two, and we have CARES. Now, and I think CARES would prefer to be not in, like out in the boonies. They probably, if we could bring them in town more, I think they would prefer that. But what do we rent them for? 600? I mean, and I don't know what the carrying costs are in Irwin and electricity
plus
and all this stuff.
utilities, they have to
Yeah,
pay
They
utilities
do.
too. Yeah.
So, is there a spot that's more appropriate in town for CARES? And I know, and we have the IT in the freestanding building, which in that building needs work too. So, and IT used to be basically at Waveney at the room that is now sitting there just for the grooms.
Yeah, we're looking to bring IT closer. to
'Cause
get
it's
them
useful,
out of
right.
there,
Yeah.
Cause it's far for what they have to do every day.
But again, I don't know what the discussions with, staying put, but I think to make it real, you need a pretty serious rent and a decent contribution to the capital costs.
Well, and
they-
that's the parallel tracks. We're gonna have to approach, and open it up if it's
Yeah.
not staying put at someone else, but
Yeah.
it's, groups like staying put,
Yeah.
if we give them an opportunity to come in and present what they can do, that's really the next step as we go
Yeah,
through this.
it's a real super back of the envelope way to do this is to basically say, okay, if we keep it, or when, pick a number, 2.5 that we put in for inside and out, okay? Amortize it over time, quick spreadsheet, the estimated utilities on it. Obviously no taxes, it's our building, right? So, and then, we need to maybe ask Turner or somebody, like, if you were building a building this big, what's the square footage? And to build a new building would be X, and just do that comparison side by side and see if there's offsetting on it. Because when you amortize over 20 years, it doesn't, we can afford it. It's just whether we should. And I know we're going to have school pressure buildings and all that stuff. So,
Okay.
All right. So we continue
Um,
to reach out.
it's not that I have it out for Irwin. I just want to spend money.
No, I
properly.
agree with you. This one is a tough call.
Yeah.
This one is a very tough call.
So the other items that we have in here, we have $765,000 for the powerhouse reconstruction. That's $200,000 for phase one, $500,000 for phase two, which would be the annex, and $65,000 for the potting shed itself. And then I have to mention that we have two adds to the budget that did not make it in before the initial cut. One was from the educational building for the nature center, since they want to do some work inside there for their classrooms. We have some work that we need to do from an ADA perspective and from a bathroom perspective. So we like to add $150,000 for that. And then for the Waveney ADA upgrades for the elevator itself, given the fact that the contract's been since pre-COVID, and there's been some market
Are these
changes.
numbers in the updated numbers you gave me on the capital budget? Okay,
No,
all right.
these are ads.
Okay.
For 200,000. Those are the only two. Yeah, Josh had told us we would need to bring it here, which is not his fault, it's our fault.
Okay.
So
So
that's
this
why we're
is-
bringing it to the light a day today.
Yeah.
The powerhouse, is this additional money to what we previously committed to the powerhouse?
That's correct.
So, okay, so this is assuming that the town contribution goes from, what was it, 750 all in between? Well, some of it's like the bathrooms.
$750,
So-
yeah.
So that's saying we as a town are gonna put in 1.5 million, and this is for their project that changed from initially a guess of like 1.3 million up to
Right.
3 million.
So yeah, so they had the initial was the lobby expansion at approximately $1 million and change. And those numbers have elevated a little bit. So they were looking at $200,000 allocated for the town for that. Then they were looking, the annex itself was $1 million project, and they were looking for half and half. So 50 from the town, 50 from the town players. They had gone out for a grant, a $500,000
They got
grant,
100.
and they got 100. So our number hasn't changed, but it's still at 500. And then the 65,000 is for the potting shed itself, where we had the structural engineer go in and look, and some of the walls inside are, since we pulled off the sheathing, you could take a look, and we need some additional monies for just the potting shed itself, which is really our responsibility at the time.
Yeah, but again, the newer plan from these guys was adding this educational center at $1 million that was not in there previously, right? So, and this is, I mean, I don't think we really talked about whether we were gonna up our contribution.
Right. We had a presentation, but we
Yeah.
never discussed if we were gonna be.
But this is assuming that we agree with their request. Right, okay,
Right. And
that's
then
their ask.
that's their ask.
That's
That's
their ask.
correct.
And then they'll have to come up with raising the additional 4.
Yes, the delta on the
This
grant.
doesn't take any more than, so this is the added request that they were presenting a few months ago to the
Mhm.
board. And it assumes that between the grant and their fundraising, they get their 5 that they were gonna, I have to go back.
No,
and
it
look
was
at that
more.
crazy-
It was, they needed.
Well, there was more than that too, but
You're
yes.
correct.
There was an additional contribution by the town, additional
Yeah.
contribution by them. I gotta go back to look at that
Yeah,
presentation.
me too, but they have to raise a lot more.
Yeah, there was a lot. of-
Yeah.
there was a
And I
big
don't
raise.
think there's a lead donor there. Like often
No.
with these projects, you have a lead donor who
Yeah.
gets you like
Yeah.
60% of the way.
But as all of these projects have been over the years, they can't put a shovel in the ground until they get all the money put aside. So I mean, it's, there's no risk of them starting this project and not being able to pay for it. So,
Yeah, but there is us saying that we're
yes.
we're
absolutely.
gonna double our contribution to the
Yeah,
project.
There's no doubt that this project has morphed into a much bigger project than it started.
Yeah, one
Well, and
was,
did we talk about with Patricia, phasing, like, there was a discussion about phasing the project and doing the 80, she didn't like the phasing, but there was the ability to do the ADA upgrades and all that kind of stuff, and then second phase come back and do phase 2. It wasn't
Yeah.
financially as advantageous, because it's better to do one project all,
I don't like.
Yeah, we were having a problem with floor heights between the annex and the patio, and then the piping to get to the exterior bathrooms
Yeah.
runs through the annex. So there
Yes.
was, so we had certain things that would have to occur in the annex that it would be better construction wise and from a cost wise to do that all in one. But yes, we did talk about phasing 1 phase, 3 phases, you can split it up any way you want. It just depends. At that point in time, there'll be a little bit of overlap. And every time there's a transition, there's a little bit of additional money associated with it.
Yeah, I mean, setting up a construction site once or 3 times is, that's complete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do struggle with like when, and look, you always want to do stuff as nice as you can, right? But I do struggle with, in the new plan, there's this, the second floor, which is all for this educational program. There is no program in place. There isn't.
If you build it, they will come.
Or will they? Or will we just have to pay for it?
There's a lot of costume closets there, Aim.
Yeah. The stage stuff takes a lot of room, you know?
Questions on town buildings? Or,
The center school lighting, we talked about that. That's just replacing what's there.
replacing what's there. Yeah, there's a couple additional ones that have been knocked down that hadn't been replaced. We're looking at utilizing the lights that are at the train station. So there's a gooseneck design, very nice in this location. We're getting some complaints. We're starting to get some complaints now that it's darker. There's kids parking in the back of the parking lot, you
I've
know.
even gotten a complaint.
Yeah. So there,
Well, one of the reasons I bring that up is because I've heard, I don't want to say complaints, but surprise at the brightness of the lights in front of the police station. And, motorists that have said, hey, when I'm driving, those lights are really bright. And I don't know if it's just the bulbs in there or,
that's
oh, they have an adjustment.
High right now, just because it's a construction
got it.
site.
Okay,
Once
good.
on visit to it, drop it down to 1,000, it'll be just like the one.
Okay, good. All right. The answer, if you didn't hear that, is they will be dropped down. to the
Right.
Public. So, sorry.
Hadn't gotten that one yet, but
Wow.
thanks. It's okay. We knew it was coming.
Even status.
Right, we knew it was coming. So
Okay.
The educational building, 150,000. So
Oh.
what exactly are we paying $150,000?
so there's bathrooms inside that need to be upgraded. That's on our
Right.
regardless of what
Sure.
how they slice it up, and then access to the building. So exterior access to the building. Right now, it's a series of steps that come up. So there's no accessibility to it if you were disabled. So it's a series of steps. So we'd be looking at putting in a ramping system on the outside to come in through the front door.
Which building is that? Is that the old house? Is it?
No, I think it's the one. up-
Next to the
next to-
director's building,
Yeah, in that
Next to what it's
circle, the director's building, the
Okay.
house.
that building. Is that
I know,
get-
because there's 2 education buildings. There's the one down below that too, the preschool building. There's the higher one.
Right.
It just speaks to what we're talking about. Yeah, we make it work.
Yeah.
But it's not ideal.
that's been throughout,
Yeah,
to
it's
your
just
point.
old buildings, yeah, so.
Yeah.
That also adds to the charm of this community.
Sure, I agree.
You
I
know,
agree.
if you have
I
all
agree.
brand new spanking
agree.
buildings and we could be any community in the United States.
Yeah, we
I mean,
avoided brutalist construction. That's
right,
good.
exactly. I mean, part of the charm of this community is the historic
Mhm.
buildings that we have, and it's kind of what makes this community special.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true.
You're scarred for life after doing all that work on the buildings assessment. That was just unbelievable. Going in every single building we have and looking at everyone. It's a lot. There's no question.
We have a lot of buildings. We have a lot, and that's what people like. We have a lot of buildings, and that's exactly because they're in the parks.
Yeah.
The buildings are in the parks.
Any other questions on buildings or want to move to highway?
Okay.
The next is the highway department. We, in essence, have one ask is combination vacuum jet truck for $640,000. It's a replacement of an existing vehicle that we had that came out of service several years ago. We were able to save the truck itself and turned it into a 10-wheel dump truck. But the need for this vehicle has become apparent to us. We have our municipal separate storm sewer system permit, our MS4 permit requires us to clean out catch basins every year. All of our catch basins, we have approximately 2,500 of them. And we're falling behind on that with our current system of using vac hauls instead of a vehicle that is actually designed for it.
Where you have the grate and the water goes in.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And you're
So
renting those, do you rent?
Hmm?
Do we pay for those trucks every year that come out?
So we've been doing it ourselves in-house. But the vac haul that we're using is a is a different type of thing. Yeah, this is what this is the vehicle that we would like. We had this vehicle, and then we took it out of service a couple of years ago and didn't replace it. We should have replaced it at the time. But we're seeing that we need the vehicle itself. We have 3 staff at present that have worked this vehicle of previous to us. They work for S&S. One gentleman worked for 5 years, 2 worked for 10 years, Santi and Rich. So we have people that are already able to utilize it. And the feeling is that moving forward, our new administration feels that it's important for us to move this. So we kind of cleared out our budget ask specifically for this item itself. We did look at renting or then hiring someone out. It's about $2,500 a day to do it. Then you look at that, it's $10,000 a week. And then over time, it would pay for the vehicle itself. The state actually went out for a bid. And in our district, no one answered the bid. So there were no returns as far as anyone actually offering to service for us to actually contract with. So we're kind of limited in the exact same thing where we're not able to, it's very expensive with the contractors that are around here, and any other contractor didn't want to bid on it. They bid in the other districts, District 1, 2, and 4, but they did not bid in Fairfield County. So like I said, we cleared out pretty much our capital ask. We have just our cold storage building remaining. That's at $475,000, but that cold storage building has been in the capital request for the past 10 years or more, moving forward. And we're at the point now where we have holes in the roof. The rafters are starting to
Which one is
rust.
that one?
That's the big gray building that's next to the post-treatment building, next to the fuel depot.
Okay.
So we walked past it with Congressman Himes.
Yep,
So
yep,
right there.
yep.
That building was actually, we brought that over from another location, and it's from the old highway department. And now it's just to the point where it's not worth putting any monies in, and eventually it's going to collapse. We have a lot of that's our cold storage areas. We have our off-season equipment, our
So
other
it's
supplies
it's
there.
basically just a structure.
Just a structure. Yeah, it's just a gray metal building, very open.
Does it fit over the existing slab that's there? Will it?
It will work. Yeah, the quotes that we got are basically to take down the existing one and build in the exact same footprint again. We don't need additional space per se, and we don't really have it in that location. So we're just looking to replace it.
So
and
obviously we'll have to power it up, but other than that, we don't need a heater.
Don't need a heater. That's why it's a cold storage building. It's just basically electricity to light it and then open up the doors. But those are our 2 asks for the highway department. So it is a substantial change from last year, up about $600,000. But
That's one
it's the add to this one vehicle.
The truck looks pretty complicated. How long does it take to get a truck like that? Is that a long order, or is it?
Blue, what's the?
It's about a year out.
Yeah,
From order,
about a year.
order date, delivery.
Does it have another function, or is it just do this? I mean, because you
Well, we
guys,
can
What does the
we-
jet do? Because I'm asking.
no, because you guys always have like Lego trucks. They do a zillion
Yeah.
things.
Right. This one will clean out catch basins, jet lines so it'll jet our drainage lines. It could drain sewer lines. It can do a number of things like that. We can utilize it to clean out detention basins. A lot of the detention basins that we have are starting to fill with silt and that need to be maintained. We have several that are now underneath the town's purview. So these will help us with that as well.
When you clean these things out, where do you put the stuff you cleaned out?
That material has to be disposed of properly.
Okay.
So it's
Which we do anyways right
Yes.
now. Okay.
So-
And how often, I mean, how long will it last? And how often do you think it's used? You
It's
know?
this will last us 15 to 20 years.
Okay.
Well maintained, and we're looking at it being out pretty much the entire summer.
Okay.
So 100 days or more.
Would you use it in the fall, like if leaves clog up a catch basin, or is that
Well,
mainly?
if in the catch basin, yeah, we wouldn't necessarily want to use this for leaf pickup.
Right.
But yeah, to
Good.
clean up, if there were other areas, so yeah, certainly. We wouldn't want it to be a part of the leaf cleanup system itself. We save that for backhauls.
So does that actually it sucks everything and throws it in the tank there?
Throws it in that big tank in the
doesn't
back.
Doesn't mulch it up like a.
No, it doesn't. No, it's just a storage tank in the back. It's got a water jetter as well to help clean out. You use water to help clean the pipes out or the catch basin out itself.
How, it's just, when you bring all that stuff in, how's cleaning the tank before you put water in the jet?
Lou?
Actually, now that the newer models, they have valves and stuff that hook fire hose to. It actually sprays all around.
Okay. On the inside of the
The
tank.
material's a little better. It's like an X-Tech steel nowadays,
Hmm.
where it's not a mild steel, so it's, acid and rust resistant, high chrome nickel
Mhm.
content steel. So longevity is there.
Right, the problem we had with the previous one was the tank itself started to just eat itself alive. And the seal around the tank just corroded to the point where it couldn't be fixed or replaced. So to lose point, the new systems that they have inside for cleaning are actually then helped with your longevity. So no matter what we could do with it, there are certain ways to store it, certain aspects that eventually that whole tank system just ate itself alive, if you will. And we had to then replace the vehicle.
Yeah, so we had one, and I'm assuming or towns around us do the same thing. They have to have one. So we had one, went out of service, and now we're
How
kind of.
long have we had one out of service?
Lou, how long has it been?
2022 was last year.
Okay.
It wasn't serviced
No,
for 15
no.
years.
Right.
In 07,
Okay.
And that 15 years is what we'd expect out of this one. Probably.
I would probably expect minimal.
Is the cab a Freightliner or what, is that a
You
diesel
can
or
come up.
gas?
You can come up.
I told him he was going to need to come up for this one because it's a little bit of a big ask.
Hey, Lou, this is a big number.
Yeah, you're asking for a big number.
Well, I looked at you twice. Come on, man.
The cab and chassis could be whatever, good morning. Could be whatever we choose, We'll typically probably go with a Freightliner or a Western Star based on all of our newer vehicles are coming with Cummins motors. We're trying to keep the fleet, so that way interchangeable, parts. Other than that, we have tried with what we have, the vac calls. It's just not working. We can't keep up with it. Like Tiger said, we're responsible for upwards of like 2,700 basins, Jim.
Yeah, there
Your
are,
little mic on, Jimmy.
there are approximately 2,720. Now, we also have road crossing pipes and outflow pipes. So for the flushing aspect of it, it's huge. Because even in an emergency, you get a pipe that's clogged, that truck can go right in and flush the pipe out and clog, keep all our pipes, all the systems clean.
Would that have been helpful on the 18th?
So that's the other aspect of it.
After.
The after,
Yes,
the
on the
after,
18th, obviously.
not, yeah,
you
it's just, okay.
But
Yes.
that's a huge valuable piece of equipment to have after a storm.
And in prep, I mean,
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys were prepping for that storm. Would
Correct.
you have used that truck before we knew, like, the storm came in, we knew it was coming? Is that a truck you would have put out on the road to kind of
Sure, you
clear out
could, yeah.
the
Oh, absolutely.
pipes to help?
In theory, like Tiger said, 100 working days, but we kind of try to figure 140,
Yeah.
6-7 months worth of work. It should be out every day, except for when it's raining,
Yeah, yeah.
or maintenance.
We try to stay consistent with it.
And you have enough personnel guys to do that?
So,
So is it,
We
is it
do.
a crew of 2 or 3 that operate?
so there'd be 2 guys each day on that truck.
Because that's a lot I would never think there'd be that many catch basins. Amazing.
Yes,
So
and-
A
unbelievable.
lot of roads,
Crazy.
a lot of roads.
You get like the repeat offenders per se. You get 8 inches of rain, you know exactly we know where we're going. For instance, Cross Ridge Road, all the debris comes down, it's on the bottom, Colonial, the bottom of Valley. So you do have, so if we get heavy rains, we do go back to the same ones a lot, not a lot, but
Yeah.
as it goes. And, but if you keep up on it, we can't, the way we're at now, we can't do 2,700 basins a year, just with the trucks we have.
You need to be
So if
consistent
we
with
could
it.
get closer cleaning every basin a year, then everything, is free flowing and,
Good.
as long as the water can get into the basin, we would feel super comfortable with heavy rains.
So if this gets approved, can we not put the order in till July 1st? Can we
Oh, you're saying, could you
you
pre-order
tell
it?
me it's taking a year and it sounds like you're having trouble doing the work. You tried to see if you could do it without one of these and it's not working. But, because it's such a long lead time. You know,
This
if every,
sounds like the Waveney conversation,
Yeah.
right?
right, but
mean,
if,
it
but
does
if
sound like
everyone
a
kind of
Waveney conversation.
agrees, it would make sense to see if we can move up the order on it. I don't know if we can, you know, but
That we would need on our end, we would need a letter of intent
Right.
to purchase. And then
Yeah, the earliest you can do is when the town council approves it in early April.
right, but at least it helps.
Yeah,
At least you
give
get
you
your
a couple
court ahead of
months.
time. So I just think it sounds like you need this.
If we order it late and it takes a year, we actually lose 2 seasons, right? So we lose the season coming up and then the following
Yeah.
season, waiting for it to arrive. And if it arrives in October,
Yeah, it's
we've
not so
lost
good.
the season, right? So if we can push the calendar back to May-ish, then go the year, we lose this season, we're gonna lose the season regardless, but we wouldn't lose next season.
Yeah, but I think if all the bodies agreed this is important, I think you should bring this up and see if we can get the order
That's a good point.
earlier.
Really good point. yeah.
Thing too, this equipment is so valuable. Lou, am I correct that if we did CBYDs, if we had to locate, there's a lot of gas lines in town, fiber optic lines.
underground infrastructure.
This
fiber
truck
optic.
has the ability to do that without using a backhoe or excavator.
Wow.
It's got,
Right.
it's,
Like a
Hydro
sonar or
excavator.
something?
Hydro
it's,
excavator.
which is huge.
Cool.
We're locating, let's say we're gonna do a project. We wanna find if there's a gas main or gas, I mean, CBYD does the markings. But sometimes you can't use an excavator. You gotta be so careful because
Mhm.
especially with fiber optics and gas and all the other utilities that are.
Yeah,
'Cause We
gas.
found a copy.
Unfortunately.
And like back in the day, this.
Not you guys.
No, yeah.
Back in the day, this machine saved us, what you were saying, you got a good example on Main and, by the library.
Yeah, they're at the library, they hit the communication conduit when they were putting in the fiber line. They hit the communication conduit that fed the main conduit line that fed AT&T in the middle of a
In the
rainstorm.
middle of a rainstorm.
And the trench started to fill up with water. And if we didn't have the vehicle that we had, Mose drove it over. It was 3:30 on a Friday, and he drove it over, and we were able to then suck out the trench and keep with the water coming in, so that the conduit itself and the copper line didn't get wet. Because if the copper line got wet, we were looking at a
Sure.
couple $100,000 worth of damages. Once that copper got wet, they would have to replace it all. So we were able to maintain the trench clean and dry while we were waiting for them to come in and then repair that conduit after we tore the sheath off the top of it. Basically tore the sheath off the top of the conduit, the duct bank, and then exposed some of the wires. That would have been a very bad day for
Sure, saved the
everyone.
day.
It would have been a long time to repair and then a lot of money.
This truck has the ability to take in water and the water will go in the tank and then it exits out. So you could actually, it pumps it all the way through.
Yeah,
You
you
can.
have
Wow.
the
Yes, there's a big valve on the back.
Huh.
It actually has 6-inch foldable hose. I mean,
Yeah.
you could take it, run it to a catch basin as you suck, and then you could drain it quick and then
Yep.
continue on.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. The,
Always learning on the job here.
I know.
Yeah, this one seems like we really need this baby.
Yeah.
You know,
so the next one is a transfer station. It's $35,000 to replace the railing along the commercial bins that we have. These are original to the structure, to the landfill itself. And they've been repaired numerous times. They're at the point now where they're a safety issue and we need to replace them. Any questions on transfer station? All right, it's probably the easiest one. So on parks maintenance, for parks equipment, just a couple of asks. John, yeah, come on up. So
Yeah, here we go.
couple of asks. We have a vehicle with accessories for $85,000. The ride-on mower, that's the 0 turns at 14,000. The stand-up machine, that's a new ad at 42,000. 10-foot front mower at 92,500. That's a replacement, and a tractor replacement at $84,000 itself.
All right, so Tiger and John, you said the only new thing on here is the stand-up machine?
Machine that will mainly be used for snow removal. It's literally a stand-up ride-on machine that will have a snow blower, a brush, and also a plow. So you can use it in different conditions.
And the ask from year over year is pretty consistent, 314,500 to 317,500. for the equipment side.
Any questions?
Anything? No? The next is Parks Infrastructure. It's $3,861,000. There are some standard ones that we always have. Field improvements, it's actually reduced from 60 to 50. Irrigation upgrades for $175,000. This we would like to do that work this summer. Right now, we're doing Mead, and this will take care of Saks and Connor. And then next year, be looking at the high school Orchard Field. Then we have our exterior wall repair at Waveney. We have some playground safety
High
inspection.
school and the Orchard Field next year.
Yeah.
300,000 for just the Orchard Field?
Trying to do Saks and Connor Field.
Right.
Then we would be looking at doing the high school,
Okay, so it will be the high school and,
just the high school, the track field and Farm
Right,
Road.
sorry.
And then we would go
I'm
into
like confused.
the
But
Orchard Field.
that's just no Orchard next year,
No Orchard.
Definitely not.
just the high school. Okay, I was just looking at the difference in price. I'm like, Orchard Field?
Mhm.
It's an expensive Orchard Field.
So then, and then we have there's a design of a Kiwanis splash pad for $50,000.
Can I back up? The playground safety inspections?
Sure.
Isn't that an operating? Why is it a capital?
You can see that the numbers going up. We're seeing that quite a lot of work's gonna need to be done at Kiwanis Park. But you look at it and you say, okay, that we're looking for 30,000. That's nothing compared to what a new playground is. So this is definitely, well, good money spent per
Is
se.
it well used, the Kiwanis Park playground?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
A lot of people will go down there in
I
the
mean,
off
obviously during the
season because
camp
it's
it is
nice and
great.
quiet,
Okay.
you know.
So it's really not the playground safety inspections. It's a playground,
It's after the safety inspections,
The updates.
replacing the equipment or
it's a
repairing
playground
the equipment.
repair or replacement. Yeah. It's not just, it's
It
not
should
an
be-
inspection. It's
Yeah,
a
maybe we should
fixing.
relabel that. but-
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a consultant, it's actually doing repairs.
Playground repair.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's just playground repairs.
Yeah.
Safety repairs.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically what happened, I ran out of line room, so it's inspections and repairs. Ran out of line room on the slides, so I'll change that down and just put repairs in instead of inspections.
People understand it better.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Then we have fences and backstops. That's an annual.
Can we back up to the splash pad?
Sure, sorry.
Sure.
Is it like a great big trampoline? What is it?
No, it's actually a great big water park per se. It's really becomes, it's a swimming pool as far as filtering the water and everything, but it's low level water. So mainly the younger kids can use it in there.
So is it a separate structure or is it in the pond?
Separate structure completely.
Where are we looking possibly to have room for that?
Tiger's laughing at me because ultimately, I personally would like to get rid of the pond and make a very nice splash pad in the area. It's a
Okay.
little bit controversial, but the pond for us is very difficult to keep clean, and it is what it is.
Okay.
So, and that's part of the reason why it has less use. A
And we have a
splash
pool.
pad will have a lot of use.
And we have a pool.
Of a splash pad or
You
something?
did last
Yeah.
somewhere. I saw one.
Visuals of different splash
Yeah.
pads, but this would be the design work and trying to figure out. You'll see that in the 5-year plan, I don't even have a number because
Oh,
offhand,
this
I
is just
don't know.
design.
This
Okay.
is just design.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Like, are you talking,
More money than 50,000 to
Like
build
just ballparking.
about how much are we
We're
talking?
talking like
$1.
like a pool. It's
Well, it is a swimming
It
pool
is,
because you're
yeah.
filtering the water the same way.
So it'd be one of those things that maybe we set up something similar to the Waveney Pool where you buy passes and, then we build up a fund to help offset
maintain it,
repairs
yeah.
and maintenance and things like that.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
And then the users are really paying.
Yeah, that,
It's
I mean,
similar to the
'cause, I mean,
pool.
that's a big investment for,
Very big investment, and I'm really guessing at $1 million.
okay.
It's a,
I'm guessing that's low.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no source of reference for
Yeah.
a splash pad cost.
So it's 50,000 just for a design?
yes.
Can't we get like somebody gives a back in the envelope schematic? Because we don't 50,000 is a lot.
50,000 is a lot, but
It is.
also It's not if we're thinking about a
$1
$1 million project.
You're also talking
should we
about
pay
pulling
Hoffman
away,
for
what
what?
does it take to collapse the pond? I mean, it's, this is a lot.
I mean, I just think about how much did we pay Hoffman
A lot.
for Waveney
One was 35.
evaluation?
5,000.
35.
So, and that's not a new construction of a,
No.
with
this
pumps
is-
and
this
everything
is-
else.
Yeah,
This is like, this is grout. This is like grout and flashings. And we paid 35 grand for that and roof.
But this is also socializing,
Yeah.
something that
Yes.
would change, effectively change Kiwanis Park. So, I mean, it's been a
Much so.
pond forever, you know, does the town, do the residents want to fill in this pond and put
Yeah.
an expensive splash pad in there, or would they prefer to put a splash pad at the pool that we have already?
Yeah, or
Or
just keep
do-
a pond.
Or keep the pond, or do you move the dog park to Kiwanis? And that's a nice big dog park where the pond was. I mean, there's a
Or
million
do we
different
use
things
out
you
the
could,
Kiwanis for something else.
there's so many ideas that
Thought
you
that
could
one
do
either.
that, you know.
Where
so-
does this stand with Park and Recs?
We have, since this is the Board of Selectmen's budget, this has not gone through Park and Rec.
Yeah,
Except
I
to
think we need a
briefly-
year to think about this.
Yeah,
I would push this.
that
one
should
out.
come from Park and Rec.
Yeah, I think this is not ready for prime time.
Cart before the horse.
I mean, I think investigating it further and socializing, but I don't, it'd be hard for me to say, let's spend $50,000 on this concept.
Yeah, I
Right now.
agree.
okay.
Really. It's a very good-
So the next was fences and backstops. It's an annual repair, replacement for various fences and backstops. Bleacher repair at $100,000. We found some issues at Dunning, specifically on the home side, that need to be addressed.
We're hoping that that number is going to come down from 100, but it could potentially be that much. So
Because it's old and I've been there years and years ago and there were holes in the bleachers. So would this, would all the bleachers be replaced and all be? or we're
this is
talking
just
patching?
repairs to the existing bleachers.
Does it make sense to look
Yes.
at, do a whole redo of it?
Makes sense to maintain what we have. And
Would it make sense to say, all right, the bleachers beyond its useful life, we got to put new bleachers on?
I don't, no,
No.
you'd be a lot more money to do that. And overall, the bleachers are okay. It seems like an awful lot, but we do need to make sure that they're safe.
Yeah, so is it just kind of replacing, the supports and some of the bleachers? What does it entail?
Yes, the main thing is the front fence at the bottom of the bleachers.
Mhm.
The brackets there are starting to fail. So the way that
Just
fence
at the
is
home,
hold
on the
up.
home side.
So like the fence could fall, right?
So potentially those fences could push down and it's about a 5-foot drop down to the
It's not
field.
good.
We don't want.
But so are we talking, when you say bleachers, I'm thinking the seats. We're not talking
Not
fixing.
talking the
stuff.
seats themselves.
It's $100,000 to fix the fence?
It's not, because it's not just a fence, it's a support structure for the fence. So
Like under the ground?
it's not under the ground, it's on the whole framework of the bleachers, the I-beams that come down that hold up all the bleachers.
Oh, it also is supporting
It's the
the,
support from those I-beams to the fence.
And I'm assuming you could get this done during the summer?
We're hoping.
Because it would be a problem if it wasn't available.
Yeah, we want it fixed for the fall. So the springtime sports aren't as much of a problem with the spectators, if that makes sense.
This sounds like a goofy question. How did you come up with, it might be $100,000 on this?
We had the bleacher repair consultant come down and look at it, and he's working on a price. That's why I think it might be able to go down there, but it could be as much as 100,000.
And when are they going to come back to you with a?
I'm hoping in the next couple weeks.
Okay, so
2-3
let's,
weeks.
if it changes, let's revise it.
That's exactly it. I want to go at, I'd rather give you the high number instead of coming back and saying we have to go up.
All right, the next are replacing the AEDs, the outdoor AEDs in all of our parks. This was a function of the Norwalk Hospital. Came as a grant for a number of years, and they are phasing out that grant, phasing out that program.
Have we ever used an AED in any of these?
You use this question of whether or not you might need to use it.
Exactly,
So-
but a minute, again, a grant.
you
that
do
keeps
not
on
want to be
giving.
the person that cuts the AEDs and then
Yeah,
somebody
right.
needs one. I am not going to be that person. I will not be that person.
So just remind us again, so besides, in the parks, but like all of our patrol cars have AEDs and does any of the parks vehicles have AEDs in them or?
Parks vehicles do not have AEDs. Like you said, the police do. Of course, the ambulances.
Yeah.
We have them in buildings.
Yeah.
But this is for the outdoor ones. The high school athletic trainers
Right.
now carry AEDs
Yep.
with them. But they're not available in the off time when they're not there, and they're not there for every single practice or anything else. So,
How many are there? How many are there? And where are they?
oh, okay. Well, can I start the
If
easy
you don't know
answer?
where they are, they're not helpful, right? So,
I'll start with the easy answer. So there's one outside at Irwin Barn. There's one on by the beginning of the walking trails up by the house at
Okay.
Irwin. Waveney, there's one out by the bathroom buildings. There's one by the paddle lodge. There's one that will be out by Capo, Carriage Barn, Powerhouse. The tennis courts at the Water Tower Field,
Mhm.
basically over by the house, by the high school. There's one outside at Dunning. Both at Saks and Connor. There's one on the lightning detection warning system posts. Kiwanis, there's one by the building, the tennis hut at Mead Park, and also at the snack bar at Mead Park.
John, explain the system. You don't need to know where they are. You called 911 and said where you were, problem, they would tell you.
Right.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a cardiac emergency, the first thing you should do is be calling them 911, get them moving. Then the next step is have somebody go get the AED as you start.
And so the
Start
911 would
compressions.
tell the person where.
They're
the
inside
AED
lock boxes
Yeah.
with a combination lock on them.
Oh, and that probably helps us with our insurance too. So there we go. We get a designation for having that and there's a financial benefit to that.
So the AEDs have a combination lock on them.
They have a combination lock on that the 911 dispatcher will let
So-
you know.
So then you hit that and then obviously, hopefully the
Better
public
become-
knows that when you open one of those up, they're verbal instructions that are. coming
Every
out
step of the way. The new AEDs, they'll tell you exactly how to put the pads on and everything else. Go right through it.
so this would replace everyone we have, is it?
That would be replacing everyone we have
So what do we
outside.
have, 12, 15? What is
I-
it? I'm just curious how much that.
I couldn't
would
count and
Uh-huh.
talk at the same time. So,
So it sounded like there was like 15, there's maybe
you know,
2,000 each.
yes, and as far as we know, they've never been used.
Mhm.
They're out during the warm part of the season. And then they get pulled in by Norwalk Hospital for the winter time. An AED,
So in the winter, we don't even have,
we do not have them in the winter because the batteries will not hold up in the cold weather. What you'd have is a false sense of security then.
yeah.
If you had it, and you'd be replacing the batteries every year,
And how long do these last?
7 to 8 years.
So when we got the Norwalk grant, that was how long ago?
Oh, 8 years ago.
About 8 years ago.
What Norwalk Hospital has happened, it's not just New Canaan, it's other towns. And they're having to reduce how many they have out there because they don't have the money to replace them as they go bad.
Grant came to be when the gentleman in Westport State High School collapsed, and there was one there, and he was, and saved his life. He then supported the grant for something.
Oh, it happened in Westport though.
Yeah, having
It happened in Westport.
Right, but then they rolled it out. He rolled it out through other towns. So we capitalized on that for the past 8 years.
Any chance the community foundation would like to do this?
That's a good question.
So
good
one
stuff.
other thing just to be aware of, as we replace them and we take over this program, there will be, not the first year, but there will be maintenance costs. You have to replace pads, batteries, things like
And what does
that.
that cost going forward?
Not near as much. You're talking maybe $100 per unit.
Okay, but so if Norwalk's not going to do it anymore, is it our responsibility then to take them in and store them off season?
It would be our responsibility.
And who's the our? Who's the royal we?
Well, I'd like to get it off my table, and I'd love to put it on the EMS.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
that probably would be the right.
You know, I
place.
think it would be a perfect place for them, but they don't regularly come with
It's like
capital
they're the
like
ones that
this.
fill out the forms for the heart healthy community. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I remember there was some issue last year with filling out stuff and getting everything up.
But since it's in the parks, that's why, and we know, since we deal with Norwalk Hospital with it, we know that they're at their end of the grant license.
It might make more sense for it to be in the
EMS budget.
EMS budget.
Yeah,
And
it
then
does.
it's, I would like, for me, I would like EMS to say, yeah, we definitely need these. I just know, look at
Well, and take responsibility for them too. I mean, that's,
Right, right.
but as far as the maintenance and
Yeah,
getting out
but
there.
the outcomes are terrible.
Although that is a volunteer organization.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I mean, you
Sure,
know,
no,
there
no,
is
sure.
there is a responsibility, you know, and that is a volunteer group.
Mhm.
I mean, an unbelievably valuable volunteer group, but at
Maybe
some level,
CERT could help too. I think.
another
They're still
volunteer
volunteer.
group.
Yeah.
But again, we give
somebody
them
else,
all the
somebody-
responsibility for our ambulance and stuff. So, I mean, we
Yeah.
do, you know, it's volunteer, but we give them a lot of
Yes,
responsibility.
yes.
So that's just a thought.
Well, we could talk to them
But I
about
think
it.
the
their
Community
willingness.
Foundation thought's a
Maybe
good
just
one,
talk
too.
to them
All
about
right.
their willingness to take that on.
Okay, all right. Then we have $60,000 for Waveney Trail reconstruction. This is for the stretch along South Avenue from the main entrance to the Merritt Parkway entrance ramp. And then from there, that turns into the trail that leads along the Merritt Parkway, and the Conservancy is working on that stretch because they're looking at sound mitigation and other things. So we're looking at just doing that one stretch there. We have a combined $490,000 for pickleball courts and plaza improvements over at the Waveney Paddle Hut. It's $200,000 for the pickleball courts with lights and $290,000 for the plaza improvements.
I thought we were gonna kick that
the-
plaza
Well,
to
well,
next year.
Just- yeah, we-
Kick that to next year.
The Park and Rec Commission at their last meeting, they wanted to discuss this a little bit, and they want the Board of Selectmen and all the boards to know that they feel that their number one priority is the 4 lighted pickleball courts,
Yep.
not the plaza, and they're not sure if that's the best place for a picnic area.
I listened to that meeting. There was all kinds of discussion about, do we want the picnic area here? Do we want, this has not been fleshed out
Yeah.
nearly enough. So
Yep.
I say, let's move it to next year.
How much is just the?
So move the
pickleball courts?
290 to
200,000.
next year.
Yeah, that's much more.
Just the 290 for
Right.
sure. We'll
Yeah,
talk
it was
about
it
that.
was 200,000 for the pickleball courts.
And lights or not? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah, so so we'll kick the other two, the 290 off.
Yeah, 290 next year.
And have we decided on location for those or that's still in the works?
That's,
Easiest way to describe it is
Hold on
between
a
the
second.
paddle courts.
I got a picture.
Okay, between the paddle courts and so the paddle court parking lot, if you were walking to the dog park, it'd be on your left-hand side, the grass area
Got
there.
it. Okay.
So there'll be different spots for pickleball. This is a different location. We don't.
This is, yeah.
But right near the
maybe-
paddle court area.
But it'll look like it belong because it's,
Yes.
but it's, we gotta think there's still gonna be more lighting structures and, you know, it's another piece
Right,
of.
so, yeah, if you look on the picture up above, it's in this, it's in the area to the right. Right between the road and the plaza area, that whole area would be the pickleball. location.
those two bigger structures. Wait,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So you've got
How many-
on the left-hand side, you've got,
We have 6 now?
you got paddle, we have 5. That's just showing a 6th court if we were to go that route. We're not-
Okay, so wait, now I'm.
We do that. Cool.
This in the middle, you can see the X's and bars. See the
do
pink,
color.
yeah, and then if you continue to the right to eastward, that's where pickle would be. In that area, in that grass area.
Grass area.
Where those picnic tables are?
Yeah.
That's
So
where,
those picnic tables are proposed to be, yeah,
that's where the pickleball
Yeah.
courts would be. So closer to the road.
which would work out great with, we got such a great building for the paddle warming hut. It will be able to be used more of the year round. So
Okay.
it would be a nice location.
Mhm.
Being able to light pickleball courts, they'll be used in the morning and in the afternoon, evening, you know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that sport's exploded, but, and I think we've talked about how some of the concern about the noise that the ball and the paddle make is mitigated because there's nothing up there. I mean,
There's no residential structures nearby. That helps both for the lights, even with the focus lighting.
Yeah.
It's-
it's a good spot for them.
All right, back to the list.
Basketball court.
Basketball, right, so we had a basketball court at Kiwanis, redoing or reconstructing the basketball court for $250,000. What, it was 200,000? Sorry, I had 250.
Reduce that by 50?
So
Josh?
Is there a basketball court there? Is it used?
It's used, unfortunately, now it's at the place where you wouldn't be able to play a game there, you know, with the cracks and everything else. So
You know,
it
I mean,
needs to be.
do we need a whole, should this be part of a push it to next year? Think about Kiwanis more globally, right?
But we need to prioritize it because we've kicked Kiwanis around so much over the years. I feel like, it's like this,
Yeah,
stuff.
Irwin and Kiwanis have to be addressed. You know?
So
But I agree. I mean, when you tackle a park like that and you want to put a splash park and you're talking about maybe take the pond away and now you got $250,000 basketball court. You gotta.
And what's the building used for, you know? I
Richter
mean,
and Segan did a plan of what Waveney would look like. I'd like to see a master plan of Kiwanis. Like, what do we want this to look
I was scared to ask for that.
I
Because
mean, I'd rather spend-
initial numbers got up around 500,000
For a
to
plan?
really do the
Plan.
Oh
whole
my
plan to get to the point of bidding. And like with the-
So,
you know,
I mean,
So it's a lot of money to develop it.
Cause it's
Don't we have like some expertise in the community?
exactly, to take a quick stab at it, like maybe do this, like just a
Mm.
schematic.
Wow. Yeah.
I-
Yeah, because that's a lot.
I think we need to
Okay.
put that in Park and Recs to work on this. Think about Kiwanis bigger. We talk about thinking about Kiwanis forever. And we never really have.
Look, we've looked globally at projects like this. I'd rather see us look at, what do we want there? And what's the future look like?
That was the original thought, was to actually go with a master plan. It's just that the costs were
$500,000?
Yeah.
to get you developed all the way through to bidding. Yes, see, not your
No,
initial.
we're just
Not the
talking,
construction management.
we're just talking schematic, like what you could do,
Excuse
I mean, not.
Well, I think that's a good point. So there could be, sort of a
It's
volunteer
levels.
group that kind of creates an overall high level
Wish list.
wish list
Yeah.
plan. Where would you put everything? Then you bring in a true, engineer that would design and, I don't know, landscape architect, designer type person that would sort of do that more expensive work. But I think we almost need to sort of publicly vet the master
yeah.
plan before we
Right.
put
Get
a
inputs,
$500,000
Well,
into.
Yeah, and then it goes to, okay, now we have the plan, and then you can do your phasing. I like the phasing idea on a project like that, where you do, maybe you tackle the basketball court one year, and then the splash pads coming the next year. So you're
Mhm.
building upon this plan, but you got to know where you're going.
It's kind of like what we're doing with, quite frankly, this Waveney paddle stuff. I mean,
Mhm.
it's like, okay, you didn't spend a bunch of money on an engineering. Did we spend a bunch of money on plans?
No,
That was like a key kind of.
yeah, we had Keith looking at
mean,
the
right.
plaza itself.
For that kind of, we could do that kind of lower level plan.
It sounds like it makes sense to
But
have
maybe a
George
small-
get a committee
Yes,
of
yes.
Park and Rec Commission members and start there.
And
and then
maybe
some
community
volunteers.
members, not
Yep.
just Park and Rec, but like
Yeah, yeah,
like the
exactly.
structure of Kiwanis. I'm trying to, what's actually in there? What do we actually do in that little pavilion-y thing,
The first one is you come in on the left.
Yeah,
the main
where
one.
they take the money for the Christmas trees, like.
The big
like-
pavilion.
Yeah.
And it's basically the locker rooms and the first aid station and the things. There is a snack bar there, but we can't
We
find
never use
anybody
it,
that will
no.
run it.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough usage.
Yeah, there's not, and is,
This might change.
That could
You
change.
add a splash pad and a new basketball
Maybe.
court and other things,
That's true.
that'll
If you
increase.
have if you start having a splash pad, you're gonna need
You're gonna need it.
locker rooms, you're gonna need all of that. And then you potentially don't want to get rid of that building if you,
or can we use the bill, is there better use for the
Right.
building in this place for the town in general? I mean, so, I don't know, it's like,
but yeah,
all
I
these
agree.
are
Let's-
really nice, but we gotta
Yeah.
push that off.
Yep.
And figure out how to think of it more globally.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the next is $110,000 for a pavilion.
The 2 bit, we're pushing the basketball court out.
Sorry, the next is $110,000 for a pavilion at Waveney. This would be right next to the existing bathrooms. The rec department already puts in tents in that location for all their programs. This would be a hardscape pavilion in between the orchard fields and the soccer fields,
Right near the bathroom.
right near the bathrooms.
For camp.
It would be used primarily for camp for the 6 weeks of the summer, but it would also be used for if people want to have a picnic,
Mhm.
because there'd be picnic tables under
How
there.
big is this pavilion? I mean, what's the dimensions?
100 feet by 40.
I mean, pavilions are kind of fun. They're fun, and then people could rent it out or something.
Where I
like
grew
that?
up, that's what we did.
Right.
Like you reserved a pavilion through the Parks Department and,
Calls we get for, where can I go to Waveney to have a picnic?
you're like.
And
well,
the answer is
get a blanket
anywhere you
and-
want to,
yeah,
but bring your own
set a blanket
chairs.
Down and
Have a picnic.
Is it
Bring
designed?
your chairs.
Is there, what would this look like? Do we have a
We're-
design? That's important. What it
Yeah,
looks like.
what we would be looking for is a roof truss structure so that it would be in keeping with Waveney.
Right.
But it's not gonna be something super fancy or anything like
But
that.
would you lay a cement foundation, like a cement floor, and then you'd have it be open?
Open completely on all sides, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So who signs off on the visual and the design on this one? What it looks like? I know, I think that's
Oh,
important.
it would
because
have to,
is a way-
you'd have to go to the commission, it'd have to go to the Park and Rec Commission, then it would have to go to P and Z as well, because there's a Waveney zone.
Mhm.
So P and Z would have a look at it as well, because we would have coverage issues, we'd have other things that.
But is that an as of right? Is that an as of right approval that wouldn't go to the commission?
I don't think so. I could ask Sarah, but I think that we would have to go. We've gone back even for the rink. We went for the rink itself and they opined on the tents.
Okay.
So I would think that this would be very similar to that. But
I think
I'll ask
that
Sarah.
This would be something we'd probably want to go to the commission just because it's a.
Yeah, definitely.
That was my feeling, was that it would go there, it satisfies a little bit of your design concerns.
Yeah.
But it would arise from the Park and Rec Commission and then come to the P and Z. So
But the 110 represents a design and.
Design build, we're looking at pre-design ones. That's something you can buy you can buy like a shed
Yeah.
from a shed company,
Oh, get ready.
then we have $200,000 for, we're saying Dunning Stadium Phase 2, but this is primarily the traffic area with the parking lots. $2 million. What did I say?
200,000.
Oh, I said 200,000. Sorry, 2 million. I was off by a little bit.
Like,
It's off
wow,
by a zero.
this is the
Um,
ADA.
This is,
stuff,
yeah,
too.
this is the rotary and the jock lot and the parking lot between the turf field and the Dunning Stadium.
We never did Dunning Phase 1.
We have not done right, but this work actually, to Deanna's point, comes into connectivity between the high school, Dunning, the turf fields, the tennis courts and the track. And then it's a safety issue that's been come to our attention a number of years ago, back when we paved the parking lot originally, was this concern, or I should say repaved the parking lot a couple of years ago. They wanted to see a traffic island or a circle to then better flow. So at this point in time, if it comes forward, we need to address the connectivity between all the facets. That has to happen. So whether it's a rotary or not, something has to happen. And at present, this was the design that came forward during the Dunning Stadium.
Was all
look.
the trenching and conduit in that area too, right? I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of stuff that was gonna go underground.
Right, we would have to look, at that point in time, we'd have to look to see exactly how Dunning Stadium is progressing. And then since we're working a little bit out of phase, what we would do, but we're
A lot of prep work for what's to come.
correct. Right. If we were looking to then continue with that, then we would have to do the prep work with it.
So Tiger, though, I thought I remember the reason this got pushed off initially was that there was potentially large scale work to be done at Dunning
Mhm.
and that got pushed off. I
Right.
know so what is the time clock on this?
Time clock on this is I believe it was 3 years from the time of our
Agreement?
agreement. And then and I was anticipating that the monies comes available this year, but we would have to be constructing next year. I need monies for design and stuff like that. So it would be completed in the following year. So it'd be completed in the 26 timeframe, which puts us pretty close to the time when I don't have another construction season available
No.
to get to the
So-
3-year mark.
I mean, have you thought about what the added cost? Because I thought the whole point of pushing this off was because it was going to add cost to the Dunning redesign if it ends up happening by doing this early.
Right. We haven't gone back to see exactly what the overlap would be to your question to say, okay, how much are we affecting on one side versus the other? That would be vetted out during the design and see if there was a way to mitigate it all so we don't have a problem.
Okay.
Or and also revisit Dunning and say, is it really going to happen? If it's
Right,
not going
right,
to happen,
yeah,
then
right.
then at that point in time, you say, okay, then we necessarily don't need to be concerned, but we're,
Okay.
the
Well, I mean, we have a time clock on us, so.
That's the
you know,
unfortunate thing.
It's like either they have to I mean, I
But it-
feel
but it-
badly though, because you know, you don't want to increase the cost of what they want to do, but there's a time clock.
Right. The unfortunate thing is that we're pushing up against it. We had a little bit of time. We don't really have time now. So
Okay.
we have to, and given the way that the seasons will fold and the fact that we really only can be there during the summer,
Yeah.
got one summer to do it, you know, this year to plan and next summer to do it, not this coming summer, but the following summer. And then we're out of our time allotment.
So this has to happen irrespective
Right.
of whether the New Canaan Athletic Foundation is still excited about doing phase one, right?
Right.
So
Correct.
this is just, we have to comply. But again, you don't want to overbuild and you don't want to underbuild.
Right.
You know, so it's pretty tricky.
Right. So so there'll be some coordination between the two and we'll see exactly what we have to do versus what we can do. And then if there's a way to move the piping, say, so it's out of the area where won't be affected by this construction and it can go at a different date, then fine. But that'll be part of this design phase.
We
Taking
should
care of it.
probably get an update from the Athletic Foundation of where they are. After, you know, like, you know, because it is a volunteer organization, so it only depends upon people who are excited and behind it, so.
But this particular part of the project, you know, when you look at what we've done just in that area down there and the amount of traffic that comes through that area, I mean, we added a tennis court, we redid all the courts, we added a field and a half down there. You know, Dunning continues to be used more than ever.
Yep.
And, you know, you start to think about all the things that we've done just in that little space, and we've never improved the flow at all. And, you know, we've got to do it. I mean, we should be doing it anyway.
Yeah. I just don't like to spend extra money redoing things.
No,
because you-
I hear you.
Then the last was we had $300,000 just to support the Conservancy on their projects moving forward. Right now, they're focused primarily on the Merritt Parkway Trail. But they are working at present at Jenny and Meadow, taking out all the invasives in and around the meadow itself. There's about 5, 10, 15 acres of work that's being done now to remove invasives in that area. And then they have a replanting plan to come back in and start to replant
Has that machine already come or is it?
there now. Yeah.
little-
We've, yeah.
Take me on a little trip.
We'll take a trip. Yeah. We've had some residents calling and asking what's going on. So it's a good thing to actually vet it during this as well. So
You put it in your DPW alerts.
I can, yeah, I probably should. So just to let everybody know, I didn't think it was, but it was met with some pushback. So we'll do that. Any other questions on?
Yeah, I'm just gonna,
Sure.
when we set up the MOU with the Athletic Foundation, the thought was that we would contribute to that every year. Now, I know we did an enormous contribution last year to Coppo Field,
Yeah.
$2 million. So I just, we don't have a line item in here. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just bringing it up. That was kind of the game that we were gonna. But again,
well,
I
we
don't
don't
think we
wanna-
were
we
gonna
don't-
put
what-
$2 million so
But
fast.
It's a good point, Amy, because you don't want to lose, we went off cycle for that one big project. We
Mhm.
don't lose sight of the fact that we do want to support the foundation,
Yeah.
and, that annual contribution has been in there for a while.
Yeah, so maybe this year it's not because we did Capo, but again, but if they can come in and we can see where this really is as an organization going forward.
Yep.
Because I like the fact that we said we'd commit to Waveney and we are. I
Yeah.
think that's good. So if we're gonna
Yeah, I mean,
say we're gonna commit, we should
those are
commit.
our two big partners, right? Waveney Conservancy and the Athletic Foundation. I mean, I consider those guys, those
The
two
heart and soul.
organizations,
Yeah.
they're very important to the town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on parks? Yeah, thanks, John. So the only item left is the sewer plant.
You always leave that to the end. Start with that, lead with that.
One year we did start with it, but yeah, we tend to always leave it to the last. So the request this year is $1,434,000. It's down from last year. Last year we had our UV system request in place. That's being worked on at present.
We just need a budget to go forward.
Hmm?
We need a federal
Right.
budget to go
Right.
forward.
We have several pumps that need to be replaced. Some for our pump stations, some for our interior pump stations, and some for just our flow, our return pumps. So there's several pumps there that need to be replaced. I combined them all together into $106,000, but it was basically 3 separate ones. We have our motor control electric rehab for $20,000. That's an existing unit, $24,000 that needs to be replaced. We have our engineering, $20,000 for our continued zinc study. That's what I alluded to that prior about our permit. So we have AECom working on various aspects because we'll be looking at new permit requirements come January of 26. We have $30,000 for sewer rehab. That's as we jet our pipes and we see any repairs that might be necessary. We have $23,000 for our sensor replacements. That's our in our tanks. That's a dissolved oxygen sensors in both our carousel and in our clarifiers. And then we have, excuse me, we have 2 different allocations, one for the engineering effort and one for the remediation effort for the inflow and infiltration project, the I&I project at $400,000 and $500,000 respectively. So in essence, what we have is we did an initial study, and then we have an implementation phase, and then we'll study further and implement. So we have we'll be leapfrogging back and forth. So for the next couple of years, we'll have both of this, an engineering and a remediation request, and then eventually it'll just be remediation. We have $100,000.
The engineering expense will go down and remediation expense will go up. So
Yes.
we're gonna figure out what we need to do
It
with
looks like
engineering.
it stays the same every year.
The efforts are pretty
moves
much, but then we'll have one more remediation phase at the end. Yeah. We have sewer relining at $100,000. That's where we come about from on our study. We see different areas. We'll be working on Cross Street. They'll be cleaning it soon, if not today. They'll be cleaning Cross Street and then coming in to do the relining there. Tomorrow? Sorry. Thanks, Nick. And then they'll be coming in to do that relining. When they actually reschedule that, we'll have you guys come down and you can see the process because it's quite interesting to take a look. We have $110,000 for our an emergency generator, a trailered emergency generator replacement. This is for our 3 pump stations. So Butler, Mead, and
So this will get rid of all those emergency repair things that I had to
hopefully,
sign this last
well,
year.
we still have generators there. So but in essence, if we had a problem where one failed, we could bring the
Yeah.
trailer over. We did have a trailer generator. It just went past its useful life.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a $30,000
That was- yeah.
emergency generator. So, I mean, I look at 110, I'm like, okay, if that's gonna stop that.
You still will have to fix it if
But
you.
it'll stop the emergency portion of the repair.
Right.
How about that?
Okay.
Then we have $100,000 for our first phase of our polymer system replacement. We have this in 2 years, this year and next year. And then we have furniture replacement for the control building. The furniture that's there was original to the building. So it's 24 years old at present. So that kind of brings you through everything that's the ask.
So
for this year.
anything on here that was not on here last year?
I think the furniture replacement,
Okay, but that's it.
maybe the polymer system? The polymer system.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Any questions?
Nope. Good.
Questions?
No.
Okay.
Actually, just remind me, so the capital for the sewer, is freestanding, so it's paid for? Is this in the town budget or is this supported by the
Sewer
people who
fund?
pay the sewer?
Supported by
funds?
the sewer
Yeah,
fund.
so it's kind of, self-sustaining.
We'll be coming back. Right now, we're looking at changing the fee structure to a bedroom structure.
Okay.
And we'll be coming forward to the Board of Finance, which is WPCA
Right,
for
tweak it again.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah, to then come up in the allotment. We just need to finalize the budget here to know exactly what we'll be requesting, for funding there. So
Great.
Okay, great.
that it.
That it?
Unless you have anything else, if you have other questions, just let us know or we'll come back. I had already texted Josh saying I probably might have to come back if you
Yeah.
guys had other questions as we move forward. So
They're
Alright,
very
great.
thorough, very, very thorough.
thanks. It's no
Thank you.
problem.
Tucker, we're gonna take a 2-minute break and then, all right. Hot mic.
Look at this. You're so
Oh.
nice. Oh, my, you guys put all the spots.
Oh, yeah, hey, this.
All right. Thank you for. Thank you for- It's been a while. Well, I think, why don't you just start? Because I don't have anything to add.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Good morning to, is it still morning? It is. Good. Good morning, members of the Board of Selectmen. I also want to say good morning to any community members that might be zooming in. I want to say good morning to Erica and Phil, who are here representing our Board of Education, and to everybody. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you this morning. Over 150 years ago, Horace Mann described the public schools as the greatest discovery made by man. His belief was that the public schools are the cornerstone of our communities and of our democracy. Where am I? Sorry. And that belief resonates deeply with all of us in the New Canaan Public Schools each and every day. It's an honor and a privilege to dedicate ourselves to this work. We've dedicated our lives to this vital work. And that is the work of guiding students as they learn, grow, share, and actualize all of the amazing gifts that they have each and every day in our schools in preparation for what's to come next. So as you'll see, the budget, as we say annually, is much more than a spreadsheet. The budget represents our vision for our students, for our schools, for our staff, our faculty, the community as a whole. And as a cornerstone of that community, we take great pride in every single thing that we do. We accept the responsibility that the community places on us to be good stewards of our buildings, good stewards of our schools, work well with our kids, and to be those visionaries, to not just work with what is, but to imagine what can be. And as you'll see in the resource plan and the conversations we'll have this morning, it's unbounded what's possible as we continue to do this work together. So I will share with you briefly, one of the tricks of presenting the way that we present here is I don't get my speaker notes. So I would ask your patience. That's okay. I've done it enough. So we'll move through.
It's the first run through. So by the third run through, it's a little easier. So.
The third run through, I have
Oh, this is
other
the second
people
run
raise
through
their
because you did
hands
it with these
asking to
guys.
give the presentation. That's right. But it's fun because we will structure the presentation similarly to the way we have in the past. I do want to start just by saying thank you. Thank you to our outstanding Board of Education. As you know, the Board of Education is a 9-member volunteer board who really put their heart and soul into the work that we do. They step forward when few will to volunteer to do this work, and it is work, and their commitment helps us to be our very best. I want to say thank you, of course, to Sean, who's sitting to my right here, who is our Director of Finance and Operations, who is intimately involved with putting together the budget and managing everything that we do on the operational side and the finance side, of course. Building a budget is always interesting in a municipality because we're simultaneously closing out the previous year. We are managing and implementing our current year, and then we're planning for the next year. So it really takes an awful lot of skill. And I want to say thank you also to Pat Marinan, who's our budget director, who is the person with her nose to the books, working things through and making sure that everything is ticking and tying and balancing and doing all of what we need a budget to do. Also, of course, a special thanks to the cabinet. We've been a team for a while now, and I think it speaks to the work that we do and the outcomes that we get. Dr. Carenti, who, as you'll know, before being our deputy superintendent, was our principal over at West. Bill Tesber, who began his career over 25 years ago as a teacher at New Canaan High School and is now our assistant superintendent and has been for some years. Darlene, who also began over 25 years ago over in New Canaan High School as an assistant principal. Right. And prior to that was working over in Darien in special ed. But when she came to New Canaan, never looked back. And of course, I mentioned Pat, who joined us, and now Sean is in his 3rd year. That's right. That's right. Time flies when you're having fun. So great team, very blessed to be able to spend my time with them. And same goes, of course, with each of our building administrators or district administrators. As you know, when we build this budget, it's not a top-down budget. It's bottom up, top down, right? So we start at the level at which the work is done, because we do believe that total quality management maxim, that the best work is accomplished at the level at which the work is done. The best decisions about the work occur at the level of which the work is done. It's not up to us to know everything and to mandate from on high. It's up to us to get to the teachers, get to the leaders, get to the kids, get to the community, talk to folks, learn and listen and learn and listen, and then build the budget around what those priorities are, what those needs are. So our teachers have a straight through line into the budget that you're going to see in front of you tonight. We have already been hard at work. We actually begin in October with our internal meetings, and then we go to the Board of Education and our budget workshop in December. Let's see. There we go. And now that we have, as of Monday night, the Board of Education has adopted this budget as their own. So now we shift our focus and we come with you, as you know, the Board of Selectmen. And the next couple of weeks, we'll be with the Board of Finance, then we'll be with the Town Council. We have over 17 formal budget meetings and lots of informal budget meetings just from the period of the budget workshop forward. And we do that intentionally, knowing that the more conversation we have about this, the better the ultimate result will be. We also see it as an opportunity to talk about the great things that are going on in our district, because this is not an expense. You know, I don't see education as an expense. I see it as an investment. And I think we're investing in our kids, we're investing in our communities, we're investing in our future, we're investing in our country, we're investing in the world. And our budget allows us to do that. So all of these different meetings are all part of the building blocks of a successful budget. So when we do put our budget together, we always focus on our goals. And we have consistently had 5 overarching goals that hit all dimensions of our organization, right? It's, of course, first and foremost, it's increasing student learning and the measurements through which we look at those increases. It's also communication. It's supporting exemplary practice in the classroom. Because again, everything we do is in support of that exchange in the classroom between student, teacher, and content. And so we need to make sure that we're always focused on that instructional core, and we are. It's also to create an environment and to promote and strengthen that environment that is respectful, that fosters the type of environment that we want our students to spend their days in and our staff to spend their days. And finally, in goal 5, we want to make sure that we're always keeping an eye on being good stewards. Because again, as we accept the responsibility the community has placed in us, recognizing the enormity of that responsibility, the importance of it, and we're proud to accept that. And we think that we are well positioned to fulfill and in many cases exceed those expectations. So I like to think of this as our return on investment. I know that we're talking about $100+ million budget. It is an investment. And so what are some of the returns? And, you know, we like to look at those, we look at them all the time in lots of ways, but to make sure we look at student-centered outcomes. And we'll talk more about the operational outcomes in a little bit, but some student-centered outcomes that bring such, I think, joy to our kids, to our schools, to our community. Just the other night, the PFA was visiting the Board of Education with a donation to move some signage around on the building, to move the New Canaan High School lettering over to the front entryway, and then put a visual performing arts center signage where that is, because it's right on the auditorium. It's a great move. And Ann Wagner was presenting, and she was there with Kristen Grimsky, and they were talking about and Heather Bullinger. They're putting a ram's head on either side of the New Canaan High School lettering. And the reason for doing that is they want every single student to feel that they are a ram, whether they're on a sports team, whether they're in the VPA, whether they're in a club or an activity, or just coming to school every day. Every student is a ram that walks into that door. And it was great to hear, gave me chills as I was listening to it. And I think as we talk about the return on investment in student-centered and student outcomes, that's what we're talking about. We're building that culture and that spirit, that joy of being a part of our New Canaan Public Schools. And for every one of our kids as they come through the high school, feeling like they are a RAM. I think it's so cool. So some of our athletic highlights, many of you are in the stands or watching the games. And so you're very well aware of some of these great successes. Of course, our football team. I think it's important to note that this fall, our teams, they had the opportunity to win 7 state championships, and they won 3 of them. 3 of 7 state championships for our kids, right? I think it's just absolutely stunning. The really impressive stuff. And turns out we're one of the smaller high schools in the FCI. Yeah. So we have a smaller pool to pull from than most of the schools that we're competing up against. And yet our kids continue to do incredibly well. Of course, the joy on the field. And this translates, of course, into the experience in the school. Our visual and performing arts department continues to thrive. Our students are participating in adjudicated events with their work. The Cows in the Fog is a gold key winner. We've got best in photography. Sacred Heart University has an annual Teen Visions contest. And again, those are juried awards that our students are winning through their great work. And our theater program, our music department continues to thrive as well, where we've got joint chorus and choir events, and they're traveling again. It's nice to see them getting out and going to different shows and places. We've done an awful lot in the last few years, just bridging that connection between Sax and the high school to continue to build a program. Our orchestra is thriving. And I'll tell you, there aren't too many high schools that can say that. Our orchestra program is so strong, our band program, and our kids just the love of music. This is them playing, just one of our kids' band playing at one of our pep rallies, the high school. We believe that it's one of our responsibilities is to create a place where kids want to stay, where kids want to come to school, they want to be in school, they find joy there, they find opportunity there. So what we have continually focused on building our co-curricular and extracurricular opportunities, because we want to make sure that every student feels connected to our school in the classroom and through these other activities. We have close to about 70% of our students participating in one or more sport, one or more team, which we think is great. We've got another large percentage of students that are involved in drama. For every student you see on the stage, there's twice as many behind the curtain doing other work. And those doors are always open. We run, as you know, we have 6 shows a year typically at the high school. And we've bifurcated it. So there's a 9th and 10th grade, 11th and 12th grade. So just to give kids more opportunities to participate, to be on the stage or be behind the curtain, be doing the work. And then we built a very robust co-curricular and extracurricular program for kids. And really this is about the kids. A couple of students will get together, they'll have an idea, they'll go to the administration, say, I'd like to start a club in beekeeping. And then they'll send a note out to every teacher, anybody want to be the advisor for a beekeeping club?
Who
And-
signed up to be the cryptocurrency club leader?
They're the ones driving the nicest cars, Harrison.
I said, wow, I'm feeling old. I'm
Yeah.
feeling really old now.
Well, that's it. Well, and the beauty of it too is our kids are interested in it.
Yeah.
So the advisor doesn't need to be an expert in it.
Yeah.
Like the advisor to the beekeeping club didn't know how to keep bees.
Okay.
Neither did the kids. So they learned together because they just wanted to do it. And the same with cryptocurrency. Like if we have a crypto expert on staff, call me. Right? I don't know if anybody is, but they learn together. And that's because it's the students that come forward with the interest and the teachers just plug right in. I think it's wonderful. And this is not a complete list. And we very much in a collegiate type fashion, we'll hold I almost said career fair, but it's an activity fair in the fall where all these different groups will have a little table or a little space, and the kids from the school will walk through the tables and they can sign up if they're interested. And it just is very collegiate in that way. And it's really the outreach to kids so that they know what's there and they can plug in. Our goal is 100% of our students, at least one or more sport, drama, or one of these co-curricular activities. We want to make sure we're there for everybody. That's our goal. And I mentioned drama briefly. Again, some of the shots and the Cinderella and other things that we've been doing. And then again, as you know, it goes all the way down into our middle and elementary schools in order for students to be able to participate. And then our co-curricular activities, right? So we've got our Model UN, which continues its international trip to The Hague annually and performs quite well there. Our cooking club, a couple of kids got together, said, we love baking, we love cooking. So they use the kitchens, they cook, and then they walk around the school, give it away. And then of course, the NCTV program, right? So co-curricular would be that NCTV, extracurricular would be that Model UN. They, whether it's connected directly to a class or it just helps build those skills and abilities that help them in school, equally valuable. So very important. And as you know, our NCTV program continues to stream and commentate all of the events and things. They're the ones with the camera set up in the back of the auditorium when we have plays and shows. And really, it's made a big difference in helping people be able to access the events that we're able to share.
Yeah, I know one of my daughter's friends did that in high school and has taken that into profession.
There you go.
He started at the high school. It's kind of cool.
Yep. Very cool. And Sarah, you'll see, we're going to talk a little bit about number of applicants for different schools and things. Syracuse always is one of our largest or most frequent choices by our kids because of the Millman School, because of our communications, because of the video production and students that go into that, which is pretty widely considered one of the best in the country, if not beyond. All of those, like this is me in fast gear, by the way. All of these in are vitally important, but of course, goal one, student outcomes, student learning is measured by varied assessments. So it's worth taking a quick look. I apologize for the typo. This is District New Canaan, and it is. It's ELA at the top, math at the bottom.
So what's, is it, when's it, is it the first one, New Canaan, is that supposed
New
to?
Canaan,
Yeah.
ELA, like ELA.
Got it.
our English language arts score,
Thank you.
and then the bottom row is our math scores.
Thank you.
And this is really, and I'll move through these. I'm glad to slow down at any point or get into any more detail. But I just think it's important to take a longitudinal look at student performance. And you'll see there's a gap in 2020. There were no assessments given in 2020, of course. These are given in the spring. And you see sort of where we were and where we are. And we continue to get back to and increase and improve overall. These are the overall aggregated results of students taking an assessment called the Smarter Balanced Assessment in grades 3 through 8 in English, language arts, and in math. But it's really more valuable to dig in a little bit deeper and look across the different grades. And again, this is the percentage of students who've met or exceeded the achievement level at each of those grades in ELA, specifically on this one. And again, you see that our student performance continues to improve, which is challenging because we're already performing at a very high level. And so one of the sources of pride, and there are many, is the feedback we received on our growth targets from the state. Because the state doesn't just look at static scores, they set growth targets. And we outperformed and were amongst the very top statewide in our growth year to year, as well as in our performance, which is quite challenging to do and a real compliment to our staff and the work that's going on in our classrooms. By comparison, because I know numbers out of context don't mean an awful lot. We can look across at schools in our DRG, which is our demographic reference group. We've used that language before. So if we look at our English language arts performance and look across the DERG at our comp schools, you see that we scored at the top. And scoring at the top of our demographic reference group places you generally at the top of the state as well, and it does for us. And then you can even go deeper.
Can you go back 2 slides? So DLA year-to-year comparison, I was just looking kind of, versus 2019 pre-COVID.
Sure. Yep.
So 3, 4, so are we still catching up with the 6th, 7th, 8th graders in terms of?
Well, yeah, and it's
hard to measure.
it's hard because it's not a static cohort. You do better in a longitudinal look.
Some kids
Right.
are.
But this is really as more of a measure around our program, our curriculum, our instruction, our delivery. If you're consistently at a certain level, then it speaks in large part to the alignment of the work that you're doing, the curriculum and the instruction to the measurement and the outcomes that you're driving towards, right? So if you're consistently high, consistently low, wherever you are. So I think it speaks to the curriculum, and it does speak to when we were closed, there were some gaps. It's going to happen, right? So, we've worked to identify those, to remedy those, and to do the best we can to catch those kids up. But as we continue forward, so the kids in 3rd grade now were unaffected in school,
Exactly.
but they were impacted in preschool. So there's still, a little bit of connection there, but curriculum wise. So yeah, that jumps us right back to where we were.
Okay.
Okay. So we have our DRG and the scores of some of our comp schools, so to speak. The next, again, there's an awful lot of numbers on this, but we can look grade by grade across the schools in our DERG. And then again, this is our ELA scores, and it puts us at the top of each grade with few exception. Yep, as we look across.
When you do your longitudinal look, is that same grade sort of having the same, or is that just a?
6th grade is tricky. So the standards shift in 6th grade. So you've got your K-5 standards, and then 6th grade, they change. And so there, that assessment itself, every school in the state dips in their overall score there.
On sixth grade.
In sixth grade.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
they just do. The standards shift and the assessment changes a bit because the assessments that we're looking at are driven by the standards that are used, right? And so we've got K5 and we've got 6, 8 as we look at it.
Tough age too.
It is a tough age. Yeah, the 6, 7, 8. Yep.
It is interesting if everyone's experienced it, you know, we're all in the same boat, right?
Yep. But we are working on it and talking about it and seeing what else comes. But there is that technical shift in this standards. Yep. We can take a similar look at our math assessments. And again, I know I'm moving very quickly, but we look at each of the grades, we look at their performance. And again, it is good to go to 2019 and then the 2024, and you can see, you know, again, so where we're coming in. If we look for some context again in the comparison group, we are again at the top for our math, which again puts us at the top of the state. And again, the recognition of our students' growth. And then we go into the grade by grade. And if you see the stars with Easton and Reading, that's just because of the number of kids and the scores get suppressed. And our students perform quite well. We jump to the high school. And we look at our SAT results across the board. Again, these are the most competitive schools in the state. And you're talking about, you know, a small margin of error. The high school is doing some work. You may have seen the article in the New Canaanite about a program, an SAT program that's available to students regardless of ability to pay. And that's, again, thanks to the PFA and the generosity of some groups and a student leadership, actually. That was a student that brought that to the administration as an idea. So brilliant idea. And we really think it's going to be helpful for kids, but perform very well.
SATs are starting to become more, there was a period where schools were saying we're not using SATs. Now they're back again, right? Is that the?
That's one of the challenges. It's right. So what had happened was most schools had gone test optional. So what was happening was students were only sending their SAT scores if they outperformed the sort of average SAT score of an entrance, someone who was accepted. So it artificially inflated all of those SAT scores so that by hundreds of points. And so kids would look at the SAT score required to get into a certain school and not apply because they felt like, without understanding how the math worked on that, right? So if you scored right in the middle, you weren't going to send it. You were only sending at the very top. So the colleges have taken a look at that and said that it really isn't been to students' benefit to go test optional for lots of reasons. And so, yeah, they're starting to reinstate it. Yep. But yeah, it was, and many of our, I think over 50% of our students were not sending the SATs to the schools they were applying to for a while.
So while we're doing well, obviously comparatively, are you sort of, well, probably Jill and you, looking at sort of our math programming in the middle school? I'm just looking at sort of where, you know, we sort of dropped in sort of our placement in that age group. Is there like a cohort thing, or is it a program, you know,
adding some support for kids? Okay. You know, when we are looking at the programming, we're looking at the sequencing because it's simultaneously we have, and you'll see a little bit later in the budget, we're talking about a math interventionist at the high school in part because the number of students who are doubling up on math in the high school. We always had some that doubled up for, say, AP Calc and stats and things like that. But now we're getting more that are doing it as sophomores with geometry and algebra 2 in order to get to calculus by the time they graduate and things like this. So it's a shift in need. Oh yeah, it's pretty intense. And so we are looking at that, and we're looking at sequencing of options across the middle school. But we also do have a third math specialist at the middle school now, just in their second year, I believe, who is working that person is front facing with kids, working to support students who are struggling. Yep. Have put a great deal of focus on increasing the number of courses that we're offering at the high school in AP, because we believe that, well, we know that we can't measure motivation, but you can measure opportunity. Right? So we want to provide as many opportunities as possible for students to work in their areas of strength and to take a college level course while still in high school in order to have that experience, get that feedback, and let them thrive in a domain that they are already strong in. So you can see back in 2011, and that date is picked purposefully because that was the year before I started as the high school principal. To now, we've added quite a few of those courses. So each one of these is an opportunity up from 18 to 29, is an opportunity for kids to take a class in an area of strength at a college level while they're still in high school. We think that's great. And it has been a purposeful approach. And you can see these are the courses that we're offering. So we've always had the traditional English language and English literature. We had US history, we had AP Bio, AP Chem, but now we've also added in the computer sciences, the music theories, the economics, the CompGov, psychology. We've added the environmental science. I mean, we've really found different ways to appeal to students in doing this. And some of these courses come as a result of the conversations we have with our recent graduates when they come back after a semester away at school. So we sit and we meet for about an hour or so with them, and we'll ask them questions. What course do you wish you had in high school now that you've been with your roommate and others? And like economics is a perfect example of that. They say, we all have to take economics, and my roommate has already taken it, but we don't have it here. So we built it and we created that AP economics. Same with psychology, those things. So it's been very helpful. And I think it's really been beneficial for the kids. Through the years, since 2019, the distribution of the assessments. So you see social studies, just by nature of the discipline, is the broadest because it's everything from psychology to US history and government to economics, everything else. And then you see our science is next, right? So our participation of students in our AP science program. And these are, again, the tests since 2019. But I think a representative distribution is nice to see, right? We are a comprehensive high school. We have something for everybody, and this helps to reflect that. So this is one of those data-rich visualizations that I will do a disservice to by not speaking about it long enough. But I just want to share with you what this represents is, there we go, is our participation in AP and our performance by student, by test, and the population. So stick with me for a sec. The gray bars in the back is our student population at the high school. Again, if you go back to 2010, we were at 1282. 2024, we were at 1258. Okay, so about the same. The green line, building up from the bottom, is our performance. Percentage of students scoring a 3 or better. And with the AP, as you likely know, a score of 3 or better is considered a college level course. That's college credit for that course. Okay. And colleges might decide they want to take only 5s, they might want whatever, but the test is normed at the 3 as considered a college level course. The blue line is the number of individual students who've taken 1 or more tests. And again, you see back in 2010, we had 275 students out of 1282. And in 2024, we had 559 students out of 1258 taking 1 or more tests. More than double. And then the red line is the number of tests taken. So these 559 students took 1,439 tests. So some only take 1, some might take 4, but it's that whole distribution across. So we have worked hard to build this program because we believe that every student should be given an opportunity to take a college level course while in high school. They have the support of their families and parents. They have the support of their teachers. We have a whole program built around that for them to help them to do that. And we think that better prepares them to be successful afterwards. And this representation, I think, shows that we're having great success doing that.
So I remember doing this and it cost a fortune to take all these tests. Does the school offset the cost for people who can't afford to take the test.
On an as-needed basis.
They're expensive.
They are expensive.
And if you're taking 3 and 4, it's a lot.
But you know, they're a lot less than college credit. So if you bring them in, what many schools are doing now, and trust me, they shouldn't be, right? I would love this not to cost anything for anybody. But there's a whole different model of, that's the College Board's deal. But what many schools do now, I know my girls' schools, they place students out of these courses so they could take more advanced courses at college. They didn't necessarily give them credit for it. They didn't graduate any earlier, but they were able to move faster through the program more quickly and get into the more interesting content more quickly. So that's a benefit in and of itself.
Double major.
Or double major, like Josie. Yep. Yep. So. But yes, there are scholarships available. There is money available for folks on as needed basis for sure. And we would never, I mean, the PTC or the PFA and other groups would never allow financial reasons to be a reason why somebody couldn't take an assessment like this. So this next slide speaks to the number of college applications by university, by school. And these are just some of our highest applications. UConn, of course, amongst the highest. I was looking for Illinois, Deanna.
Yeah,
you know,
we got one last year.
yeah.
We got one last year, 1 year.
Looked, I tried, I just couldn't fit
I
that many
know.
on the slide,
My
so I had to
husband
cut it off.
brags
of
as an
Fairfield.
IU grad. but We get a lot more IU people here.
Yeah, I know. In Cornell, I try. But I did get Clemson on. Because you know why? Because it's my slide. But no, in all honesty, some of the schools that are kids, these are the most frequently applied to schools as you look. And the enrollments, which.
How many kids were in the class of 2024, seniors?
Oh, boy.
Should have been close.
We're around 300. It might have been about 320 maybe.
Okay.
I could, it's in the enrollment
sure it's in
projection if you want the exact number, but. Might have been 320, 330. Of these, and Phil, I did get Boston College in there. We have 11 students who attended UConn in the fall. We had 10 who went to Syracuse. So as we mentioned, the Millman School and other things over at Syracuse. 9 at Bucknell, 8 at Northeastern in Michigan, 7 at Miami and Providence. A large group at 6 at BYU, at Indiana, Sacred Heart. 5 at Boston College. 4 at Clemson. We'll take it. All right. But again, this is sort of another indicator of the work that we're doing, the success we're doing. I will say that last year's budget funded a school counselor, additional school counselor for the high school. And we have some data that we've been looking through, but certainly by all reports, the students report that their counselors are they're just more available. They're there more. They're able to find a counselor when they need it. And they felt like that increased support was very helpful. So
321.
Thank you. Very close.
Very
not
good.
bad, not bad. Just don't ask me where all the AEDs are. We have some other, I mean, this, again, we've been doing a lot. And it feels great because I feel like we had such great momentum. Everything had to change in 2020. We've been building that momentum back, and I feel like we've hit our stride once again. And when we think about a couple of the areas where we've been really focusing, one is through enhancing security. And we will be talking about something tonight in a little bit in our capital plan. I'll get there. But we now have an SRO at every school. We've improved our security cameras and our systems across the board, district-wide. We've upgraded our door access control systems. They're all modernized. They're all linked together. Everything talks to each other. We've got other enhancements that people can see, like the speed hump at the high school that we're looking at putting some others in, some of the bollards that are around and things, guardrails that are going up. We have lots of other things that people can't see, but that help to make sure that our schools remain safe, welcoming, open places that we want them to be. So lots going on with that. We've also, of course, been fulfilling mandates. We have to. We are a public school, and Hartford likes to stay busy. I love they had a mandate reduction committee that came out with 3 more mandates. And this is just what happens, right? So we're working through them, and we do our best. We do believe that we understand how it works, and we use what UConn calls a high leverage policy framework. When these things come in, we look and see, okay, what must we do? What are we doing in this area? How can this be complementary of what we do? And in many cases, we're able to do that, which is why it does make it very difficult when people say, well, give us a list of unfunded mandates. It's sort of, all of them for the most part. And yet we find a way to incorporate it into what we're doing. So it's not that you can just sort of peel these things away often. So we work through it. It's tricky. But some of the things that we've been doing, we've been just Tuesday night, the Board of Education adopted our new teacher evaluation professional learning plan. That's our teacher evaluation plan. It had to be updated through the state. It really kept what we've had, which has served us very well. May had to make a few changes here and there in order to align with the state. And thanks to Dr. Krenti's really good work going back and forth with them, got it to a place where we feel good about it. The board felt good about it. The state adopted it. So we're good. We have our increasing educator diversity plan. We had to revise the MOU, the memorandum of understanding we have with our SROs, because some of those laws have shifted a bit. And John has been a great partner with all of that, Chief. And we've just, in this last year, we completed negotiations with our teachers, with our administrative assistants, our custodians, and our food service, which is an awful lot of work for Darlene in the HR department and Sean in his finance department, but we're in a good place there. And that teacher contract is going to be filed with the town in the next couple of weeks. And look forward to any conversation about that anybody would like to have.
Can you give us a brief that mandate on the reading program?
Think it's the same.
Yeah, can you just
So
the unlisted fulfilling mandates?
focus on the word brief. We are still hoping for some relief. We do, however, have in this budget an approach that we believe will fulfill the necessary requirements to do what needs to be done according to meet the letter of the legislation. We have found that many of the books that we have are incorporated into one of those programs. And so we are looking at that program and the books that we're already using, the ways we're using them, developing a few units in alignment with that program and looking to meet the expectations and the requirements of the legislation that way. Believe that it'll get us there. So. Mm-hmm.
So you're working, you got a process to work with what you have to fulfill the requirements, but not having them.
We have a process to work with what we have. We have to do some new learning and there are some funding in here for some of the books in the compendium, but not a wholesale replacement. Okay. We believe that we can, as I just mentioned about the high leverage policy framework, we believe that we can sort of leverage what we have, make a few little adjustments and meet the maybe minimum, but I'll take a C- and meet the expectations do we have to do. Mm-hmm. Yep. And again, I want to credit Dr. Krenti and her whole team.
It would be interesting just from a community standpoint and someone, we all have connections with legislators, and I know you've all tried to push those levers and it's been difficult. But it would be interesting to keep track of the excess costs that we have to invest just to check a box.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we will be.
We don't believe is an effective box for this community.
Our approach, fortunately, is much less than some. To adopt the entire compendium, do all of that is $500,000 or more, plus the training needs, plus years of, there's an awful lot. And that's where we really worked hard to find an entry point that would be more complementary than replacing what we're talking about. But yes, and I'm continuing to speak with legislators. We have another breakfast next week that I'll be attending that we'll be talking to them about. I have some reason for hope after one of the breakfasts that occurred 2 weeks ago I believe it was out in Madison. The next one's over in Westport. So we're trying. Again, the intent of the legislation was good. I just think that the rigidity of it causes problems.
I think my first comment to one of our new legislators was, please ask the people who your legislation is going to impact the question before you put it before the legislator. Because I think,
that's right.
It happens all the time. They get someone with a bee in their bonnet about something and it's well-intended and they don't talk to the people that it's impacting and it really you
Well,
know,
it's a one size fits all
Right.
mentality, which it can't be. I mean, there's got to be an out where it says there's empirical data that says, hey, we're at this level, we're exempt from this particular, but. it
Right.
just doesn't
Well,
work.
you're right. Legislation is a blunt instrument.
mhm,
It is. And so it's in
mhm.
it's in how it's applied and sort of understood and what flexibility is there. And there was some, to their credit, the legislature did write some flexibility into it, but it's been the interpretation of that and the application of that that's been challenging. But we're working well with the State Department and working with the commissioner and in conversation with her and with great relationship with all of them. So I'm optimistic. We'll get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
patience.
It's persistence, really. And you're welcome. Good. So shifting very quickly then to some of the other things, other highlights that have been going on in the district. That are really student-facing, student-centered, right? So the full opening of the Dome has been thrilling. I've had some different community events and other things that we've been doing, and we're working with the board in order to develop the policy around rentals and all that. So we're really looking forward to it. But we've had large groups, smaller groups, others coming through, and everyone is just awestruck by the experience. It's really a wonderful place. More importantly, our kids are cycling through there. So we've had multiple grades that have gone through, and we've got the connections with the curriculum. And Melinda Meyer, our director of innovation, is doing an outstanding job building that into the student experience across the continuum. So brilliant work. And we've got we talked about clubs. We have a student astronomy club that's in there now, and they're using it and doing other things with it. And in 2 weeks, there's a private event that we're going to go to, and in the Dome that we're piloting something, which is a live stream from somewhere in the middle of the country of a concert. And they're going to live stream that in and with the full visualizations in the Dome. And we'll see how it works. And if that works, that's another thing that we can try and start to consider ways to open this up to the general public and continue enhancing it
Have
for
we
the
had any
students.
inquiries from other school districts, since there aren't many planetariums or domes in school? Like,
We've had school districts ask if they could come over every day so that they could teach a class there.
Are we gonna-
The answer is no.
we're not going to be able to.
We can't be that
leverage-
available.
Can't leverage it to help the greater community. There's no time. I mean,
Oh, there will be. There definitely will be. So, we're looking even now there's an external vendor that does shows, and there's different contracts, different things. There's a contract on my desk I'm reading through. That would be open to the general public. So New Canaan certainly, but also to the area. For the experience. As far as the education piece goes, we are looking at partnerships with
yeah, I
some
was
of
more worried
our
about the
districts nearby.
education.
Like we used to have a great partnership with Norwalk in the elementary schools with the Nature Center. And that was grant funded by Connecticut. And it was a wonderful program. The Nature Center was fantastic. And then funding dried up.
Right.
Went away, right? But I'd love to look at ways that we can reestablish those connections with Norwalk, with our kids, to do some of these, have these experiences together and have the crosswalk with the curriculum using the science standards. So it's the same standards they're using in Norwalk we're using here. So yeah, I think there are lots of opportunities for us to do that. It just takes time. We'd all love on day one for it to be fully cooked.
Oh, sure,
right?
it's brand
And
new.
so it's, we're working through. But that definitely is part of the vision.
You've rotated through different classes. Like last year, we talked about how you've got every one of remind us again about third grade or sixth grade. I don't remember.
We had an elementary grade, and we had both, a middle school and an elementary school grade.
And you got everybody in that grade got to come
Everybody.
over, and that's just so great.
Well, and that's, it reminds me of one of the evenings we had was for donors. And I asked the group, we had about 50 people there, how many of you graduated from New Canaan High School? And so many of those hands went up. And then I said to them, how many of you remember your experience in the Dome as a kid? Every one of those hands went up. And they said, that's what we wanted for our kids. And they could speak to the day they went to the high school to go into the planetarium and have that show. They remember. And that was a lot of the motivation and the inspiration for them to give and be a part of it. So now this is the gift to the next generation. I think I get chills when I talk about it. I think it's
Going to the
really
high school
amazing.
is cool when you're in grammar school.
Yeah,
It's cool.
all those kids look huge.
It's cool.
Just going to the high school is cool. And then they go to the Wagner room and they've got different tables of experiments and
Cool.
things that they do. Then they go up to the Dome and they see it and experience it that way. Then they go back to the Wagner room to talk about it. And the whole time they're looking up at all the kids. That's probably what they remember, not. Anyway, it's amazing. What an asset for our town. Our work that we've done this year on phone-free schools. So we've kept, as you know, our elementary schools don't have them, don't bring them, no phones, no watches, no earbuds, not allowed. We always have to send a reminder out after the holidays because lots of watches go around. In the middle school now, at SACS, I should say, the intermediate school and the middle school, we are, students walk in the morning and they put them into their Yonder pouches and they stay in those Yonder pouches all day. At the end of the day, they hit the magnet, open the pouch, take their devices out and get on the bus or go home and do their thing. And
5th through 8th.
it's 5th through 8th.
That's great.
All day, every day. They don't have access to them. And it's gone very well. We have an update that's being prepared for the board that I'll be glad to share with the board of selectmen when it comes. But really, couple of weeks of a few little things here and there, but nothing.
Any fake phones? Because I saw that in some news article.
Well, the story I told.
Local district.
Phones.
Yeah.
The story I told him, which actually was in there, was about a student who was promising the administrator that he had put his phone into the pouch. And while he's having this conversation and trying to convince them, the flashlight on his phone is on in his pocket. But they're kids,
Yeah.
right? This is how they learn. We teach them. I mean, it's really funny. But it's really going very, very well. And it's a credit to the teams over there and the work that they're doing and the approach they used. And I mentioned this in the article as well. This is not a punishment. There's not a big problem over there necessarily. This is the solution to. We're not trying to cut down on this, that, or the other. What we're working to do is provide our students with a system and empower them to be in charge of their relationship with their personal technology instead of vice versa. They need to be the ones to decide when to look at it, why to look at it, what to do with it, and then to put it away afterwards. We all could probably use some help with that. So we think if we hit the kids early and we get them in the 5th through 8th grades, when they start getting their phones, we can help them very quickly set up those systems for themselves. And we're optimistic by doing this in school, they're doing something similar at home as well. The pull of the technology is so strong that if we don't put a system in place to give them the control, the phones are going to win. And I will say that our teachers are doing it too. So they're using Velcro pouches because but most of them are using, Jill sent me a text when I was back there saying she just got busted in middle school because her phone went off when she was in a classroom observing and everybody looked at her and started pointing like, you have your phone. So it's really become enculturated into the school. And what was happening, and we all experience this, I'm sure, right? It used to infuriate me with my kids, that a teacher or anybody might be talking and then something on their phone and they look down. The minute somebody looks down at their phone, you're less important than their phone, right? You're less important than whoever was doing it. And so subconsciously, this was happening with teachers, with kids, with others all the time. And we're sending signals all day long that the people we're with are not the most important things. And that has to have a negative impact on relationships. And I really believe that this work that we're doing now for all the reasons I've said, is worthwhile. But one of the other benefits of it is it's going to strengthen relationships between kids, between adults and kids, and adults in that building. Yeah. And they were good to begin with. But I think, so it's hard to capture that in an article, but I really give the Board of Ed and our administrators, everybody, a lot of credit for having the courage to step forward and do this. And at the high school, we've changed the way that we manage the phones as well, where the students, when they walk into a classroom, they put it into a cubby box, the phones, the watch, whatever. And from bell to bell, they don't have access to that. It used to be they put it away, but if they're going to the bathroom or going to the nurse or whatever, they could take the phone and take it out and put it back. And it was much more fluid to that. We said, no, well, from when that class starts till the time it ends, that's out. And you leave it there. And again, that just clears the space in the kid's head to be fully present, knowing that it's out. They can't get to it. They don't want to, it's no longer nagging at them in the same way. Because when I was thinking about, again, when I date myself, when I started teaching, there were no cell phones, right? None of this happened. And we would walk through the door of the school and leave the rest of the world behind. And school became its own community and its own sort of sacred place that built by the kids and the teachers and everybody there. That's where we spent our days. And then I was always amazed anytime I was not in school during a school day, how many people were just driving around? Like, what are they doing all day? Right? So it just is different. With the advent of the phones, now it's like that sacred space doesn't exist anymore, because they would go in and even if you kept it out, it'd be knocking on their classroom door all day like just somebody trying to get your attention instead of it being fully present in where you are. And I think this is the reason why the focus on phones and the conversations we're having, the work we're doing is so incredibly important, because we cannot be so fractured that we're not present, and we can't lose the value and the specialness of that time in school with children. We create those cultures, we create that environment, and it's a sacred space for those kids and for the staff and for everybody there. And so I really think this is a big step back towards what it could and should be and will be. So
Yeah, I'm waiting for the PTC to offer them to families to buy. The vouchers.
yeah,
So use them at home.
yeah. And there are other, yeah, other simple things, right? There's so much, and we work on the education. You're exactly right. We did have some people contact us to say, can we get one of those? Because, you know, I want to lock my kid's phone up. But the answer sort of is no, because it's not a punishment.
Oh, I'm not viewing
Right.
it as punishment.
No, I know. But we're not doing it as punishment. We're doing it as an empowering thing, right? But yeah, I mean, it's simple things. Have your kids charge the phones in the kitchen, you know, do those overnight, do those kinds of things. And we work really closely with parents, want to help them in every way we can. Yeah. Yep.
You envision it end up going to the high school after you've trained the school? kids?
Don't tell Bill, but yeah.
Yeah, I am, yeah, I think it's a great.
I do. I think that that's, it's a logical next step. And I think that I mean, you can even see it. Kids that wait until after 8th grade to get their phones versus those that get them in 4th, 5th, they have a different relationship with their personal tech. And so I really think we're teaching them both sort of physically and biologically, cognitively, that school's not a place for phones.
Yeah.
So the mind doesn't, because my question going into it was, I know it's hard for the first couple of weeks. Is it hard every year, every couple of weeks? Because you have to undo whatever happens over the summer.
Yeah.
And the research shows no, because they're wired now to understand. Their brains now know school's not a place for phones. And one great piece of great news that we got was that many fewer parents got their 5th graders phones this year.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
that's great.
And one of the reasons for it, it's certainly what we're doing at Saks. And in talking to some parents and board members, they said the reason why 5th graders have phones is because parents need to know where they're going after school. So we have dismissal manager K4, but we weren't using it after 4th grade. So we said, all right, let's use dismissal manager in 5th and 6th grade. And now they can use that like they do in the elementary schools, and they don't need the phones for that communication. And so we sort of found why they were using it, found an alternate way to do that, because it wasn't realistic to say, just call the school. We're not built for that anymore. And it's just not. But through dismissal manager, which they already know how to do because their kids were in school K4, they can put in there where if their students should go anywhere other than home at the end of the day, and the kids find it themselves. So we've been trying to be really systemic about this. And the last thing I'll say is, another reason why I really feel it's been so successful and a model for other districts is we didn't just give this out to kids on day one and say, do this. We spent a month working with groups of kids. We had a steering committee together that were adults and kids, administration working together. The students helped us design the system that we're now using as far as entry and exit and expectations. They were a part of this from the beginning. They helped design it, so they have some ownership. And I think that's made a big difference.
Really good.
Yeah. It's great work over there. So I guess I should look. Apologies. Other things that we've really been focusing on, I mentioned the intermediate school, and that was really a way to take the largest middle school in Connecticut in grades 5 through 8 and really look to create 2 smaller experiences programs for kids where it could be more customized to the needs of each of those ages and those grade levels. It's gone, again, very well. The Literacy Academy, I've got a couple of slides I'll show you about the Literacy Academy, continuing to invest in that. And that's the successful transition of our downtown campus, which is the alternative school, and our launch to 220. So, you know, we've got launch in the front of the building, alternative in the back, and then there's a kitchen in the middle. And so they cook back and forth, they have sort of communal meals, they do their work. And launch has been so successful. We have 2 students from another district in our program just this year on a tuition basis, where we can try to help. So these are both programs that could grow and the need will continue to grow. And that's another conversation for another day. We have a plastic reduction initiative over at the high school. We're selling aluminum water instead of plastic water, and kids love it, and they're reusable, and it's fully recyclable. You know, plastic doesn't get recycled, or if it does, it's only once. Aluminum can be recycled indefinitely, and it takes, what I heard was 36 times the energy to create new than it does to recycle the old. So it's financially, there's an incentive for companies to do that. So it's something that we've been working on.
Not better than the boxed water, I'm hoping.
Oh, I know. I just had some boxed water the other day. You were on the board when we tried the boxed
did, and
water.
I was like,
It only lasted
See
2
the
meetings.
boxed water.
Yeah, 2 meetings.
And I know
But-
there's additional initiatives the kids are putting forth for you
Yeah.
guys with the plastic.
Say again, I'm
I
sorry.
know there's additional initiatives the kids are trying to launch with the plastic, so that's good. Like
Yeah,
the-
yeah, and we're
the
looking
flatware
at
and
doing
stuff,
some composting. We're looking at starting at one of our elementary schools.
Mhm.
Matt Kaskak has stepped forward to say he's game. So we're looking at getting that off the ground. We're looking at doing some more recycling. We're looking at compostable silverware and things like that. So yeah,
Or
there's a lot going
silverware.
on. What's that?
Or silverware with dishwashers, yeah.
Well, schools that did that have gone away from it.
Well,
They're not doing
anyways,
it. They're not doing it.
kids are
they're
still.
No,
Okay,
they're not doing it anymore.
you sure?
They cancel it after a year.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but there's lots of ways to do this, and we'll get it done. Yep, so it's good stuff. Community partnerships and then the other thing. So I'll continue on, but there's so much going on in the district. And it's wonderful to see, because we really are both sort of doing those ancillary things around security and mandates, those things, but never losing sight of our core mission, which is that student experience, and making sure that our kids have the best possible experience as students in New Canaan Public Schools. And so it's also important, though, because with everything going on, you're probably thinking this is a budget conversation, and this must cost a fortune. And we definitely are grateful for the investment that the town makes and feel very, very good about it. We also feel that it's our responsibility, as mentioned before, to be good stewards of every penny. And we work very hard to make sure that every investment is a high leverage one for our kids. So this is the breakdown of what's called the net current expenditures per pupil, NCEP. Latest data that's available is this 23-24 data. So essentially what they do is after normalizing for the total amount, the state then looks at average daily membership of students, divides and figures out the net current expenditures per pupil. These numbers, I know I've mentioned before, it is normalized, it is checked and double checked, and is used for many important things by the state, such as excess cost grant reimbursement and others. So people can say whatever they want about it. They can say we should include this or we should include that. To me, the important thing is that it's normalized across all districts based on the expenditures that are made that go towards kids, towards teaching kids.
Just
So-
to be clear, these are operating expenses, not capital.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Because of the fluctuation in capital year to year. These are operating expenses, what it costs, the net current expenditures to operate a school per pupil.
Mhm.
And again, it's normalized around different factors. Yep.
So,
So,
I never really thought about this, but I know some districts like Greenwich, they have many elementary schools and,
Sure.
and so how do we compare, from, Darien and Wilton from our elementary schools, because I know they both have one high school and
Mhm.
I believe one middle school both. How many elementary schools does Darien have? I'm like listing 3 and I'm like, I think there's another one.
5. They have
So
5.
that's gonna
Mhm.
impact this.
It will, but of course they have more students, so their base is larger, so the denominator is larger.
Yep.
So they might have another additional school, but if that school is filled with 500 kids and we have 3 that are each filled with 500 kids, it's going to normalize, right? So it's not that their schools, they may have more or fewer students and all of that, but like Greenwich is a good example. They're 2.5 times plus our size, right? So they do have more schools,
Right.
but
I mean,
it's
the
divided by the number of
infrastructure
students that they have.
I think about like Bridgeport, which is a really inefficient model with all their like a gazillion schools.
Sure.
And it's super expensive to run all those. They get hurt by that.
Mhm. There definitely is a structural component to it,
Mhm.
for sure.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yep. And so we running the largest middle school in the state the way we did, but we also have quite a bit of square footage.
Yeah.
So that's also a 250,000 give or take square foot building. So the cost of running that is quite high. But so yeah, there's a lot to it. But again, you also see the high schools are generally the most expensive. You've got athletics, you have other programs, whatever. So the Joel Barlow High School at the top is the is the top of our, again, our reference group, because it's just the high school as you look at it. So again, comparing against that really wouldn't be quite fair. And there are others, I think it's Suffield, maybe it is. I don't remember. Well, actually I have it. The very highest,
Probably the smallest.
let me just, to your point about the number of schools here.
Which is interesting because geographically we were so much bigger.
Okay, so it also happens on the small side, right? So Sharon
Right.
is has an average daily membership of 121 kids. Okay, so their NCEP is just under 50,000 per child. Right. If you go into District 12, which is Bridgewater, Roxbury, Sherman, they're just under $40,000 per child, and they have 550 of them. Right.
Some economies.
So I didn't think it's not right to compare against those.
Right.
Right. Right. We have more students than that. So there is a scale question, but really the scale is if you're very small, your financial obligations are much higher,
On a
to run.
relative basis, your fixed costs are higher.
Exactly. Yeah. The larger the district, the more you can distribute those fixed costs amongst the number of kids. As you look at it.
And you need to have certain size to to offer a lot of options in a high school.
Mhm.
It's hard when you have 130 kids. You're not going to be doing all these APs.
That's right. That's right.
So
Yeah. So exactly. There's
it's give and
always
take.
that cost benefit. So that we look at what
Can you just tell me how many? I can't remember. I don't know how many Wilton has, how many elementary schools.
well, so Wilton is built differently. They use the Princeton
Oh,
model.
that's right. They have the one.
They,
through
each
three,
grade is
K through
together in the
2,
building.
and
It's
2
the
through 5.
Princeton
Yeah,
model.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So they do use a bit of a
That's right.
different
I
model,
forgot. They have a different.
which would lead to some savings in the way that they do that as well, because one of their schools is quite large, and it's the multiple grades, but the grades all stay together.
Okay.
Mhm. So just to continue reading, just so you see how it all kind of breaks out. So the NCEP rank, this is out of the 166 in the state,
Mhm.
and then ANGLIC on the end, which is adjusted equalized net grand list per capita, right? So that's your wealth ranking essentially. There's we look. And again, these numbers are used by the state in a variety of different ways. The ANGLIC would be used to determine reimbursement opportunities for new construction. So back when
Isn't that amazing?
When did that happen? When did Darien become number 1?
yeah, it shifts. Back when we finished SACS, our ANGLIC ranking was number 2 in the state, which led us to about it was like a 19%
18%.
reimbursement
I
rate.
was there.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Now at 4, if that same thing, we probably might be a percentage or 2 more. Who knows? Who knows how they went doing it? But yeah, that's all based on the grand list,
Yeah.
adjusted equalized net grand list per capita. Yep, as we look at it. So I will say the NCEP rank of 43 puts us in the second quartile statewide. So our performance is at the top across the board, and our expenditures in the second quartile. I think that's pretty powerful. So you're right, structure matters. I also think it's important to take a look at some of the operational costs. We've talked about a lot of student-facing outcomes and opportunities and things. We're able to provide those in part because of the way that we really work hard to manage our operational costs. And we've been doing this for a good many years. And you've been a part of that through some of our energy initiatives and things like that. So here we look at our energy cost breakdown this is a 10-year look back, right? And you see an increase in the cost of natural gas. You see the drop off in the heating oil, and then look at the electrical cost. You see they are from 10 years ago. We're only up just a little bit. I think a better view is this one, when we break out the utility. So this breaks out the utility, and it also includes some reimbursements and some other things and some on-bill financing, some other pieces. It's a little more detailed, but again, you see 10 years ago, we were paying more for our utilities than we did last year.
Is this inflation adjusted or not?
These are straight dollars.
So that's really a
Yeah.
savings then.
Really is. When you think about it over that 10-year period, rates have gone up about 60% over that.
Yeah, I mean, just electricity, you got 30% surcharge. Well,
Right.
or 20%. Used to be
That's right.
10. Yeah.
And this is in part because of, the solar we've done, the shift to natural gas, the energy conservation things we've put in place, the move to LEDs, the lighting, so the lights turn themselves off, the energy management system that Scott and his department worked through. Like there's so many little things we've done through the years. We were able to do the lighting retrofits through on-bill financing
Yep.
through Eversource and we're finished paying off that on-bill financing. So the first one includes those costs. The second one gets those pieces out, and you see the pure savings. So this is accumulation of effort over the last 7, 8 years that get us to where we are now.
I was at a presentation last week by a CHP provider,
Mhm.
and they were talking about solar and the degradation of benefit over time. Are you like your oldest system? So have you, or maybe you should start tracking, sort of the benefit of the solar over as it gets older, because they talked about as the system ages, they become much less efficient. So
you know what benefit for us? I'm sorry, it is interesting. The thing is, they're not our solar panels. We've rented our roof essentially to a company that runs those panels.
Right.
And by doing that, we locked in through a PPA, a very low cost for power, regardless of what they generate.
Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. So that's a great, so you don't want, so that was a good call, not owning. it.
Yeah, to lock in the power purchase agreement so that it's,
Yeah, that's great.
and on whether cloudy or whatever,
I love that.
we're paying a very low rate for our electrical
That's great.
through those agreements.
So was the relative jump in utility costs in 2021 and 2022, was that with COVID? We kept windows open? And,
Exactly.
we just used
Yep.
more energy. Yeah.
Yeah, so we had the fans in the windows and we were building they're exactly right. Yeah. We're
Pay attention. I pay attention.
You do. This is good. See, that would have been in my notes that I can't see. I would have told you.
That would be a very cool slide to inflation adjust.
Mhm. Oh, it would even more so. Yeah.
Wait, imagine if we didn't do anything from 2014 till now, what it would look like.
Well, that's just it,
You
right?
could represent it both ways.
That bar
Just
would
saying.
be double that.
Yeah. And there's plenty of places that haven't when you start, right? We really, and this was thanks to Board of Selectmen, it was Board of Finance, it was, everybody sort of working together saying, yeah, we want to do this. And to me, one of the things I love about it is it's sort of doing good and doing well, right? So it's better for the environment to have solar, to be running on propane, to be doing the things that we're doing. The burning less, consuming less is really important.
It's just good.
And paying less is wonderful. Right. So I think
And
it's
the way we
really,
did a bunch of them where we weren't, it didn't cost us, like
Yeah.
the energy retrofit and stuff like that.
exactly. Well, so let me show you another thing we did that was again, one of these, another kind of brave, bold thing that we did was the shift over to propane. So if we looked going back 10 years, we're all diesel. And we started to make the shift in 2018. And since then, look at the difference in our costs. And we have more buses because of the start times. So this is what we're paying for transportation for our yellow buses. And again, other benefits are because it's propane, it burns clean. Okay? So we don't have to worry. Many of my colleagues were asking about buses during this cold snap. Are they leaving their buses running overnight? They have to do that because diesel won't start in the fall. We don't have to worry about any of that. Because propane's under pressure, you can go -50 and you're okay. And also because it burns so clean, the engines are in great shape.
Yeah.
So we were able to negotiate a better contract with DATCO because of that. And of course, they run quieter and there's no exhaust and all of those things. So there's quite a bit of conversation about electrifying bus fleets nowadays. But we really feel that we are well positioned for the next 10, 15 years with propane. We have the tank in the ground at the high school. We have our systems in place. It all works. And another little benefit is if there is a spill, there was one a couple of years ago, there's no hazmat cleanup because it evaporates into the air. It's not the same as a diesel spill, which we did have years before that, which was a whole different with EPA involved and the state and everything else that we had to do. So another bit. So another sort of prescient move years ago, Board of Ed and otherwise, that saves for us now. And this one, I think, because we like this one the best, I think tells the story. Again, diesel was going up, right? And these are the gallons that we burn and the cost. And so the red is the diesel, yellow is the transition, and then the green. And that jump is the additional buses from the school start times, but it's nowhere near where it would have been. One last thing around savings. I know I could keep going on this because we really think an awful lot about this. Because we know every dollar we save and through the operations is another opportunity to invest in kids and invest in the schools. Our special education expenditures. So we've been talking for years about programs, about the work that we're doing. And we, as you know, we've insourced our specialists and different things. We've also been building programs internally. And actually in a conversation recently with the Commissioner of Education, I shared with her that we've had some great success. And I learned that they're building, they're incentivizing some districts to build programs. And I'm optimistic that it won't just be to build new, but to also invest in those that already exist to make them better. Programs that service students with specific needs. So this is the current state reporting data. We're looking at our special education breakdown. Special ed is a large driver in the budget, as you know, right? So we look at the percentage of overall expenditures in our budget. So we're just under 20% of the budget is going towards special education, which is lowest in our group here.
I'm trying to remember. I think that percentages come down. Like I would like it interesting to see it longitudinally because I remember from, Board of Finance days, it was more like 21%. And I remember we were like so much better than Darien. But that the amount of, for some reason, I remember that the amount of kids was like 12% and we were 21. I'm very curious to see it over time.
Sure, that's an easy thing for you to
And
get.
that might reflect the Learning Academy and some of the.
Well, and that's where I'm going
reading
next. Exactly
literacy
right.
academy and stuff.
Yeah, it's the how, right? Here's the what, but
Yeah.
that's why I think it's important to look at those energy savings things. Like we talk about what, but here's sort of how we've done it, right? How those investments have paid off. So just to quickly look across, and then I'll move into the next one. You see the total expenditures, you see the prevalence rates, all of which speak to really, when you look at prevalence rates, it's really about the work that happens before a student becomes identified. So there you're talking about the response to intervention, the work that goes on, the interventions that target students' needs, help them to get back on track without needing to go into special education. If somebody's appropriate for special education, they're in. Like, this is what we do. And we support it and we do a wonderful job with it. But we also want to make sure that we've given them every opportunity to meet those goals and those benchmarks prior. So that's where our RTI comes in, which is called response to intervention. We talk about the interventionists and specialists and those pieces. That's what those folks are doing. Right. So it makes a big difference. And you see, again, we're lowest in the DERG, much lower than the state as we look across. And then this is not on dollars, this is on numbers of children, right? Because the costs of each of these has gone up. So the blue bar is the outplacements, and the outplacements of the, that's just kids we can't program for, and that happens. And so that's a bit of an unpredictable number. Folks can move in or whatever, things can emerge. But we don't have the facilities, the programs in order to manage that. The orange bar are the unilateral placements. That's where families believe that we don't have a program. We believe we do. And you see the trend on that, the number of students. And that is, it directly coincides, right, with our alternative program, with our literacy academy, with the work that we're doing now. In conversation with Bill, he shares that the emotional needs are emerging and continuing, and we're continuing to think and talk about that. But as far as the impact, we're often asked about costs. How much money are we saving? We say, well, we can't really get there because we're deferring costs that we don't really have numbers. But again, this isn't cost, this is the number of children. But this is what we're talking about. We say we want every child to come to the New Canaan Public Schools. Every kid who lives in New Canaan to come here. We program for them. We can provide them with an outstanding education, sitting next to their neighbors and friends. We want them to be here. We want to build programs for them. As we built these programs, we've seen quite a bit of success. Okay. And you put all. Thank you. I knew you'd like it.
Well, but it's not, and it's not about.
It's powerful.
It's not about the money. It's about that the kid can stay in their community. I mean, it don't cost money, but it's just you'll be able to help everybody.
We have not had a single elementary reading placement this year with the literacy academy.
Yeah.
Not one.
That's great. That's great.
The mandate says we're not doing our job now.
That's bad.
You had to go back there. So, it's great. And it's, we talk about proof of concept, we talk about, all of these pieces. This is why we do this, right? But one of the challenges is it takes the upfront investment to build these programs, to get them to a place where they can have the impact. We know that thanks to our Board of Ed, thanks to our Selectmen in the town, that the investment is there, the trust is there, and the belief is there, the vision is there, that we can do this. And so we were able to make those investments. I'm optimistic that this proof of concept can go beyond New Canaan, and that through the state's help and otherwise, they can start to seed some similar programs in some other districts that don't already have them to help at an even greater scale. Our focus is here to show what's possible, and then to hopefully help others to replicate, do some other things. So I think it's very powerful. And we've gotten some recognition for some of these things. So just this past year in 2025, our district was ranked, was considered the #1 in the state, and you can see the accolades all through there. And then you can see the national recognition as well. And I'm proud of all of it. It's another indicator. I've told you why I like niche better than many of the others, which are more, they use fewer indicators, right? They're more narrow in their approach. They look at the number of kids who've taken an AP test and different things. I think niche is much more holistic, and it's really a community metric, because they actually grew up as a way to help folks to evaluate or to decide which community they'd like to live in. And so it was a group of people, I think from Carnegie Mellon, if I remember correctly. And so there's a community bent to it. And so I think that's a valuable piece too. Again, I think it's so important to note that it's considered the #1 best places to teach in Connecticut, and the #1 districts with the best teachers. Because that speaks to all of what we're talking about, creating the conditions for our teachers to excel. And it speaks to the people coming here and taking advantage of those conditions and excelling. And when you look across the country, when you talk about number 30 best school districts in America out of 10,561, I still say, why aren't we #1? But the top 0.01%, you can start there. On the bottom, you see number 18 out of close to 10,000 schools for best school districts for student athletes. And that's stunning to me as well, because I think you think about California and Texas and Florida and some of the states that just pump out these athletes, and that's really their focus. All of what we've been talking about is that the totality of the student experience, that athletics is a part of it, but no more important than VPA or than the co-curricular or than the assessments, and like the comprehensive nature and the holistic nature of what we do versus what so many other schools do that are more, factories that are pumping out these athletes. I think it's really a powerful metric to consider. So the Board of Education's budget for 25-26, all of what we've been talking about is all considered as we go into building this budget and putting it all together. We look to balance that commitment to excellence with long-term efficiency. And we always do focus on what's it like to be a kid in our schools? What's it like to be a teacher in our schools? What's it like to be a parent in our schools? But really, what is a student's day like? What is that experience like? And when you think about what it takes for just a single day for a kid, right? As they get out to the bus stop in the morning and they get on the bus and they see their bus driver and they're driven to school, they walk in the hallway and they see the other adults around who are checking in the buses as they walk through, and they see their friends, they go see their teacher, they'll see a custodian from time to time, they'll go to lunch, they see lunch, they go out to recess and there are TAs and others focused on helping them. That whole experience is so rich and student-centered. And we make sure that we have that entire system to keep them safe from the moment they walk on the bus in the morning to the moment they walk off that bus in the afternoon. Oh, really great stuff. So the budget itself, this again goes back to 21-22. It is a 4.67 year-to-year overall increase. And the reason I would just start with this one, because it's not a great slide, there's too many numbers, everything. This is in your budget book, and we'll get there in a moment, is because when you go back to 22, 23, 24, it's your expended amounts, right? Those are the actuals. We get into 25, we're still in 25, so we're navigating that budget, right? So I don't ever want to do budget to budget comparisons if we can avoid it. So we do our projected. So what we do mid-year in November, December is reforecast every single line item throughout the budget. It's an awful large task. And Pat and Sean and that department, they work through it line by line, expense by expense, to reforecast the budget to make it as accurate as we believe it can be prior to the end of the year. So that, because we have enough actuals now under our belt, conditions change throughout the course of the year. So we have to make some changes and some adjustments. So I think a more accurate conversation is to look at your projected versus your proposed. Of course, the projected still lands at the total appropriation. It's the same amount at the end, but we've had some changes. And that's why the Board of Education is so actively involved with managing the budget and the work that we do.
Brian, can you, I had a different number from, I guess, your superintendent's budget to the Board of Education budget on the salary line.
Yep.
What was the increase that the Board of Education added to that
Sure.
salary line?
So there were two positions. Well, do you have the exact dollar amount? I have the
It's 67,000.
67,000. Thank you.
Two additional FTEs for 137, and then additional turnover, so the savings of 70. So the net of the two is about 67.
And what were the two FTEs in that you
It's
added?
a math interventionist and a classroom coach, which I'll talk about in a moment.
Okay.
How do I read the last line, which is a negative fees? It's green. Is that
Sure.
like savings? Is that like?
That literally is income. So preschool income.
Got
Other things. Yep. So that's an offset against this expense.
That's where, is it? Oh, so it's, does that also include the Turkey Bowl income next?
It does.
Yep.
And that's without raising the ticket price.
So that's
So you're gonna keep it flat, unlike Darien.
down to $9.99.
Okay, great.
That's keeping our student ticket price at $10. Good. But yes, so I can go into a couple of the highlights with each of these things as you'll see. I mean, really, all in all, you look across, we're at 83% is salaries and benefits. You know, again, it's education, right? This is a people-centered business. We want people to be with our kids as they enter school. Somebody needs to drive the bus, cook the food, serve the food, clean up after them, teach them, do all of the things that we expect to have occur throughout the course of a school day. Well, I'll go into. Amy, I think you were referring to this slide before a little bit around special education costs in comparison to our schools. So this is 100% of the budget, and it's where that money is being spent by cost center.
Oh, no, I was
So
just
you-
talking about where our ratios were a couple years back, you know. in terms
What
of-
percentage of our overall budget,
Yeah. 'cause
right? So it was a bigger slice of this pie.
So I'd have to go back and look, but I think there's been improvements, all I'm saying.
Yeah, because, it's interesting. Having served on this board for 8 years, I remember the crossover point where special education became a larger percentage of the budget than either the high school or the middle school. And with the percentages, I can't tell, are we slightly, are they the same size pie still, or is it still slightly more than Saxon, New Canaan High School? I can't see where that would be.
It will be in the budget book, actually.
Yeah,
It's
whereas,
kind of funny 'cause, special ed is embedded in the high school and all these places too, so
Yeah.
it's like,
they break it out though.
So special ed is 13.1%.
Uh-huh.
The high school's 12.5 and Sax is 12.3.
So it still is. Okay.
And that's,
It's
You know,
just,
we can go back in past
yeah,
books
if
and
you
see
go
the
back to
same, you know.
2013, it was definitely significantly lower. So it's just, it shows you what's
I
happening.
think that gap is closing. Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
But again, we've got fewer students going out.
Yeah.
But the costs of each one is much higher.
Yeah.
Those are trending at, 7, 8, 9% annually. So if you had just trended those numbers previous to some of those programs coming in place,
Mhm.
we'd be looking at a very different outplace line.
Yeah.
That's why that former slide was so nice to see.
Mhm.
So around the staffing, we are looking at a 1.0 increase in FTE overall. This includes all positions across the board. So these are budget and grant funded positions as we look at the FTEs.
So with the one increase, you were saying you're not reflecting it change to budget, but change to revise mid-year. So if we were looking staff changing, because we added a lot of staff last year, if you were looking at to actual budget,
We added some staff last year. Go ahead.
you had a 7, right? So, so last year, like your one increase in staff changing, with your mid-year adjustment, did you change the staffing from?
So this is October 1 staffing. So we have our, on October 1, we do our enrollment projections and we also do our staff utilization reporting.
Mhm.
And so we use those numbers here. We use those numbers going forward.
How would that compare to the budget?
That's what I'm saying.
So if you had, your budget request was whatever it was, I can't remember, I don't have it from last year right in front of me. And then your October 1 staffing, how would that differ?
I would have to look, it probably doesn't. It's
Or
probably
7.
tracks very closely
Okay.
to what that budget was, because even if a position, sometimes we move a position, that's one of the reasons we move position out of a budget into a grant or vice versa based on funding need or whatever. This is both. So this is the gross. We're not pulling out grant funded or otherwise for the staffing plan. So I would believe I'll double check it to be sure.
Check, curious.
But I think it tracks very closely to what was discussed in the budget, if not
And so
exactly.
You told
Mhm.
me two additional staff, the proposed staff. You said the math interventionist and the
Classroom coach.
classroom
Mhm.
person. Why are you, what is the one? then?
Well, and I'll tell you what, so this is a source of my slight hesitation in saying with confidence, yes, it is, there was a grant, it's Title I grant that funding was going to be lost if we didn't use it in this school year. So we used it and brought on board an excellent person to work for the remainder of this year, grant funded with kids over at East Elementary in literacy. So that wouldn't have been in our budget because that was something that an opportunity came, but it is in the FTE count. So that grant budget is over at the end of this year, and that position, she knows, and we know that this is a temporary position, for that person's there. So we came into it as a
Goes
negative
down
one.
And you have 2 ads, so it's a net 1.
-1 FTE initially, so we're without those 2 ads, and so it's a -1, and then the 2 ads get us to the 1.
But the revenue associated with one person goes away as well.
Yes.
Right, because that was grant funded, and there are other grant funded positions in
So you're
here.
really paying for
And-
2. You're really paying for 2.
Right, well, and then what we did was change the assumption on the turnover savings from 175,000, we added 70,000 to that in order to offset one of the new costs, one of the new FTEs.
But you get that
So-
turnover savings every year. That's like.
Right, we
that's a
changed the
normal-
assumption,
that's-
it brought down the bottom line.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like, that's an every year
Yep.
turnover savings that we're counting on. So you really do need to kind of look at what are you adding to your staffing? Because we always look at turnover savings every year.
Right, we do. And as you know, any funds that aren't spent are turned back to this town
Absolutely.
every
I'm
year,
not,
right?
I just
So
want to look at it right. And then it's an analysis of what is happening to the head count and the schools versus the enrollment versus the needs and all the programmatic needs. And then we talk about all the savings.
Yep.
And, so I don't want to intermesh those 2 different things because it muddles the conversation. And the analysis of what is it we're trying to do as a town and as a school. I
Mhm.
mean,
Yep, no, that makes sense. That does.
You do have to overlay on this kind of and you maybe say this, the enrollment, because I was looking, I always thought we had 4,100 kids now, and we're just under 4,000 this year, right? And I think some of that had to do with changing the start date for kindergarten, like kept some kids
Little
from,
bit. Mhm.
but
Right, so there's more in kindergarten in pre-K.
they
So
would
we had another
accommodate,
section
yeah.
of pre-K we had to add, things like that.
But, and it's just, again, in terms of, look, everyone loves the schools and they're phenomenal, but it's just in terms of is staffing, all in staffing to the number of kids. It's.
Well, that's, we've got so many great graphs here. You could shoot back to a graph that shows 10 years of enrollment and lay it against our staffing and see what that looks like. I mean, that would be a helpful look.
Right.
going forward. So I don't know, is that easy to assemble or is that, I know it's
Mhm.
kind of apples and oranges a little bit, but at least, in one snapshot, you could say, okay, here's where we were in 2011, and
Mhm.
this is the number of staff we had. So
I've gone back 5 years.
5 years.
One of the challenges with going back further is, the programs such as our campus monitor program and other things like that, right? And the,
That's the apples and oranges component. So
right.
And also
But-
bring the
right.
stuff with always their in-house out, sometimes we outsource, sometimes we insource, and the whole literacy academy added 4 full-time people, it's just complicated, but
Well, it's
Um,
also, you can't add forever. I mean, so you have to say, okay, well, we added this, but this went away,
Okay.
so.
Looking here. So looking at each of the schools, over since 2019-20, which also was, a year before pandemic and everything else, right? So I thought that was a good place to go. 50% of the increase was special education, right? Of an increase in staffing. We have some others, let's see, we added a pre-K administrator at a 0.6, things like that. Some often, as positions, they may appear new, but they were existing roles that have been sort of evolved into something. Like the director of innovation was our K-8 science coordinator position. We don't have that position anymore, but now she's the director of innovation. Our dean of students was our K-12 health and PE coordinator position. So we don't have that as a position anymore, and it became the dean of students. So we try to manage that a little bit there. But of the 31 positions added since then across the board, across the district, 15 and a half of them were special ed positions. We can do a deeper
That's in
dive.
5 years? Is
Yeah.
that what?
Yep,
okay, So
yep.
31 over 15 are special ed.
and how many does the campus safety monitors, would they be a big chunk of them as well? Or was that around?
Well, no, so
No, the
it was,
2 of
but
them were
we,
older. It's only the 3.
you're talking about the SROs. No, you're talking about the campus monitors. So for instance, what we
The
did
SROs,
was
they're over in the police department, so.
campus monitors in the last year or two, we added one position as a campus monitor to be the supervisor of the 9 that we have. And then we had, because of needs and whatever, we have a floater as well that's in. So we've had to make some decisions around that. We also continued the building substitute model that we have. So what we found during the pandemic, right when we first opened, we couldn't get any subs for any positions. So we hired building substitutes who were certified teachers who would be doing this work for us. What we found is over the course of a year, due to long-term illness, absences, LOAs from our teachers, having a certified building sub to move into that role made a significant difference with a continuity in the classroom, somebody who's certified, who knows the course. And if it's going to be a maternity leave or something like that, we can put them in a week or 2 in advance. They get to know the kids, and it's a very smooth transition. So we've kept with that model, which has also increased these numbers a little bit across each of the schools, because we use those building substitutes usually by middle of the year, they're all in classrooms and they're all teaching. So it gives us, and then when there's retirement or otherwise, if we've got some stars, we have a farm league that we can pull from and hire in and have them in the staff. So we found great value in that building sub, which you wouldn't see highlighted in the numbers of the budget because we've been doing it since 2020, but we kept doing it as a result of the other needs that emerged around having that and the value that it adds. So.
And so you said I maybe got distracted.
Hmm.
So in the 5-year look back, did you say we've added
31.
31? Half of those were special ed.
That's right.
One of them was at least someone who was monitoring the
Yep.
SRO, or not the SRO,
No, the campus monitors.
campus monitors. So-
One, maybe 2. I have to look at
Okay,
that.
so we have 15, we had 16, and then in the 31,
Substitutes.
pardon me,
The building substitutes
And how
would be
many of
another
them?
6.
6.
Give or
Okay,
take.
so they're kind of your
That's the
your
farm
bench,
system,
as people move. And some of the other ones, do we bring in the literacy specialists?
We have the literacy. Well, those would be in the special education.
They're in the special ed.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
All right.
We changed our model with our alternative school. We have a a high school teacher now who's overseeing the alternative school. And so he is, instead of it being a special education, he's a general ed certified and doing different things. So we've changed that model a little bit, and that is an additional FTE in the unbalance, not necessarily, but a couple of overages of some of those classes. And then I have to take a deeper look. I mean, I mentioned
That
the
would be
math.
part of 15, right?
No. It was a general ed teacher that came over to run the alternative where it was a special education teacher who was, right? So we had to backfill those
Right, the general ed,
classes for the
right.
general ed from
But
the high
wouldn't
schools
you
over.
include the general, I mean.
The classes that he's no longer teaching at the high school
right,
needed
so
someone
you
to teach
add
for him.
You add a general ed teacher.
Correct.
And
Yep.
it's a net zero for the special ed.
Yeah, and then we had the new guidance counselor. That's
Yep.
one, right?
Sure.
The guidance counselor. And then didn't we get this could be a while ago, didn't we have, and maybe this is within the special ed, the English as a second language person? That's probably in special ed, right?
No, that wouldn't be in special ed. That is, but we've had that for a little bit now. We have Cam and Holly is our world language and ML coordinator at a district level, and that has been for a while. She has somebody who's doing sort of an assistant doing some of that work. I don't know if that's an ad. I'll break it down for you. We don't need to guess.
but
I'll break it all down.
But we had we brought a math specialist in, I mean, I'm just.
The math classroom coach, we have math coach, we have a classroom coach just in the last couple of years, right? We have, again, those building
Right.
subs.
I think, because then I could say, we go, yeah, we've added 31, but this is why, and it's thoughtful and.
And in truth, it's driven by the programming around special education.
Right.
I mean, it's 50.
Immediately you say, okay, well, 15 of them, we understand it right off the bat. I mean, that was a given that had to happen. We've got the launch program, we've got all the
Exactly.
some of the new things that we started. So that is fine. It's just like, the point before is enrollment has stayed relatively flat. We
Right.
just can't keep adding the FTEs to the point where, because obviously that's what drives this. That's the big driver of this whole thing.
And look, it would be great if you could, but we're not ever going to be, the private school that has the 1-to-5 ratio,
Right.
It's just not.
Not even close. No, we use our class size guidelines and we follow those things.
Yeah.
We,
Yeah, a summary
Yeah,
table
it's-
with that would be great, like exactly where the people went.
Yeah, I will, because one of the challenges, and I understand, it's, of course, we would look at your overall enrollment and look at the numbers, but it also does have to do with where those kids are, right? So if your high school is getting smaller, but your elementaries are growing, you're going to need more FTEs because of the class size guidelines, whatever, how that works is very different. And the same with the middle, you've got the teaming model in the middle school. So when you have the 4x4 teams, if you're going to be on the lower end of those, the sizes there, you could maybe reduce an FTE or two, but now you're no longer using the teaming model. And now you're really more of like a junior high model, which is, doesn't have that, all the benefits that you get from a middle school team. So there's some of it's.
But then you could do a quick narrative. This is why,
Yep.
and I think that would just help people put it in context, so.
Well, and over the years, I mean, there's nobody better at taking internal personnel and moving them into positions that they succeed at, and B, or they're doing this new role. And, we've seen it in many different places,
Yep.
At many, elementary, middle and high school. And, it's a credit to you and the staff for all of the moving parts that have to happen to get you into the rankings that we have. Obviously the product is great. It's just, our job is to prevent as much creep as possible, because we do it at every level. So
Sure.
don't take it personally.
Yeah.
We're,
No,
we're
I get it.
And overlay, obviously,
Mhm.
how we do in terms of our normalize, as much as we normalize expenditure per student versus our peers. So we've done, yes, we've added our all-in costs is in this range. You have to take it holistic.
Mhm.
But I think it's fair for people to say, wait, it hasn't gotten bigger, but we have all these people.
Mhm.
Explain why.
I mean, just to your point, and then we can move on. If we go back to the per pupil expenditure slide, if we were equal to Darien back in that year, our budget would be $4 million higher in 23-24. And we're talking about 25-26 now, right? So it would have been $4 million higher 2 years ago. And it would have trended from there. And Greenwich would have been $12 million higher, Westport $8 million higher. So yeah, I mean, these are real dollars, and we recognize that. We do think also there are, again, and we'll break it all down, the savings, and we do some things differently, right? So we insource our food service. They work directly for us. They don't work for Whitson's or Sodexo or somebody else. And we think that we do a better job and the quality is better. You know, our vans. People are still trying to figure out how to get their own van program off the ground because they're spending over $125,000 a child to transport them for a year. And so now actually, instead of trying to help them get their own program up, we're talking with Elmer about where can we loop together and share, do some ride sharing if it makes sense, and create another stream of income for us. You know, some of those things. So those are the things that we're looking at too, which we couldn't do if we didn't have those upfront investments of building those programs and having this. So, yep, I'm with you. But no, we look, we agonize, right? And I know you do too. You all do. We agonize over all of this before bringing anything forward. And you know, the use the word creep, and we certainly it's really all about sort of high leverage and strategic, and where should we be investing? So like the math interventionists at the high school, you know, having them jump through some hoops in order to make sure that we understood and they understood that what they're asking for and what the outcomes would be expected to be. We try to run pilots where we can to do a proof of concept before we bring it forward and put it into the budget. So this semester we had an intern from UConn who served in that role as it's sort of being defined forward and was that interventionist for kids. And we see the results and saw the good work. And now he can't do it because now he's got to do a student teaching. And the kids are like, where to go? Like, we need this, and the teachers and everybody else. So you know, we have that. And the classroom coach, you know, the original request that came through us before going to the Board of Ed and otherwise was for one embedded at each elementary school, which is a much more common model. And we pushed back to say, no, we'll start with one and let's prove the concept. And now at our next Board of Ed meeting, they're putting together a presentation to show all of the many outcomes of the work that one person's been doing, which is why we feel it's appropriate to have a second person up and running.
What do you have the classroom coach doing? That's relatively new.
Sure. Yeah, it is relatively new. And what she's doing is working directly with teachers, helping them to set up the environment, work with if there's need some help with any piece of pedagogy or instruction or curriculum. She coaches one-on-one and coaching cycles with folks across the elementary grades. She also, so it's flexible across all three schools. She also identifies professional learning needs either for individuals or grade levels or across all three schools grade levels. So we're able to sort of find gaps that need to be filled and other things in order to bring some resources to bear.
Are we seeing a different type of graduate coming out of our education schools that this need has arisen?
Yes, we are.
So what are they doing differently that we're not getting teachers that are?
Have teachers that are coming through who had a very abbreviated experience through the pandemic, right? But we also, because the pandemic had a significant amount of turnover, so we have just a higher percentage of new teachers that we hadn't had before. And the work has gotten more and more intense every year, as I'm sure you know. And so, I mean, people work really hard to help each other and to, you know, be informal mentors and all of that, but they're not as available as they used to be because of the other demands on their time through, for a whole variety of reasons. So it helps to fill that gap a little bit, but it really does. She does a lot of work with new teachers. And
Are our
small
teachers
things.
on average younger in the lower grades than they used to be?
I'm going to anecdotally say yes. And the data point I'll use will be the number of our teachers who are still on their parents' insurance plan.
That's good enough. It's fine with us.
That's right. I'm encouraging that.
See, in this parent, as soon as my kids had an insurance plan available to them, you're off mine.
Ours is a good plan, but no, stay. Actually, so what's happening a little bit there with that legislation, Joe was explaining to us that if the younger folks are not in your plan, they're actually low users. So you're actually losing a little bit of income that wouldn't be used otherwise because they would be paying in there. They don't typically utilize it the same rate as someone
So if
with more gray hair.
it's one of these things, it's like, again, another position, right? But it's like, so do we have a younger group of teachers, so maybe they're at a lower price point? Is that offsetting the cost of this coach? And if the teachers stayed and didn't leave, and I know there's more turnover, could a coach, does this have to be a permanent, that we will always have a coach? I mean, could,
No,
no, but it's very hard to get rid of a position once it's there, you know? I mean, but it's really hard. I mean, you know, I'm sure you can find another spot for this individual, but it's one of those things. If the need for the coaching is driven by, we have a post-pandemic change or maybe societal change in who we can find as teachers. So our teachers are maybe a little bit younger, because my kids are in school. We had some teachers with a lot of years, maybe they're younger. So is the coach needed in this interim period until our teachers mature? And then when you,
I-
put something-
I- no,
Can
you
do a
put something in, it's
consulting
hard to get rid
arrangement
of it.
versus a permanent hire.
I understand your question, and it's sort of right. Is this a position that's working itself out of a job?
That would be
Go
great.
on. I do want to just go back though, because I understand why you say it, but I think, and Steve mentioned it before, we're very careful to continually evaluate the positions we have, and if we think there's more value to be added another way, we'll evolve that position, like we did with the K-8 science, like we did with the K-12 PE and health position. We've done with others where we have evolved them into different spots, right?
Often evolve out, though.
Positions, well, I could find examples. I could find examples. I could find examples.
Somebody out. I'm not,
I
and
could,
you're not like, you're not
because
firing anyone, you're just like not.
there's typically enough attrition.
Okay.
So if a position were to go away, then someone, and this position is a teaching position. It's not an administrative position otherwise. So it's in the teacher's contract and the teaching. So there's that flexibility too. So yeah, if we found that all of a sudden, a couple of years from now, nobody needs any coaching and we're doing a great job and everything is rainbows and unicorns, then through attrition, this person would return to the classroom. But I will say that even Major League Baseball players have batting coaches, right? Like everyone, like no matter how good you are, you can get better. And you do that in large part by getting feedback from somebody who is focused on helping you to get better. So I do think coaching is something that when we think about what teaching is and the complexity of it, and it's an art and a science and sort of balancing those things. I think that there's real value added. And when I look around at other districts, other things, what's going on, there are, in some of our neighboring districts and others across the country, embedded coaching is much more widespread than, I'll just say, than it is here now. So they have coaches embedded in each school, sometimes multiple, that are focused on a couple of things, because they know that the most important influence on a student's learning is the teacher. Right. So if we can invest in helping that teacher to be as effective as possible, then we're going to get better and better outcomes.
All right, we gotta keep moving because it's 12:30. We still haven't gotten to Capitol, so but we got a long way to go.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's 12:30.
I'm just kidding. So I will talk about enrollment very quickly then, and I can move quickly because I know you peek ahead of the slides. What I should do is Madeline Hunter's approach, which is only give you one slide at a time. We used to do that with our overhead projectors where you'd move the paper down slowly.
Well, it's one area of your budget we actually have oversight over, so.
Okay. I do, all kidding aside, I do really appreciate the conversation. No, I enjoy this. Thank you. Don't tell anybody. So as far as enrollment goes, district enrollment without the pre-K. So we're at 3990. We look at a little bit, projecting a little bit of a decline next year to 3943. That is, it'll be interesting to watch because our kindergarten, we just did a welcome to K event, for our incoming kindergartners, and across all three schools, the numbers were higher than they were last year at this time. So it'll be interesting to watch and see if these do play out. But if you look forward from there, you start to see a difference. And that we've been watching that 26, 27 number for some time. As you know, we started sort of red flagging that 3 years ago and 2 years ago and now, and it has not gone down. It's only gone up a little bit. And as you know, those are children that have been born. We look at the actual live births in New Canaan, and then they project forward 5 years. So to break that out though, because those are just the gross numbers across the district, what we're looking at is consistent next year at the elementary school. You see a little bit of a dip in the 5 through 8 as those kids move up. And then in 26, 27, what you see is an increase and a continual increase of the kids coming into the elementary schools. And what happens numerically as we look at it, we used to, maybe in a 10-year cycle, we made out 2 years where our kindergartners we had over 300 kids coming into kindergarten, because we always pick up kids when they go from K to 1, as they do in-migration. What these projections are anticipating is in 26, 27, we have over 400 kids in kindergarten. And then every year afterwards, we're well above 300 kids in kindergarten going forward. So when in conversation with Board of Realtors and others, trying to understand this and asking them, do they see this? Is this, something that they would recognize? The feedback that I received was they do see this in that family couples that likely would have stayed in the city and started their family in the city, had a few children, done the pre-K thing, whatever, and then moved into New Canaan when their kids were elementary age, moved up earlier due to the pandemic, moved in and stayed. And so they started their families here instead of moving in when their family was already started. And then the turnover, when things normalized, went back to what it was, where families were doing what I just said and moving in with the families already established and, preschool or elementary school age, what have you. So there's a double hit there. And it's not just a 1 year thing, because these are couples that moved up, started their families, had multiple children. So that they would see that sort of lasting through a cycle. Now, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know. Again, this is art and science and whatever it is. This is projection. But we haven't seen projections like this. And I went back looking for a while. We hadn't seen anything like this. So these numbers would put us up 1,000 students in 23, 25, 2034, 2035, which is way too far. We know that a 10-year projection is who knows, right? Everything shifts and changes, and who knows, the AI might be ruling the world at that point. But we also can't ignore it, because we can't say that it's going to happen, but we can't say it's not going to happen. So we've really been focusing on this. The Board of Education's been focusing on it. We've done a bunch of work, and we'll have further conversations. So you mentioned capital. This is not the conversation regarding capital for today. This is probably a conversation regarding capital for some time in March. And we look forward to those conversations. Maybe April.
Can't wait.
I know. And I like this one because the bottom is the K, middle is the 5 through 8, and the top is 9, 12. And again, you see how the distribution of kids, not just the gross number, really matters. You could say we're not going up all that much here, but if there are 120 kids more in kindergarten than we have today, and everybody else stays the same, we need teachers to teach those kindergartners. That's going to be FTEs. If you go up 120 kids and it's distributed along 13 grades, you're probably fine. Okay. So the next, just a slide of this classroom section totals across the board, K through 8. These are our core classes. Again, the teaming model in the middle school, the elementary schools. The elementary, as you know, is it's 16 to 20. We really try to be somewhere 17 and a half to 19 and a half is really kind of that sweet spot. And I think if these projections play out the way that NASDAQ has predicted, we would be right where we want to be. Okay. And we've talked about the Literacy Academy. I'm going to save us a little bit of time. I just wanted to briefly let me show you this one actually. And you're welcome to look back at it. I know I can clean these up probably in the others with the numbers, make them a little neater for you. But this is just taking one student and that student's sort of growth and performance over time. So from September 23 to November 24, right? And the November 24 is that green bar. You see the progress that the student has made over time through the Literacy Academy. And it also sort of speaks to how precise and specific the instruction and the assessment is. This isn't just ELA, right? This is literally teaching students the specific skills they need to read, to listen, to speak, and using like the vowel R, the soft C, the S, and assessing those things with the kids. It's the Orton-Gillingham system that we use it's widely considered the gold standard of this work. And we are beginning the process now to become accredited through Orton-Gillingham for this program, which would make us the only public school in the country with an accredited program.
Cool.
Yep. Stuff. And you see a little bit of a dip in September If you look at the purple bar, I find this stuff interesting. I guess that's why I do this for a living. That's the summer, right back from the summer.
Oh, right.
Right. So there's going to be a little bit of a slide in the summer, but then look how quickly they go back
Mhm.
in November. So the skills were there. They just had to brush off the cobwebs,
Yeah.
get them back. And every one of those November scores is above where they came in for sure. But with only one exception, they're above where they ended the year. So as we continue with this, we have students that are going to come in, they're going to be able to exit out. And when they do, we'll continue to watch and see how their needs evolve as they get into the middle school and beyond. If they need more help, of course, we're prepared to do it. What we anticipate is that they'll exit the program and it will positively change the trajectory of their experience as students going forward. Very powerful. So we talked a little bit about the classroom coach. I would just want to share briefly about the math interventionist, the idea around the interventionist. I mentioned before, we've got about 80 students, give or take, that are doubling up on math right now. What we used to run in the 40s, about 40 something, some odd students that would do it. And again, as I mentioned, it was typically seniors who wanted an AP Calc and a stats, and they would double up that way. Now, we still have the 40, give or take, students that are doing that in the senior year. But now we've got another 40 or so that are doubling up on geometry and algebra 2 or some of the others in order to get to calc, because the competitiveness of the college landscape. They're being told by colleges otherwise that they should have calculus on the transcript. So
the interventionist is at the high school?
this is at the high school. Yep. So this person, again, student facing for a large part of the role. We have our language center, or writing center, that kids use all the time. And it's a drop-in model and an instructional model. This will be modeled somewhat after that. I use the word model too much. But the idea here is that it's going to be drop-in and it's going to be structured where this person can push into classes. So if a math teacher says, hey, I've got a group of kids that are having a hard time with this concept, can you push into the class for a couple of days? This person will be able to do that, work with just those kids, and then get them back on track and do that. So it's both individualized and in the classroom in those ways. And we've got our high flyers, who are those kids that might be doing AP Calc and stats and whatever. We've got our strivers, right? Our kids that are doubling up in order to do that. But those kids aren't necessarily doing it to get to AP Calc. They're doing it just to get to Calc, right? So they're not necessarily our high flyer kids, or they might have been on that Calc track already. So they're working hard, and so they need additional support. And then we also, again, have our kids who are struggling with that, who will have the opportunity to use this intervention. So it hits all students across that continuum, which I think is a valuable dimension of the role. So, and then again, we have our classroom coach, and just a quick example of how this is value added. If a teacher's struggling with something, say it's transitions with kids. So if you're in an elementary school classroom or an elementary classroom and you're teaching kids, time matters and routines matter. And the time that students take to transition, say from recess to their desks to learning, or from the desks to the carpet for reading, or from this, those transitions can take an inordinate amount of time if you don't have clear routines and expectations and communication with the kids. By learning how to do that, you can save, I mean, it might sound silly, but you can save 7, 10 plus minutes a day with the kids that they're now available for instruction, instead of being, kind of lost in transition. And so, but those are skills. You have to learn how to do that and work with your kids. And sometimes what'll happen is a teacher might be pulled. Kids are smart, right? And especially as you get in the upper elementary grades. So if a student can sort of make that transition last a little bit longer, sometimes they'll do that. This is getting another set of eyes to help the teacher to understand what's happening, teach them, coach them, do whatever. There's a whole host of things. The morning meetings that we start with. And one of the things the coach does is identify people who are our superstars. And the coach might tell the teacher, I want you to go in and watch this class for an hour, and I'm going to be with your class. And then when you come back, we're going to talk about what you saw, and we're going to talk about how those things can be implemented into your practice, right? And then maybe the three of them, that teacher that was observed, the teacher who did the observing, and the coach would meet together and have that conversation. So I'll move on, but it really makes explicit the practice. We've got lots of people who are unconsciously competent in what they do. What coach helps you become more consciously competent so that you can replicate it and you can teach others. Okay. So we've talked about the energy costs and the work that we're doing to actively manage that. We've talked about some of the ways that we build that down. I guess very quickly on this slide, from 22 till this budget that we're proposing now, our heating fuel is only up 3.3% and our electricity is down 13.2%. And here's some of the ways we do it. I mean, it's again, the LEDs, the control, it's reducing consumption and reducing the cost of, what we have. Those PPAs have paid off incredibly well and will continue to do so. These are 20-year agreements with these things. We're fortunate we met with Joe for a couple of hours the other day, our insurance consultant. And as you know, no bad news is good news in insurance these days. And it looks like our plan is performing as expected. We might even be able to eke a little bit of savings out of that based on what happens over the next couple of months. So we continue to look at it frequently, but in years past, I might have come with a number 3 times that, looking at some of the other budgets. So we feel good about where we are with this right now. Again, our outplacement numbers are still going up, but this number would be significantly better or higher if without the programs we've talked about. And just so you know, because some people like to compare budget to budget with other districts, we're the only district I know of, certainly in the region, that budgets are the gross number for our outplacements. So every other district takes their number and then subtracts what they anticipate to get back from the state in their excess cost. We put the entire amount in there gross, and then the town receives that check as income. And then if we have an overspend because of a move-in or something else, we're able to draw from that to keep the budget whole. It makes a big difference. I think everybody should go that way, especially a year like this where the state is significantly underfunding the excess cost reimbursement grant compared to where they had been, where we were usually running about 70%, 72%. They're in the low 60s% this year because of a budgeting error on their side. They didn't put enough money away.
And it's about 20 kids outplacement, right? If I looked at the graph before.
Out or placement? Out, yes.
Outplacements.
About, yeah. Well, and this is both. This is the combined, both the unilateral and the out. In this number here, that's the 4.9.
The outplacement number is the.
Yep.
So it's not just.
It's not just 20 kids.
It's 60 or whatever it is, 60.
Give or take. Yep. It's you really can't average because you have some that might be 300. You have others that might be 30. I know you're trying to divide that, but you really can't because it all depends on the need. Some needs for kids are really intense.
Huge. Yeah.
And they need it, and that's.
But you always can kind of average.
Yeah, but let's see. Okay, and you asked about the reading, so that is embedded in that textbook number, along with some new textbooks at the high school, and sort of increasing what we already have around chemistry, and it's sort of backfilling. The textbook number sort of ebbs and flows because again, we try to use an actual. There are some districts that just peg it at whatever, pick a number, $250,000, and just do that every year, and then backfill and say, what are we going to buy? I don't do that. Right? We say, what do we need? And we build it from the ground up. And so next year it might be a little higher. The year after that, it might be a third of what it is now. It's all these are actuals. These are what we need.
I was glad we're using books still.
Use books?
No, actually using books.
Oh, we do. Yeah. Well, although full disclosure, a chunk of this is world language, which is all online. And there's 6-year subscriptions to it. So when the 6-year comes up, we've got to pay it. Yeah, but we do still use books. I'm thinking about a Kindle. I haven't quite decided. And then software costs and things. Okay, so we've discussed the operating budget and back and forth. And again, I'm glad to follow up on any questions. We've got a couple, but feel free to reach out anytime. We feel great about this budget. I feel like it really does represent what we needed to. This picture, which I think is so important, is really, these are our graduates from last year. We do our grad walk at the end of the year where they walk through the halls of the other 5 schools, and kids are giving them high fives, and they see their, their brothers, sisters, friends, everything, and they're wearing their regalia. And they're standing around this new sign that the PFA just completed last year through their donation, which is right now on the corner farm, in the entrance to the high school. And it's, and there's the ram right in the middle. So representative of the partnership with the PFA and the community and the focus on kids. And there used to be a sign there that was a donation of the class, I think of 98, I think it was. And so they actually really thoughtfully repurposed that to go into the back over by, I know we were talking before about the Rotary and the all the work that's been going on down there. There's also the road, right, that adds a lot more traffic through. So the people are entering from Waveney as well. So now that sign is repurposed there. So when people come in, the gift from 1998 is there to welcome them into Buchanan High School. So it's really nice.
You've always put together what's changed in the budget book. Like, why is it changed? Is that in here? Okay, I'll look later. That's fine. I always think that's helpful. Why is it different?
Me too. Yep. It is in there. And the
Me too. I'm going to fold.
and again, as you look through the book, I know it's a lot. Reach out anytime. Do you want me to go right into capital?
Yes.
Okay. So our capital budget is comprised of 3 different components: facilities, technology, and transportation. So we'll go right into facilities. And we'll start there. We have our district, and then we have one for each of the buildings. And to a point that I did hear raised earlier, and I think it's very important, we don't know exactly what the plan is going to be in future years, given the enrollment increase. We don't know. We're still working on options and kind of scenarios. We're going to be bringing that forward to the Board of Selectmen very soon in conversation, and then going from there. So because of that, we've made some decisions to defer some items that might have otherwise been on the capital list for our elementary schools, because we don't want to be investing in something if something's going to change. And so without, I don't know anything, I can't get more specific than that, but I wanted you to know that we did use that critical eye to say, should we do this? Because this may have to change given the anticipated increase in enrollment. Okay, good. So like, for instance, one of the things that we're looking to do, and you see this in here, is continue doing our engineering services. We've got some ADA requirements, things like that. And again, you see the list, the speed tables that we have, balancing the systems. We're actually planning to start doing the balancing of the systems at the elementary. We said, let's move these things up to the high school. Let's do it at Saks, and making some of those decisions. Painting was in each of the budgets. But what happens is if we have an opportunity to do something at one of the schools, but there's no money left in that school, then we can't do it, because we have to wait a month or so to get to the Board of Finance to get the transfer to do everything. And Ann and the Board of Finance have been fabulous and incredible partners with all of it, but it just takes time. And so what we'd like to do is put it in districts so we can use it and put it where it needs to go.
Is that going to be at each of the, just for note, is that at each, where do you think you need $200,000 worth of painting?
Historically, we've spent or budgeted about $20,000 in each of the elementaries and 50 or so in the high school in the middle. So I think that's pretty consistent, the way we use it.
That's 160.
Yeah.
Actually, the numbers were a little bit higher.
They
were.
The numbers. I think if you could,
Yeah.
just something that supports. the
It's fine that it's in
200,000.
the district, but it'd be
I can
great.
show you the historical spending of
Yeah, that'd be great.
the painting. Sure. I mean, what happened? It's expensive.
No, trust
And-
me, we just had town hall repainted. It's not, it needs to be done. You want a clean,
Yep.
environment for everybody to be at school.
And you figure we've got
food and everything else.
about 1 million square feet of space,
Yeah.
right? When you look at it all. And doing classrooms is an enormous undertaking because everything
I'm not
comes down.
challenging. I
Yep.
just,
Just need some
50,
explanation.
30, 30, 30, that's 190, we
That's right.
rounded up.
okay.
Just back it up. That's all you gotta do, just back it up.
Sure. Glad to do it. Okay. Good. So, you don't want me to talk about each and every one of these things. Do you? I think they are described in your budget book as well. I'm glad.
The services, all that stuff.
Any of them. I mean, we had moved engineering services. That's for, work over in the Saks Library, for instance. We had the mezzanine. We have opportunities to try to make that a more efficient and effective space. We're trying to, again, capitalize on what we have and repurpose around innovation, around design thinking, and we've been talking about that for a little bit. The cleaning equipment, that's that new system that you were looking at?
The cleaning equipment, yeah, that's basically, instead of using 10 cleaners, caustic materials, we're planning on going with a company where we get the equipment, we actually create the cleaners. And there's different types, 3 or 4 different types of cleaners, depending on what you're cleaning, grease or just things like that. But they use it in Greenwich, they use it at Yale, and it's basically hydrolyzed water. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's green, it's safe, you can actually drink it. I wouldn't
I'm not
encourage it.
drinking that.
I wouldn't
Sorry.
encourage it.
And it works.
And it works.
That's the key.
Greenwich, we used it in Greenwich, and we used it especially during COVID, and it was terrific.
And it will save us money over time.
And it will save us
That's what I was
about
gonna ask.
$60,000 a year.
How much a year?
60
Wow,
So we
that's like
invest
less than 2-year
160.
payback.
full investment. We have to
Year and a half
purchase the
payback.
equipment. But the payoff is a year and a half or so. Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Okay, so with what I just shared about the elementaries, we've got east, south, and west. And really what we've looked to do is things that need doing for safety or otherwise. That's what's on the list here. Their big thing over at east is the playground rubber surfacing.
Is that
Oh.
is that really old?
They don't have it there. It's wood chips. And the beginning of the year, we had 3 children break their arms on the monkey bars. And those monkey bars, they'll get you. Yeah, 3 different kids. It was poor Zoe, who's a brand new principal over there. But so Connecticut passed legislation that says any playground that's put in after July 1, 2025 must have a rubberized surface. So one of the things that we've been discussing a little bit internally is, our PTCs pay for the playgrounds often, if not all of it, a portion of it. As East paid for about half, and the district paid for about half on the new equipment that they're looking to put in. And if going forward, we may be looking for the town to pick up the cost of the surfacing and have the PTCs pick up, do what they've been doing, which is the equipment. The equipment has gotten very, very expensive the last couple of years, and it's the surfacing makes a big difference, not just for the kids and the safety and use. It makes the space more available in the wintertime and all that, because the way you can clean it off. It also makes it ADA accessible for students and wheelchairs or mobility impaired. It's also better for students with sensory challenges and sensory issues. So we felt like no matter what happens as far as buildings and kids, whatever, the playground's going to be the playground, and that this was a safe investment to make and a good investment to make for the kids.
Is this do you have to do this at the other 2 elementary schools? Like next year, will we see another 250 for West and another for South, or?
We may. We may wait until a new piece of equipment is going into the playground and then look to do it. We would have to do it then. So East is just putting in a new piece. So the timing is right for that.
We're just noticing that Saks has a playground holder at 80,000 too for the
Wasn't it
floor.
a PTC funded playground, and a lot of people are going, what are we doing? With playground?
Well, and the difference in cost is because they already have one.
Right.
So all the drainage, all that work is done already. So that's a new surface for Saks. But if you go over to Saks,
Wow.
it's not the new one, of course. It's the other one. Yeah, and it's all cracking. It's in bad shape. Yeah, it's not.
It's the one that's right adjacent to.
Right, new basketball.
And it's been.
How long did these last? I guess not very long. 10 years, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, it was about 10 years ago.
Right.
And they bake in the sun, and they. But once it's in, so I think that's a good point too, right? So once East is in, 10 years from now, it won't be the full cost of a whole thing. It shouldn't be anyway. So back when this was done, it was more than $80,000. It's a big space and large space, everything. But because all that, the drainage work and everything's in place, it's less. Mhm. Yep.
What's the courtyard restoration phase 2? 150 grand.
Sure. So that is, depending upon how familiar you are with Saks, if you go down past the computer labs and in that area, past the music wing on that side and over, there's a courtyard that's there that had what looked like a dog run fenced out. It had a fence in it within the courtyard that was just meant to keep people away from a certain area. And it was long and narrow, and nobody really understood why this thing was there. Like we had theories. So Scott and his team, Scott probably can add more color to me, but investigated this to find out what's going on. And we found what was underneath it and had engineers taking a look at it and everything else. So long and short of it is that space is a wonderful space because of its location otherwise to clean up and use for some of our kids that have some sensory challenges and need a way to get outside and to do some other things. And so because of where it is and because of its size, but we would not do that with that little fenced in area. So this is restoring that courtyard that hasn't been used in years because of, the fencing and the way that it was, so that we could have kids go out in there and use it supervised, but use it again. Do you recall the space I'm talking about with the fencing?
I remember having internal court when we did the extension and we were going to produce courtyards, but this
is almost the exact opposite diagonal side of the building. This is from the new portion, go diagonally back towards the cafeteria, sort of that way. And it sort of sits right over there.
So it's like they just mow it, I guess, right? Is that?
Yeah. And then you don't really mow inside the fence because it still grows up and it just kind of, so it's a space that, we've investigated and found that it could be used and we could do some things with it.
I'm going to add a picture of that and what it could be like when you're talking to Board of Finance and, so, you're right, because it's hard to visualize.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
And Brian, elevator mechanics, is that at the high school? Oh,
that's over at Saks.
What did you, how much did you spend in phase 1?
On the courtyard? It was more engineering work. I'd have to check to see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check. Keeping notes, good.
Yep.
So yeah, the elevator mechanics, these things age out. So they literally just take all of the electrical out, whatever, and we can put that in, but you keep what you can, try to repurpose. Elevators are very expensive.
The big one.
There we go.
You ready?
Here's the big baby.
So let's talk about the PA system, security upgrade, etc. And actually what I'd like to do is see if there's a time that we could go see the demo, because we actually have a classroom that's wired up with this now. And experiencing it is an important part. So as you'll recall, last year we had about $650,000, $700,000 or so in for a PA replacement that we said, we're going to take this out. And that was for Saks and the high school. So we're going to take these out. Let us do some investigation and learn some more about what's available, what's out there. So we did that and found that there's a system, and that's what we're bringing forward today, a system that hits multiple needs. Long and short of it is it becomes a classroom audio system that's used every period, every day in all the classes. Right? So it puts multiple speakers in every classroom, and then teachers wearing a lanyard with a device their voice is amplified in that classroom while they're teaching. If they are showing something on a screen, that runs through that as well. There's also a handheld mic that kids could use if they're using it, because we really have found, and there's plenty of research around that shows that our focus on visualization has been important and effective, but we really haven't put that same focus into the auditory experience of being in a classroom. And amplifying the instruction in a classroom helps all kids. but we haven't been doing that. We've only been doing it in classes where students are hearing impaired. And those kids all report that they all complain when the speaker gets removed at the end of the year, and they want them in their other classes, right? So we have that anecdotal, but there's also research that speaks to the importance of amplifying the voice in a classroom for all kids, and doing it in the right way, not just, Bluetooth speaker in the front, but having it so that it's sort of naturally embedded in. So that's the first. So the system we're looking at, it's in the classrooms. It also functions as a PA system. So now this becomes a school-wide PA for everything. So we're meeting that need and replacing the PA. It also gets tied in with your bell system, so that not only do you have the bells that work and go throughout the building, which we all know, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a bell sound, which I think is good. And it's also customizable room by room. So in the Saks building, for instance, we have the intermediate school and the middle school. They're on different schedules. They're 75 minutes apart. So they're not ringing any bells. And so they're trying to, figure out whatever. In the high school, the third period is the lunch period. So you're either first lunch, so before you go to class, your second lunch, which is in the middle of your class, or your last lunch, which is at the end of class. And that period's that much longer, right? You can customize this so that if students have third lunch, the bells aren't ringing in the middle of their class 2 times to go to lunch and go back to lunch. You can set it up room by room so that you're not, it's not interrupting the space. It gives you a lot of
The
that.
ringing now is what happens?
It rings. Yeah, if you go to high school during that period, it sounds like it's ringing nonstop throughout the period. Yeah. And you can set it. Say, all right, English classes go to third lunch, so they won't hear a bell until it's time for those kids to leave. Right. Kids that are in middle lunch, they'll hear that middle bell and whatever. And it's 2 bells because it's one to leave and it's one when you're supposed to be in the lunchroom. It also allows us the ability to page into any class or any group of class just through a kiosk, through a screen, or through your phone, or through an app. Very easily you can
Wouldn't have your
select.
phone out, so, because we don't use our phones.
That's right. That's right. But Velcro pads.
How many rooms would this 900,
Every classroom in the building.
how many is that?
Oh, geez.
And you don't need to wire it, it's Wi-Fi, or you don't have to,
I'm gonna have to get back to you in the number.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's also the larger spaces, so it's library, it's the Wagner room, it's others. Yeah, it doesn't need to. There's some wiring that has to occur, but it's Bluetooth to the from the center module to what the teacher's wearing. And one of the things I really like about this is that it's not just not just a PA system, or it's not just a bell system. It's an instructional device. It's used in the classrooms all day, every day. And it does something else too that I think is equally valuable. The lanyard that they're wearing, the device that they have, they can hit a sequence of buttons and it will send an alert to the office. And when they send an alert to the campus monitor, to the office, wherever it's going to go, there's a panel on the wall where they can identify the alert. If it's a health emergency, if there's something's happening with a student, they can send that. And so the message goes right down to the nurse, right down to where it needs to go. It also, because of the interoperability of the technology, you can send the cameras closest to that alert instantly to the screen of the campus monitor, or to wherever you want it to go. It also ties in, it also works regardless of where that teacher is in the building. So if I teach in room 201, but I'm down in room 30, up in 301 doing something, and I send an alert, it will send it from room 301, right? So you're not pegged to your room. It's where the system picks up your lanyard. And we customize all of those pieces. So you can set it, and it, again, it could go to the SRO, go to the campus monitor, go to the principal, go wherever, you set those alerts to go. Another opportunity that the system gives you is, over time, because of the connection with the cameras, there are some school districts that have installed cameras in some instructional spaces where the teacher can turn that camera on and record themselves teaching, or record kids giving presentations, doing other things. And then the teacher can, they maintain possession of the recording because it's of them or their class, but they can use that to give kids feedback, or for students to self-assess, do other things. So again, as an instructional tool, another opportunity with it.
is it something we buy, or do we run into a leasing arrangement, which we've seen with a lot of our other technology, that all of a sudden, we thought we had it, but now we don't, and we have to pay a lot every year?
I'm so glad you asked, because that was something that we were looking for.
Mm.
And this is something that you buy. There's batteries that need to be replaced and things like that. But once you buy it, it's actually a really great story about the company themselves. This company was started years ago by a mother whose son was hearing impaired and was told that he'll never be able to go to school. And she started this whole, they're in over 40% of the classrooms nationwide.
Are there any in like Fairfield County?
No, we're just starting in Connecticut. So the way Connecticut's made with 169 different towns, whatever, it's very hard for them. They were explaining to break through, but there are some in Westchester County. They've got Miami-Dade, they've got LA, some of the largest districts are on board, and new buildings as they're coming online are putting them in from the ground up.
Yeah,
So
because when we
it's-
have a kid who's hearing impaired, it was way back when my kids were in school, they
Yeah.
addressed every classroom, especially, of course, the technology was different. But only that classroom had.
Right.
Yeah, so
It was like an FM system.
I forget what it was. It helped.
doing that, right? And my own belief is this is a generation of kids coming up that are wearing earbuds a lot. They're gaming with headphones on them a lot. They're wearing, and so I think we've got to be aware of the fact that amplified sound might be a real benefit to kids whose hearing may not be what it used to be before earbuds were invented.
Speaking to the maintenance, so if it's a system that we own, does this company have like service people locally that come if you have a problem with the PA
They do.
system?
They do. So there's the group this group uses a group out of Huntington to do the install, and that they would be on call, and they have equipment on hand. So if something goes down within warranty or even without, they can bring it up the next day or just overnight it. So there's that relationship there.
And then would you have to sign a service contract post, no?
No, we don't
like-
anticipate any future costs beyond, again, the need for batteries and things like
Useful
that.
life?
That's
Useful life for this? The useful life, I mean,
Yeah.
the company's been around a while. I mean,
around a while. Again, they're incredibly common in districts around. So, I mean, you're talking about speaker technology doesn't really change. It's the Bluetooth technology. So I would anticipate you may have to do some replacement on some broken lanyards and things like that. But I think it's usable life until something better comes along would be my guess. I really think that, the amplification of sound in the classroom to me is a real benefit. Yeah. Something I've actually,
we'll see that.
When we
for
rebuilt the
SACs.
high school, I'm presuming did we put a new PA system in there and new bells and everything when we redid the high school back, whenever the construction was, or are we still operating?
no, we're still programming that thing through a phone, through only one phone. And I remember doing it and then praying I did it right because you don't know until you hear the snow days and changing that and all. And it's,
So are you saying?
we've
it's po-
layered
it's
system on
possible-
top of system.
It's possible that the original system is still in there from way back, or?
It's possible.
Oh.
I mean, what happens generally is you often
layer.
layer one thing on top of the other. Saks is a great example because that system it's amazing. It still talks. Yeah. And I think the ability to,
Upgraded some of the SACs.
we did well on the new stuff, but we also built, again, we layered into the existing system, right? As you expanded and you built that, you layered that into the system that was there. When you're doing announcements or bells or whatever it is, I think, again, high school is a good example. With this system, you can zone out, say, the Wagner room. So if something's
Thank
going on in the
God.
Wagner room, right? It's something,
God.
and they, the high school, they like to play music during passing time.
Oh.
It's not always the kind
All
of
those
music you want to
BBC
listen to in
meetings
the middle
where
of a
you're
meeting.
Hearing like the music and the bells and you're like, ah.
Exactly. And the same with the auditorium. Like you can zone places out and offices and other things that you cannot do in the system that we have now. Yeah. So
Would this be something if we thought it was a great opportunity that next year you'll be saying, well, it's so good, we should put it in SACs, or we should put it in the elementary schools? So is
I'll
this
tell you
something
now, the
that's
plan is to have this discussion about Saks next year.
Okay.
Unless something goes, something unexpected happens.
Got it.
Because I truly do think that that's going to be. Now, as far as the elementary goes, again, we are holding on that until we know what our plans are. Right.
All right.
The scoreboard, how old is the scoreboard that's there?
When I became principal in 2011, I was taken out and shown the scoreboard, and it was amazing then. It's still amazing. But I remember having the discussion with David Abbey and Jay Egan about what will we do if a tree falls because a storm was coming and hits the scoreboard. Is it covered by insurance? So I think that's when it was put in. What's it, 14 years ago, give or take? I think 10 years is probably a fair lifespan on something like this. The problem is they're not the parts. We can't get the parts anymore. And if they have it on the shelf, great, they can send it to us and whatever. But if not, it could be down for a month mid-season, and we're kind of stuck. So
One of the things about the scoreboard that happened that was an unintended plus was graduation ceremony.
Yeah.
You know, when we originally raised the money for the scoreboard and installed it, it was all about the in-game experience.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, hey, wait a second, we can hook a camera up to this and have graduation up there.
and it's amazing.
yeah, I
and-
mean, what a difference in the whole experience.
Yeah.
It's great. So.
Well, and another piece is the fundraising opportunity for the All Sports Booster Club.
Right.
So during games, they can show sponsors there, and it becomes a very positive thing. And All Sports Booster Club puts hundreds of thousands of dollars into our budget every year for coaches and other enhancements and things. So it's really, really important there.
Would this be bigger since the screens, big screens get bigger and bigger? Is that big?
I don't think it's bigger.
The picture's probably better.
It is. It's going to be a sharper picture, better resolution, but I believe because of where it is and the foundations and the footings, I think are going to remain. So I think it's the screen. I will say that that technology has changed, right? And one of the things that's changed since then to now, I mean, cell phones are so ubiquitous now, and signals, and so when you have 3,000 or 4,000 people there, all with their cell phones running, there's been some interference with different things. So it will solve that problem as well. And the ability to show the videos up there and do the replays, all of that. And our kids are using it all the time. And we use it for a variety of things. Graduation is spectacular. And really that tight close-up shot of each student getting their diploma.
That makes every seat in the house a good seat. I mean,
Exactly.
great.
Yeah. So, it served us incredibly well through these years, and just time.
It's old.
We all do. On the vehicle front, continuing with our program, we replace out our vehicles every 7 or 8 years, depending on the mileage. Of course, it's not just, we always look at which ones are requiring the most maintenance and all that, make those decisions. We tried to repurpose one of our vans for the maintenance department. It didn't work. These poor guys they also have to be auto mechanics to keep their current vehicle on the road. So we do need to replace one of the vehicles for our maintenance crew, because we're doing the work in-house, but they need to be able to show up with all the tools and all of what they need to do the work. Otherwise, they can just admire the problem.
Is that a pickup truck? Is it a van, or what is the maintenance vehicle replacement?
I believe it's a van. Yeah. Yep. And would have all the equipment and everything inside. Yeah. Yep. Okay. And then, the cost on our vehicles, net of the trade-in. And then the technology lease, which, as you know, we have an $800,000 a year spend at $200,000, and the lease sort of rolls that way. The ubiquitous nature of technology and the work that we do, and the cybersecurity investments. We've been putting the cybersecurity investments through the tech lease sometimes too, for some of those appliances and other things. Ian and his team, the tech team's doing a fantastic job with all of that. But it takes an investment. And our BYOD program at the high school continues to work very well with those guys. We do have some specialized labs. You need them for photography, for video editing, for other things like that. You need everyone on a common platform to do it. One of the things we're working on now is developing the expertise to have students start making shows for the Dome in our video production courses. So some of the photography and others be able to have student-generated content show there in the Dome through those things. So our grand total ask on capital is just a little bit over 5 million. When we look back, we usually run somewhere between 4 and 5.5 million. What we have done in this plan, and you'll see it in the look ahead in your book, is we've deferred the Saks roof. That's coming, but we feel like it's a fair deferral. And I think that if you ask me priority, I want to get the amplification in the classroom. And replacing a roof you do when you have to do, and we're getting there and we're very close to having to do it. But when it's done, you say, nice roof, and you move on. This, I really think is going to make a difference for kids. So.
So if I were to, and I don't have it in front of me, I can go back to the office, but of the $5 million, I don't know what those Saks roof was in for last year. And then I'm assuming the 9, I know we removed last year, the original, I don't remember what it was budgeted for, but the original intercom system that was in last
It was
year.
about 650 or so.
Okay,
Was it
so it's
630?
an additional 3, and then
0.7 or something.
And then I assume the sign probably, the Dunning sign wasn't in last year.
Was not,
Okay, so
correct.
that's 2. Is there anything else in this budget capital request beyond those 3 kind of items that wasn't in the 5-year capital plan last year?
If you go to page 110,
Okay,
font, but it is the revised 5-year capital plan. And you see there
compare it to last. wait,
is the status. A few new things here.
Oh, good. That's right. You're good about putting in the plan, the new deferred.
Yep.
Okay, yep, I forgot about that. Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
so I
sure.
can go through there and check. Okay, great.
And one last point on the IT, I understand it will be bonded, begin to be bonded as opposed to going through a third-party leasing company.
Oh, good. That's great.
It's a smaller interest rate, less of an interest rate that we pay on a.
Okay. Oh, great.
And the timing is very important in terms of getting the equipment
That's
before
great.
school starts.
Yep.
So we usually can't get that until July or August, which is very late.
Okay.
So by shifting it up into bonding, we'll have a reduced interest rate on it and we'll be able to get the equipment and the authorization done. So
Okay.
in June, which will get you ahead of a lot of schools when you're trying to buy.
Oh, yeah.
your different.
So then I don't have to sign all those little lease things every 5 seconds.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm like, oh, I'm signing for an Apple Pen.
And
I'm
by the
just-
time that happens, Apple has already turned us off.
Look at what I'm signing, Brian.
And thank you. That solves a significant problem for us because in truth, not the signing part, although
Yeah, well, it's all right.
the, but even though we've got great relationships with our vendors, they wouldn't ship until, we could do that. So moving that up means our tech department can get started much earlier in the summer in doing everything that needs to be done. And that's always a challenge.
good.
Thank you. It's
It's a
great.
big improvement.
It's great.
This capital, which is for the next budget, we can move it up to get them quicker, kind of sort of like the highway department might be able to do. So they can order that building or that piece of
The
equipment.
highway can, as soon as they get their authorization for the trucks, and the minute those authorizations are approved in April or May, they can start spending. They don't have to wait until July 1st.
Thank you.
So, yeah, once
Good.
the authorization's in place, they can.
Okay, as soon as the budget's approved, right?
Okay.
Actually, no, just the authorization.
Okay,
So once that 5-year or whatever is in the authorization for bonding,
Mhm.
whatever is in that, we'll use either budgeted or approved.
Yeah.
yeah, right, you need everyone to sign off on it, yeah. Okay, good.
That's great.
Hey,
So you take a break or?
Are we done?
Meeting. I'm like, geez, I thought I had plenty of time.
Active audience to talk about education in schools.
Last year by 5 minutes.
Oh, did we?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
wow.
last year we were 1/3.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. All right, well, let me get a motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
It's unanimous. Thank you.